Good to go. All right. Thank you, everyone. Have an echo. Do I turn this microphone off? All right. It still have an echo and I'm muted.
What everybody needs to do is on the bottom left where it says audio, make that come up and then you leave the computer audio.
And turn this on. This is always the fun part of the meeting, getting everything working the right way to start with. Are we good? Can people online? Okay, getting thumbs up. So it's a pleasure to welcome everyone. That includes the committee members who are both some committee members online as well as quite a few committee members here in person, our speakers and our panelists for this open session. Again, some of them here in person. Thank you. It's good to see everyone, and others online. Thank you for joining, as well as any other colleagues and members of the public. I welcome you to this open session of the National Academies Committee on Extreme Event and Impact Attribution, Challenges, Opportunities, and Applications. My name is Jim Hurl. I have the distinct honor of serving as the chair of this committee. My daytime job is a professor of atmospheric science at Colorado State University. And I'm going to ask the committee members in just a moment to introduce themselves as well. Before I make any further welcoming comments, I'm going to pass it over to our study director from the National Academies, Stephanie Johnson, to my left, to say a few words about what we do in case there's an emergency here at the Beckman Center. So, Stephanie?
Great. The National Academies likes to have a little safety moment. So we are where you see the red star on the map. For those of you in the room, if there is an emergency that requires us to exit the building, we'll just go out these doors, take a left, and convene in the parking lot. And if you need to use a restroom, go out these doors to the right.
Thank you, Stephanie. So if there's any questions on that, please feel free to ask, because that's important information. Okay, and I advanced the slides by myself, Caitlin, so I've got this down. So, just a few words about our expectations for conduct at this meeting over the next day and a half. The National Academies is always fully committed to fostering a professional, respectful, and cordial environment where all participants can participate fully. All forms of discrimination, harassment, or bullying are prohibited in any NASM activity, including this information gathering session. A few words quickly about this study. The committee has been called together to examine our current scientific understanding of attribution of extreme weather and climate events and their impacts to climate change, as well as consider user needs and opportunities to improve attribution science capabilities. As such, this study is an update and an expansion of a 2016 National Academy study on this topic that you see there on the screen. The sponsors of this study are also listed on the slide. I'm not going to read them. For further information, please go to the study website by either scanning the QR code that you see on the screen or typing the indicated URL to learn more about the study and the work that we're doing. Just a few brief words about the study process itself. Very importantly, I would like to remind all of the attendees, both in person and online, that this is an information gathering opportunity for the committee. That is, the committee is in the process of assembling materials that we will be examining and discussing while we begin to formulate the report, while we make findings, conclusions, and recommendations. And therefore, I ask everyone in attendance here today to be extremely mindful of the fact that the committee, as of now, has made no conclusions and that it would be a mistake for anyone to leave here today thinking otherwise. Comments made by individuals, including members of the committee, should not be interpreted as positions that this committee has taken or the National Academies have taken on this topic. Committee members may ask probing questions in information gathering sessions such as this that may not be indicative of their personal views as we try to gather in different perspectives and viewpoints. Also, the committee will deliberate thoroughly before writing its draft report. And once the draft report is written, it must go through a rigorous review by experts who are anonymous to the committee. And the committee must then respond to this review with appropriate revisions. These revisions must adequately satisfy the Academy's report review committee, as well as the Academy's president, before it would be considered as an official Academy's report. Finally, I want to make everyone aware that in addition to this workshop, over the next day or so, the committee has organized and conducted 2 virtual sessions previously focused on methods and modeling for extreme event attribution. And I know some of you have participated in those, and thank you for that. You can find the recordings of those meetings on the committee website, where you can not only also learn more about this study, but members of the public can always submit additional feedback on the project, and you're welcome to do so. For further questions about the study, if you see at the bottom of the slide, again, Stephanie Johnson is the study coordinator at the Academies, and her email is located on the bottom of the slide. You can always email Stephanie for any additional questions about our work here. This is our statement of task. I'm not going to go through this full statement. You can see it's quite long. Again, it's on the committee website, so feel free to take a look at it. It's a fairly substantive list of tasks that this committee has been given. What we are focused on here today and tomorrow is primarily to discuss the value of attribution science and identify the utility of attribution for different applications. We're here to assess current capabilities for the attribution of impacts and provide guidance for methods to engage different stakeholders with the results of attribution science. So those 3 elements of our statement of task are highlighted here with the bold font, and that's primarily what we're here to focus on today and tomorrow. This is our committee roster. As I said, I have the pleasure and the honor indeed of serving as chair of this committee. I'm from Colorado State University. I'm going to go around down from my name and then on around to the right column last. So if the committee members could just briefly introduce themselves, beginning with Hillary. Yeah, and please, for any speakers today, please tap the button here to make your mic live.
Hi, I'm Hillary Boudet. I'm a professor in the School of Public Policy at Oregon State University.
Hello, everyone. I'm James Stone from the NSF National Center for Atmospheric Research.
Nicole Jackson from Sandia National Laboratories.
I'm Joyce Kimitai from Imperial College London and Kenya Meteorological Services.
I think Al is busy teaching right now, but Al Lin from the University of California at the Davis School of Law is also a committee member. Jen?
Hi, I'm Jennifer Marlin from Yale University.
I'm not sure Tim Palmer is online. Tim is also a committee member from the University of Oxford. Kevin? Okay, Kevin might have had to step away as well. Kevin Reed from Stony Brook. Deputy?
Hi, I'm Deepti Singh. I'm an associate professor in the School of the Environment at Washington State University.
Hello, I'm Kevin Smiley. I'm an associate professor in the Department of Sociology at Louisiana State University.
Morning, colleagues. I'm Tanisha Stevenson. I'm a climate professor at the University of the West Indies Mona campus in Jamaica.
Okay, and Dennis is unable to join us at this time. He is from the Department of Agriculture. Daniela?
Hi, I'm Danielle Tuma from the University of Texas at Austin.
Grace Yan, a professor from Missouri University of Science and Technology.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So, yeah, we have an outstanding committee, and it's a pleasure to work with them all. I just want to very briefly, because we're about a minute behind already, I just want to walk through the agenda. What we're going to focus on are three themes here. You see them up there. The first session today is going to focus on extreme event impact attribution. The second session is going to focus on applications of impact attributions. And then tomorrow, we'll be meeting in public session again to talk about public perception, communication, and shared understanding of impact attribution. So before I introduce today's first speaker, please allow me to also emphasize that all attendees in today's meeting are welcome to submit questions to the panel moderators for question and answer session in the meeting today using Slido, where you can also upvote questions that others have posted. When you log into Slido, please enter your name so the committee can keep track of who asked which questions. I do want to say that the priority here in terms of information gathering is to take questions from committee members first to make effective use of limited time and to prioritize the information gathering purpose of the meeting. But certainly if time allows, we welcome additional questions from attendees, and we'll get to those as much as possible. Finally, this meeting today is being recorded and will be available on the event page in the days following the meeting. So it's now a pleasure for me to introduce our first speaker, who has kindly agreed to give us an overview of the science of extreme event impact attribution. That is Dahi Stone. Dr. Stone is a climate scientist at the National Institute of Water and Atmospheric Research, which is New Zealand's leading Crown Research Institute for Environmental Science. His personal research interests focus on the detection and attribution of climate change and of its effects on both human and natural systems. So, Dahi?
Thanks. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, okay. It's early in the morning here, so I don't want to speak too loudly and wake everyone up. Thanks for inviting me to this. I recall 10 years ago when the National Academy announced it was going to be doing a study on event attribution. I was a bit skeptical that it would be out of date by the time it was published because it was such a fast evolving field at the time. In the end, that report I think is still extremely useful because it focused on high level issues, how to support research and so on. And so I think it's really stood the test of time. So no pressure on the committee this time around. Okay, next slide, please. So I'm going to start off here with something that isn't event attribution per se. It's about detection and attribution of long-term changes in the climate and natural and human systems. So this is work led by Ana Ochoa Sanchez, which is looking at predictions of how we understand the climate should be responding to greenhouse gases, how hydrological and cryospheric systems should be responding to that, and so on through ecological and industrial and social systems. And this is mostly looking at existing literature. It's an assessment of what exists, and it's focusing on the Andes. Those maps there are the Andes kind of on their side. And this is kind of a strict analysis in the way that we need an ability to make predictions, but we also need observations of the past few decades, and those predictions and observations need to agree. So this is about documenting the impacts that we know are occurring. And the important thing I want to point out here is that we can now document the impacts of climate change cascading through physical, ecological, and human systems in a large region like the Andes. And so I think this is kind of a statement. This is about where we are right now, which is also about where event attribution is. And the point is that we can actually say quite a bit now. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so extreme event impact attribution, I suppose it could be extreme weather event impact attribution. Both are pretty wieldy words to be saying, so you'll hear me just call it impact attribution or attribution through this talk. Please consider it all to be synonyms through the talk, unless I specify otherwise. It's the process of evaluating the contribution of one or more causal factors to observed events. It's about diagnosing causation. And climate change will be in there somewhere. So that's what we're interested in this case. It's about the present. And I think that's an important thing to understand. This is fundamental. We'll look at recent events that have occurred, which is effectively the present. It's about understanding where we are now. Of course, that has implications for the future, but our understanding of the future, but just really it's focused on the present. Next slide, please. It's a process, event attribution in general. And there are multiple steps in the process. I think a key step is the purpose. It actually defines a lot of what, when you're doing a study, what the scope of the study is and what's needed and what isn't. And then, of course, the applicability, how it can actually be used. And so I think this is often an underappreciated aspect. It's of course relevant throughout science, but I think it's particularly acute in this area for these types of studies. You need to identify an event that you want to evaluate, and there are many ways you could go about identifying the event, and that's where kind of the purpose comes in, I think, in terms of helping identify what it is. You need to gather observations, at least of that event, probably of the past as well, in order to contextualize that event. You need to, and also observations of impact, of whatever impact it is you're interested in. You need to develop some sort of hypothesis and then some sort of way of developing a counterfactual so that you can actually address what would have happened if we hadn't had climate change occurring. Next slide, please. So it is a process, I think, and it's interesting. The chair just mentioned that today's work is a process of writing. So this is a process of a process, I suppose, right now. And it requires multiple data sources. So you need observations. I've written down simulated data there. What I actually mean is you need some sort of way of generating a counterfactual, and whether that's through simulations of some sort of model or through other methods, as you might describe them, is to be, depends on how you're doing the analysis. And so there's a flow chart here produced by Sabine Undorf that kind of plots out different steps involved in the whole process. And this is a complicated chart, a flow chart in a way, but there's a lot here that is in many ways redundant because you have multiple different ways that you could, for instance, generate a counterfactual. So you only need one. Of course, it might be great to do quite a few. So some of it's a kind of redundant parallel. And then the impact part of it, maybe you need to repeat if you're looking down a cascading chain of impacts. Next step, please. Next slide, please. Monitoring, so observations, I've wrote on there about how important observations are. And when we get into different disciplines, this becomes fairly complicated because we know in the climate sciences that there are very different types of data, but this actually gets expanded much more when you, of course, move into other disciplines. We have a fairly confident view that we've got, temperature monitoring global. We have got pretty good global coverage now, but actually this depends on interpolating point measurements So there's some idea of what we're doing in terms of interpolation there. If we look at this map of coverage on the left, there are different, which is kind of an indication of when global data sets are available and what their coverage are. For river discharge, that only applies to areas where there are that are in floodplains, populations that are in floodplains. And of course, there are varying degrees of what's a floodplain. Some might be flooding only once in a million years. But there are very different temporal profiles of data coverage as well. Unlike in climate sciences, most of the data is probably not in some sort of global repository. It will be held nationally, provincially, or commercially. So there can be major data access issues with that as well because of privacy or commercial value. So the access to the data can be quite an issue as well. So it can get a lot more complicated. Next slide, please. I'll just put in a little note here about traditional indigenous knowledge. So this is knowledge that's been developed by indigenous peoples around the world. And it's a holistic description of why things happen. And so in a way, it parallels impact attribution and encodes a lot of the same information. It also puts the event in the context of experiences that go back millennia at the very least. And importantly, I think it's also often, this is generalization, but it's often considered a seamless part of integration into adaptation responses. Experience the event is linked to how do you actually respond to that event. And so this creates a pathway for actionable use of the attribution information. Next slide, please. I'm not going to delve in here to the various applications that there are or might be for attribution research. There are certainly a lot of putative uses, and depending on, as we'll see soon, what you actually refer to as the scope of the remit of impact attribution, it could be more or less everything under the sun. But a big thing is about actually understanding where we are now globally in terms of monitoring the impact of climate change and predicting where we are in the future. So this is something that was a major feature in the 5th assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and really entered its own in the 6th assessment report. So the 6th assessment report included kind of an attribution assessment. It was also a bit of a sensitivity of systems to extreme weather events, which is kind of summarized on the left in terms of how extreme weather and the anthropogenic effect on extreme weather affects other, ecological, natural, I guess all natural and managed and human systems. And then on the right, we have the reasons of concern figure, reasons for concern, often called the burning embers figure, which has been probably the main summarizing figure for IPCC reports for some time. And in particular, there's this extreme weather events reason for concern. And in the past 2 assessment reports, the degree of where we are in terms of current of impact during the past and right now has actually been mainly informed from impact attribution research. So that first slide I was showing about the Andes there, how we actually are monitoring the impacts. This monitoring and documenting of the impacts is actually informing us where we are right now globally. That in turn, of course, calibrates our projections of what future risk might be. So all of the other colors higher up in this plot have very much been calibrated by how future impacts compared to what we've experienced so far. So while attribution is fundamentally about the present, it's crucially important for calibrating our predictions of the future. Next slide, please. So one of the issues that you have with extreme events is that they may have multiple impacts. So this is an example on the right from the 2019-2020 wildfires in Australia. For the record, I actually think of wildfire as an ecological event, not a weather event, but it's, I think the point still holds here. Going, in this case, up from the plot, you have a whole pile of different impacts of these wildfire events, and these range between health, ecology, finance, economics. And each of these different impacts actually resulted from different aspects of the event. So the effects on property tended to be focused on the kind of suburbs, exurbs around cities and towns. The impacts on health were caused by the fires that occurred upwind of population centers. The ecological impacts occurred in mainly kind of were focused on national refuges. And so there's a clear spatial dimension to what what aspect of the event caused these. And you'd also have things about, there was of course accompanying drought with the extreme heat, and it was a combination of the two, along with wind, of course, that really fanned these flames. And there's an aspect of duration as well. And so what you're looking at, this comes back to the point I was making about the purpose of your study. What you're looking at really it gets dictated by what the purpose of your study is. Next slide, please. Just to kind of hit home the importance of this further, the summer of 2010 was outrageous in Russia, but it wasn't actually outrageous in Russia per se. So in the top curve there in the figure, we've got in solid lines the temperatures that occurred in 2010 in July and August, and the dashed line is the climatology leading up to that time. It wasn't that exceptional of a summer. There was a period that was a bit warmer than normal, but otherwise it was pretty standard. That's actually the SREX Northern Asian region, but that more or less corresponds to Russia. But then as you go further down, you're zooming in more on the area around Moscow, and you start getting sustained kind of 1.5 month long anomalies of 5 to 10 degrees, which is outrageous. So the degree, from a climatologist point of view, we'd really tend to focus in on that area that has the extreme temperatures. So that's really where the meteorological extreme occurred. Or we might look at it in terms of a sort of a signal to noise ratio, how much you'd expect that over a certain area. But does that area, that definition of the event, actually correspond to the event, to the impact that we're looking at? So the particular impact, say, of these hot temperatures over Russia were peat fires and the associating impacts on human health in Russia. So it was kind of more the heat wave over those peat regions that was most important. When we're going on here, there's a trade-off between specificity, generality, and relevance that is an open question, I guess, generally, and for any study, how much we want to be specific to the impact that we're looking at and how much we do want to be able to interpret these things more generally. Next slide, please. A little point then that impact attribution is multidisciplinary and explicitly multidisciplinary, and with that comes language issues. And rather basic terms like attribution is actually a field that's unique to climate in its or almost unique anyway, in terms of its usage. If you look in another field that uses it, uses the term attribution, social psychology uses it in a very different way. Model ends up being an extremely loaded term, and you have to be careful actually in making sure everyone involved in the study understands these terms in a sort of consistent way, or at least the concepts. A consequence of all of this is that there's actually a lot of attribution information out there that has been led by people not in the climate community. And so it isn't clearly labeled for us because it's been called something else, like forensics, epidemiology, or whatever. Next slide, please. And so this is where I'm starting to kind of go out into a bit more of a question realm here. There are contributing factors everywhere. We live in a changing world. You can look there at the figure, the lower middle part of that figure that look at the panel there for malaria rates. So there's been a halving of malarial rates globally, deaths globally in the last 2 decades. And that's not a climate change story. So there are all of these other risk factors, contributing factors, whatever you might want to call them out there. A number of them might be just to blame, or we might consider to be to blame for the event, or the impact of the event, along with anthropogenic climate change, but many are the way, and we'll see that. Next slide, please. So this is a flow chart. I've got to caution you that I've just made this chart of, so it's not very authoritative, but of various contributing factors that have been, or risk factors, I guess I should specify, that have been identified for the 15,000 excess mortality event that occurred in the first 2 weeks of August 2003, which also correspond to a record heat wave. So what part of this diagram is impact attribution? I think we'll all agree that the red series of plots that go from greenhouse gas emissions through the extreme heat event through to mortality counts as impact attribution. The question is, what is the rest of this? So really this is focused on mortality. So maybe someone who works in public health will consider all of this to be epidemiological view of what's going on, looking at this as a disaster risk reduction point of view. And in that case, the extreme heat is just one of a contributing series of events to a mortality event. So there were other things like a health services staffing event. There was a staffing crisis going on. There was a warning event, or lack thereof. So there are all of these events. So what's actually the event? What's actually the hazard? What's actually the impact through all of this? Now, there's an open question. Do we actually call this impact attribution? It's not our field of research diagnosing all of these things. So, I mean, my viewpoint on this is that it's fine for us to call it attribution as a disciplinary term, but we don't actually do this other stuff. That's all for people to do within disciplines. And so we have to inherently collaborate with others in what will be a health focused study, not really a climate change focused study. We're just one of a number of factors. But I think it's an open question in terms of what we're actually calling attribution here. Next slide, please. So a big change that occurred in the 5th assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, we said it would be a neat idea if we could actually do some attribution research or some sort of monitoring on the effectiveness of adaptation in relation to anthropogenic climate change. And in the I think the big change that came along with the 6th assessment report was they actually did this wholesale. And now I've got to say, part of this is actually just monitoring the effectiveness of adaptation measures to, say, extreme heat waves, irrespective of whether those heat waves or floods or whatever are caused by anthropogenic forcing of the climate. Because to some degree, that's you care about just reducing the impact generally. But I think we're actually at the stage now where we can start actually monitoring the effectiveness of some of the adaptation measures that have been implemented over time. Now, I'll leave this as an open question, whether we actually call this impact attribution or not. But there's also a question here, I suppose, is whether impact attribution does have a role, because I think this is important going forward, that we actually are able to monitor the effectiveness of our measures to deal with climate change that we've already implemented so far. Next slide, please. So extreme event attribution is explicitly multidisciplinary, which makes it hard in practice. Anyone who's done multidisciplinary work knows that there's a huge amount of work to be done just translating across disciplines. And then just making sure that the various disciplinary parts of it are done at least adequately and add up to a whole. And then, of course, you've got to work with disciplinary journals and particularly disciplinary reviewers who've kind of noticed that you didn't use the latest technology to really hammer down this disciplinary aspect. But it isn't impossible. And I think it's, as we try to understand how climate change is affecting our planet, it's necessary. An impact attribution study can get very complicated very quickly. And I guess my main message there would be that the purpose, I'll return to that, the purpose of your study defines exactly how complicated it gets. It does set strict requirements on what you need in terms of observations, in terms of how you generate your counterfactual, but it does also set clear boundaries on what needs to be done. And so thinking back, for instance, to the heat wave flowchart that I showed there, is whether it actually, all of that needs to be considered or not. That's what I have for you. So I'll hand it over to the panel now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Great presentation. I'm not sure what the echo. I'd like to open it up for any questions. We have a couple of minutes before we'll move into our first panel discussion. Do any of the committee members have anything specifically they would like to ask Dahi? And I understand you're going to stay around for the panel discussion as well, and also ask you more then. I just have one question. I really appreciate your comments about the multidisciplinary aspects and the many challenges around that. We can do things as individuals. We can form connections. We can work from a climate modeling community. I can work with, experts in impacts. I just wondered, this very high level question, but as communities, do you have any recommendations on how our communities can work more closely together? I mean, is that through international programs like the World Climate Research Program, or do you have any thoughts on how, the science in general from a community perspective can work more closely together on some of these topics?
So you'll see some of the figures that I showed in the plot were from a review or a commentary that led by Sabine Undorf. And one of the things we've advocated there is that we actually need translators. And this would sit outside of impact attribution, having people who are kind of specialists at linking up between fields. And of course, we've got that already, but really actually instituting that as a role for a lot of things. I mean, we obviously have it already for hydrology, for instance. That's a very easy one. And for some things, we're probably getting there for health, because it's so important. But expanding that and really expanding that capability. So not everyone has to know everything, but having these people there who can help translate.
Great, thank you. Yeah, that concept of translators has come up in other contexts as well, so that's very helpful. Any other questions at this point for Daki? All right, and thank you so much for that presentation, and thanks for being willing to stick around for the panel discussion. So at this point, we're going to move to our first formal session on methods, tools, and data for attributing impacts of extreme events to climate change. And that is going to be chaired by my colleague Joyce, who's going to moderate this session. So Joyce, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jim, and I really thank you for the very interesting presentation. Really thank you for the interesting presentation from Dai. So we'll now go to our first sort of sub-panel session, like the panel session for this morning. And in this session, we have several speakers who have been asked to provide approximately 10 minutes, 10-minute presentation on methods, tools, and data for impact attribution, or what you would call extreme event impact attribution. And it will cover a range of impacts in this session and the session after lunch. And after the 4 presentations this morning, we will open it up for questions and discussion. So I would just like to start by introducing our speakers. In this session, we have 4 speakers. We have Marshall Borg is an economist and associate professor in the Doe School of Sustainability at Stanford University. Then we have Christy Ebai is a professor in the Department of Global Health and the Department of Environmental and Occupational Health Sciences at the University of Washington. And then we have Mark New is research director of the African Climate and Development Initiative. He's also a professor in the Department of Environmental and Geographical Sciences at the University of Cape Town in South Africa. And then we have Frances Davenport, is an assistant professor in Colorado State University's Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering. And we're going to start this session with a presentation from Marshall Borg. Welcome, Marshall.
Thanks a lot, Joyce. Great to be here virtually. Sorry to not be able to be there in person. I have to teach right at noon today, unfortunately. And great, slides are coming up. So thank a number of co-authors in advance here, including one I think who's on the second panel, Solomon Chang and Noah Diffenbaugh on the climate side. So I want to talk about the impact side. I'm an economist. A lot of my research focuses on understanding climate impact and using observational data to try to say something causal about the relationship between the climate system and a range of social and economic outcomes and impacts that we care about in the world. I think the information we get from those sorts of statistical exercises, I think, directly inform impact attribution in a few different ways that I will talk about. So next slide, please. So as Daithi nicely pointed out, and I think as folks have already emphasized, we have seen really rapid scientific advances in impact attribution specifically. Key pieces that have advanced this understanding, in my view, are 2. Number 1 is understanding of impacts themselves. And again, this causal understanding that really tells us how a range of outcomes, we'll call them Y, if you're going to write down a statistical model, how these outcomes respond to local changes. So often these are local outcomes. It's health outcomes in a specific location. It's economic outcomes. How these outcomes respond, again, to local changes in some climate variable C that you care about. So number 1, how local outcomes respond to local changes in some climate variable. And then, of course, the second piece coming from climate science has told us so much about how emissions in total or specific emissions pulses alter the global climate, and in turn, how changes in the global climate affect, again, local climate that affects local outcomes. So those two pieces together have really, I think, accelerated our understanding of how we can attribute impacts to changes in global anthropogenic emissions. Next slide. So some implications and key points from this, which I'll then spend the rest of my time talking about. And Joyce, please cut me off if I go over 10 minutes. Just tell me to shut up and I'll stop. So I think at least two implications here that I want to emphasize. Number one, doing this credibly often does not involve saying anything about extremes specifically. So we can do a lot of impact attribution without having to talk about extremes. I think often when we think about impacts, we think about extremes, but I'll show you a few examples where a lot of impacts that we care about are actually not driven by extremes. They're driven by, call it moderate cold or moderate heat or more moderate climate exposures. This is advantageous in some ways because I think some of the climate science attribution is a bit easier if we don't have to focus only on the extremes. This is certainly not to say that the extremes don't matter, they do, but things other than extremes matter as well, and I'll show you that in a second. Second, and this maybe goes to Jim's point at the top, so who's using impact attribution? Well, there are a lot of folks interested in understanding whether we can link specific impacts back to specific emissions. So this is in the loss and damage context globally. This is in a range of climate litigation around the world. And I'm going to argue that because greenhouse gases are well mixed, and so a ton emitted in Argentina has the same effect as a ton emitted in the US, we can now fairly credibly link specific damages around the world to specific emissions pulses, and even to specific emitters. And I'll show you a few examples of that. So to me, this is a really important and recent application of impact attribution in a way that makes this field relevant to many things going on around the world. Next slide. Okay, so let me start then with this hardest case because I think it nests the impact attribution that we care about. So here's the basic playbook, and this again reflects, I think, some slides that Daiti just showed. So how do we link specific emissions to specific damages in an attribution sense? So next slide. Let's see what's going to show up here. Okay. So on the left here, we have emissions from, this could be global emissions or emissions from a specific entity. These are often observed. We can, read emissions off of a smokestack. We can infer global emissions. We can measure these with satellites. And so we have emissions inventories that tell us how emissions in a given location or across the globe are changing over time. Next, we have a set of models stay on this slide. We have a set of models that help us translate those changes in emissions to changes in the global climate and then the local climate. We have the fully coupled GCMs that folks in the room have spent their careers improving and making a resource to the rest of us. Sometimes when we're interested in individual emissions pulses, so say I want to understand the effect of a specific emitting entity on the globe, I often use a reduced complexity model that summarizes the key behavior of these coupled GCMs. So that's what I'm showing here. And under this impulse response function, this is from the FAIR model, one of these reduced complexity models that we think pretty adequately describes how a pulse of emissions, how the global climate responds to a pulse in emissions. We need to translate then the global climate change down to local climate changes because that's where impacts happen. And again, we can use pattern scaling or information from GCMs to do that. And then finally, we need to translate that into impacts. And this is where a lot of our work comes in using these, what we could call response functions or damage functions that link changes again in a local climate variable to some outcome measure that we care about. And I'll talk a little bit about these. Next slide. So this damage function or response function estimation is now a cottage industry in my field of economics. A lot of people very interested in this and really trying to use, let's call it modern causal inference techniques that exploit longitudinal data. So repeated observations of units over time. This could be individual people, it could be counties, it could be countries. And why that's helpful is it really helps us isolate the impact of a change in a climate variable from all the other things that also affect that outcome. So if you go back, if you remember Daiti's complicated plot of the 2003 heat wave, right? Many things affect mortality. we want to understand what is the particular contribution of heat in that 2003 episode, separate from all the other things that are happening. How do we do that? Well, we compare Paris across years to itself. We say how many people normally die or are sick in summertime in Paris, right? And then how many more did we see? How many excess deaths did we see in 2003 during the 2 weeks in August when temperatures were through the roof? And that comparison allows us then to isolate, at least in some important way, the impact of temperature, again, from all these other things that are affecting outcomes. So we're not comparing Paris to Palo Alto, where I live. We're comparing Paris to itself over time. We're comparing Palo Alto to itself over time. This is, again, sort of the key insight from causal inference is that that technique allows us to say something reliably causal about the impact of a climate variable that we care about. What I'm showing on this plot is a bunch of these response functions estimated for different climate variables for different outcomes around the world. The point being here that we just have learned a lot about how key outcomes respond to different changes in climate. To summarize here on the right, in words, areas where we know a lot about ag and specifically ag yields, how it responds to changes in temperature, changes in drought and rainfall. We know a lot, and I'll talk a bit about this, Chris will as well, about health impacts, how this responds to again, changes in temperatures, some improving knowledge of how it responds to changes in storms, tropical cyclones specifically. We know a lot about violence and interesting work, ours and others, showing that various types of violence are actually related to changes in the global and local climate. Energy use, of course, responds to changes in temperature and work that I'll show you in a second. Economic output broadly and locally responds to various changes in the climate system. Next slide. So let me give you two examples here. The first will be on the health side, and this is an area where folks have done work for a long time and where we have a lot of understanding about the role of climate in a specific health outcome. So here I'm showing you three different response functions. These are temperature mortality response functions. So basically on these plots, on the x-axis, there's always some climate variable we care about. Here it's daily average temperature. On the y-axis is the outcome that we care about. Here it is the mortality rate. And what you see here is the characteristic U-shaped relationship between daily temperature and all-cause mortality. So cold temperatures tend to increase mortality. Hot temperatures tend to increase mortality. The shape of that depends on where you are in the world. In colder places, that whole curve is shifted to the left. In hotter places, it tends to be shifted to the right. I'm showing you response functions from three different regions or countries, if you will. The EU is not a country, but a set of countries. So the US, EU, and Mexico on this plot. And you can see while the response function moves around a little bit, the overall shape, again, is this characteristic U shape. So how do we do impact attribution with these curves? The experiment, at least on its face, is fairly straightforward. Because we think these curves are reflecting the causal impact of daily variation in temperature on the outcome, we can do the following. So take the EU response function. This is the orange one. What we have is we see that EU mortality is lowest at about 19 or 20 degrees Celsius. That's where that curve is at its mortality minimizing temperature, just the minimum of that curve. So we can do the following. We can say, okay, instead of a normal day spent at 20 degrees Celsius, let's substitute a 30 degrees Celsius day. We can basically then read off where that curve is on the, where if you draw a line up from 30 degrees Celsius and hit the orange curve, we can then read off on the y-axis how much excess mortality we would expect. And so if you get a 30C day, our estimate of the excess mortality is 1 extra death per 100,000 people, which is about a 1% increase in mortality. So that's how we do impact attribution with these.
So would be great.
Sorry, Jim. Time to wrap up.
Wrap up in about a minute. That would be great.
Yeah, great. Okay. Well, then I can wrap up with this slide. I'll skip my next application. One more slide. So sorry, back one. Great. So here's what we can do then. We can take every single day and do that exercise. So every single day that the US is exposed, to extreme or moderate cold or extreme or moderate heat, the EU and Mexico as well. And then we can add up deaths across those days. What we find when we do that is extreme days are more deadly on their own, but they're just way less common. So attributed excess deaths are actually much higher on moderately cold and moderately hot days. That's not because those individual days are more deadly. It's just because we get a lot more of them. This is just a fact about the world. I think in some sense, this could make impact attribution a bit easier because you don't have to get every single extreme right. You just have to get sort of the moderate hot and cold days right. These tend to be well correlated with annual average temperature, which is a thing we can map to the global climate system pretty well. But in any case, this is how we do attribution in this context. Skip forward, like whoever's driving the bus, go forward to my final slide, if you will. Manage time, of course, poorly here. This is an example of how then we can do specific emitter-specific attribution to damages. Here's some key challenges, and I'll stop here after this slide. Let's just call a spade in the sense that there are some things where we have good comprehensive damage functions for certain sectors and certain climate exposures. There are many other settings, I think, where we still lack these damage functions. So our understanding of specifically the indirect effects of floods and storms, sort of the long-term effects of these extreme events, I think is pretty incomplete, and we don't have great way to do, I think, damage estimation comprehensively there. And so that's an active area of research. The other thing I want to mention is the more local you want to go on impacts, I think the less confident we're going to be in attribution. These statistical approaches, where they get their power is from pooling across a lot of different units and over time. And so they're good summary measures of what happens when you substitute a 30C day for a 20C day. But I can't tell you specifically in Palo Alto today what would have happened otherwise, right? That's a very hard thing to pin down. So these estimates are better, the sort of more general, the more spatially or temporally aggregate you want to make statements. So I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Marshall, for that. Sorry, for that presentation, very interesting presentation. We're now going to listen to the next speaker for this panel. Christy, welcome.
Thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk with you. I want to thank Dahe for the excellent presentation. And I want to start with some nuance on what he had to say. Health has an extremely long history doing attribution. Health has clear standards for causation. Those standards have been around since at least the 1960s. There's been questions from the beginning on, for example, how much of heart disease is because of cigarette smoking, because of cholesterol, because of blood pressure. And so attribution methods were worked out decades and decades ago. Those methods were brought to an IPCC meeting, a workshop that was held at the beginning of the 5th assessment cycle that developed the first guidelines for detection and attribution. And many, the climatologists, would be surprised to know that some of those attribution methods are health methods, that those were brought forward and they were added to the toolbox that you have. With that, let's move forward. Oh, I've got the clicker. And where do I point it? Over there. Okay, well, now I went too far. The figure on the left is from the IPCC. It's very important to emphasize that it's not just the hazard. And that has been implicit in the comments we've heard from Dahe, from Marshall, but it's also understanding who and what is vulnerable and what are the capacities to be able to manage exposure to whatever the hazard is. The figure on the right is just a reminder, we've got hundreds of climate-sensitive health outcomes. Another way of saying that is there's enormous opportunities for detection and attribution in this field. There's been quite an evolution, and there's an evolution going on right now in terms of health detection and attribution. The initial work focused on taking events, as Dahe talked about, where the climatologist did a detection and attribution. In this case, it was Pacific Heat Dome. Joyce, you were part of that study, I think? Yes, Joyce was part of that study that concluded the heat dome was virtually impossible without climate change. Took about a year to get the death certificates, but overall more than 440 people in the state of Washington died, excess deaths during that event, which makes then more than 440 people died over a few day period because of climate change. And there are several studies that are like that. An advance was a modeling intercomparison, taking the DNA MIP and linking that with a large data set of heat-related mortality. In this case, it was more than 700 locations in 43 countries, and determine over the last couple of decades what proportion of those deaths would be because of climate change. The answer was 37% extreme variability across the various countries that were covered, which means lots of opportunities to better understand greater and lesser vulnerability. And also it was one country for all of Africa, which really is not representative of Africa at all. So many, many opportunities in this space, but a really important first step. And the field is moving on. There was a welcome workshop last year looking at health detection and attribution methods. And one of the points that came out of that workshop that is different from Dahe's perspective is that these are collaborative efforts from the beginning, and that how you determine what event you look at requires conversations across the sectors. And so working very directly, and there's quite a few studies now out where the climatologists are working directly with health folks to determine what is the event that is of relevance. How do you define that? And so you have those discussions together at the beginning. And then you have the cycle, which I'll leave for you to look at. It was recently published by Sarah Kirkpatrick, who may present this herself a little bit later, and working out then how you go through the attribution to come out with statements. On health, a point that hasn't come up it's not just the event, it's what characteristics of the event are important. Are we looking at return period, or are we looking at intensity? And for heat waves, there's been both. And there's reasons to choose one over the other, but you need to work collaboratively, decide which approach you're going to take. I will not even begin to go through this. Hopefully Sarah will talk about this in her presentation. It's a much more complete and nuanced explanation of a process that she led to look at attribution of heat-related mortality in the 2009 Victoria heat wave. And this is, I know you're quite interested in methods, and this is a brand new paper that you can look at and get into details of these collaborative methods. This is also a paper that's relatively recent. It was based on modeling focused specifically in Switzerland, and it was used in a lawsuit in Switzerland to determine the extent to which the people who filed the lawsuit, which were older women in Switzerland, who said that they were being harmed because the government was not reducing its greenhouse gas emissions, and therefore harming them by increasing their exposure to heat waves. And you can see quite extensive analyses of the heat-related mortalities of fraction of the observed versus the counterfactual scenarios. I wanted to emphasize a point that Marshall made from health and from all of the other sectors, frankly. It's not an extreme event that determines extreme impact. That extreme impact can arise from not extreme events. And so this is a much more recent example for those of you who do not follow dengue fever. Dengue is carried by a mosquito. There's different varieties. That is 100% adapted to human environments. It'll fly a mile to bite a human over anybody else, and extremely difficult to eradicate. It's estimated there's over 300 million cases of dengue fever every year. It's the most common viral-borne, mosquito-borne disease. So it's a virus. And there's 4 varieties, so you can have this 4 times. The more times you have it, the more likely you will get dengue hemorrhagic fever, which is got a pretty high fatality rate and very unpleasant. If you just look at the figure at the bottom, there's a couple of points I want to make. The yellow shows you the average of the number of cases in the Americas over the last 5 years. 2023 was a record, and so you can see in blue the increase in the number of cases. The red was last year. And you can see the cases started much earlier than they ever have before. 2023, there was a record, as I said, a record number of cases was 4.6 million. Last year was 12.2. Separate from this, and Marshall was involved in this, was an effort to estimate the proportion of dengue due to existing climate change. It's a preprint, and I've outlined some of the countries that were highly affected last year. And so you can see 35 to 40% of dengue because of climate change. 35 to 40% of 12 million people is a lot of people. And that's an underreporting because those are only reported cases. And as I said, there's like 300 plus million cases every year. So illustrating again that the extreme impacts do not need to have the extreme events. This is likely happening because the mosquito is changing its geographic range. You saw very clearly it's changing its seasonality. And with higher temperatures, there's more mosquitoes. There tends to be higher intensity of transmission. So there's lots of opportunities in this space to start better understanding the attribution of changing weather patterns to impacts. I'm glad that Dahe brought up the burning embers, so I don't have to go through these. I want to make 2 points on this. One is that health did something different than any sector has done before, in which we also included adaptation scenarios. That's why you see there's 3 levels of adaptation. For the middle 2, which is basically SSP2, and the one on the right, which is SSP1, are capped at the temperature projections for 2100. This is expert judgment. The focus from the scientific perspective is where are those transitions? And Dahe showed the reasons for concern for the extreme weather and climate events. Those transitions were joint ventures with climatologists and people in various impact sectors to determine where the transition was. And those are fascinating discussions of where, in fact, you would see the transition, and then how do you decide where you put that transition on these figures. And finally, about 85% of the health risks of a changing climate are in children. And there are opportunities to highlight the impacts on children from the changes that are ongoing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Christy, for that presentation. So we'll now go to our third speaker for the session, Moknir. The floor is yours.
Hi, everybody. Just checking you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks. So I was asked to talk about drought impacts attribution. So that's really what I'm going to be concentrating on. And I've assumed correctly that Dahi was going to talk a lot about methodology and process. So I really want to sort of dig specifically into the drought impacts work that we're doing. Next slide, please. So within the impacts attribution sort of group at the University of Cape Town, we work on drought, looking at both river flow and water management impacts attribution, on fire weather, but with no impacts yet, health and health systems, including heat illness, and within the health system, impacts on emergency call-out frequency, for instance. And then in biodiversity and ecosystems, we're looking at mass die-off events related to acute climate events, and we have some flooding work that's in progress. So yeah, I'm going to be talking about one of the sort of many areas that we work on. Next slide, please. And I want to give 2 examples to sort of illustrate what's possible, and then to come back after the examples to talk about some of the challenges in doing this kind of work. So this is quite an old study now, came out in 2022, but we looked at the hydrological drought related to the day 0 drought in Cape Town, which was a function of, as many of you will know, 3 successive low rainfall years that essentially progressively depleted the reservoirs that supply water to Cape Town and the surrounding areas. Move on one. So what we did here is we kind of looked at 2 different types of counterfactuals. So we were interested in, obviously, the climate, factual and counterfactual, which everybody is familiar with. but we were also interested in the state of the receiving environment. So how was human, I guess, modification of the water source catchments in the catchments that were supplying water to the water resource system, how was their state, if you like, affecting the severity of the flow of the river flows during this drought period? So if you could move on one more. So this is an example of what the state of the catchments look like. This is one of the probably 7 or 8 important high elevation catchments that supply the water resource system. And the top graphic shows the catchment. There's a reservoir towards the top of the diagram that is one of the reservoirs in the system. But the red areas are areas where the catchment is degraded due to invasive alien vegetation. In this case, we have the sort of the Mediterranean climate scrubland being invaded by escaped forestry species, here mostly pine, but also wattle species. And so this catchment was approximately 20% invaded, and that really affects the water balance in the catchment because a lot more water is lost to evaporation. And then the counterfactuals we looked at in combination with the climate counterfactual was whether the catchment had been in a natural state or fully restored, and then what would happen if restoration management was not undertaken and this invasion spread to affect the whole catchment. So yeah, next section, please. So these results are a little bit complicated to explain, but we have here results from 2 of these different catchments, one of which in the present day factual is 9% invaded and the other 40% invaded. And what we show in those graphs with the uncertainty bars around them is the reduction in river flow that's attributable to different combinations of these factuals and counterfactuals. So the gray shows that when we take the anthropogenic climate change signal in the drought and we look at the current state of the catchments, we get that together, those produced a 17 to 22% flow reduction attributable to climate change. So the climate change signal in the catchments as they are today is between a 17 to 22% flow reduction over that drought period. If we then look at counterfactual, if you like, number 1, which is if the catchments had been restored, that's the green bars, then there's a reduction in the reduced flow due to climate change, because that's offset slightly by removing alien vegetation, which has high evaporation demands. And then the third and kind of worst case scenario is if the catchments became fully degraded, fully invaded, then we would have very marked kind of a double whammy of the climate change signal being exacerbated by the enhanced evaporative demand and evapotranspiration from the invaded catchment. So I think this gets a little bit to what he was talking about in his introduction. We can start to assess the effectiveness of different adaptation options, here adaptation being catchment restoration, and start to quantify that. And getting into maybe tomorrow's session a bit more, this kind of evidence is actually being used by catchment managers to motivate now for investment in catchment restoration, showing how the adaptation can actually improve water yields in these extreme drought years. Okay, next slide. Thanks. So the next example is around agricultural drought. And here we partnered with Africa Risk Capacity, which provides sovereign agricultural drought insurance to African states. And we used their risk model that they use in underwriting that insurance to estimate what the attributable increase in risk was in their risk model as a result of climate change. So next slide, next section. So this Africa Risk View model is like many of these insurance catastrophe models. It looks at the hazard or the peril, as they call it, and they then model what that means in terms of outcomes that they're interested in. And so in this model, you model both drought and its severity. And the important thing here that it's locally calibrated with agricultural experts to work out what the particular level of drought means for the crop production systems in a country. And at the same time, you look at vulnerability, so how effective the farming systems are and the number of people who are located in any particular district in a country. And from there, you can get a modeled impact in terms of number of people affected by drought in a given year. And from there, you can estimate what the response costs would be in terms of drought relief. And it's those response costs that inform the underwriting of the insurance that any country might want to take out as it's an index-based insurance that doesn't pay for the loss of income, but actually provides financial support for the national response to food insecurity driven by that drought. So just quickly, the kinds of results that you can generate, if you could just move on to the next panel. So here's a kind of classic attribution type result, which is showing what we're calling the fractional attributable human influence on two different things. One is the populations at risk, and the second is the cost of the insurance premium that the country would have to take out to underwrite the kinds of levels of insurance they had taken out in previous insurance rounds, if you like. And so what we see here, for instance, with the median values, those vertical lines, is that depending on the country, based on on about 30 to 40 years of risk modeling, when you add it, when the attributable influence from climate change can be anywhere between about 10% and 40% in terms of the population at risk today. So if without climate change, say in Malawi, there would have been a 40% reduction in population at risk. And that is magnified in terms of the cost of insurance, which are the premium that would have had to be paid for the levels of insurance that were taken out. Sometimes over 50% of that cost can be attributed to human influence on climate.
Mark,
Okay, next slide.
another minute or so, please.
Sure, should be fine. So I just want to quickly talk about challenges and note that many of these are worse or exacerbated in Africa. So maybe you can just click through for me. So the first is detection of the impact and model specificity. And so I think that's it. I can't see the long list. So it's really hard often to quantify the impact that you're looking for with the available data. Particularly for hydrological modeling, there's an issue of model specificity. So the generic gridded hydrological models that are typically used for global scale assessments are really rubbish at the catchment scale. So we do need calibrated catchment models, but they're time consuming to set up and validate. For a lot of impact modeling, the models, the biases in the climate models are really important because the impact models are usually calibrating using observational climate. So we do need to bias correct any attribution simulations. And then finally, when you're trying to get onto the sort of on the ground impacts, this issue of vulnerability that Chris mentioned, sensitivity and exposure is really important, but really hard to get data on. And so adds a real extra level of work to sort of propagate that through into an impact on the ground. Next. Something that I've noticed is that it's very rarely multi-impact model analyses. So weather attribution analyses typically will have multiple models, multiple approaches, but the impact attributions typically just take one impact model. And so we're missing a key aspect of uncertainty if we're trying to apply a probabilistic approach. And then one last slide with a few opportunities that I think are there. The first is that actually there are many potential impact models out there that we could use in impact attribution, but they've really only been used in projection of impacts rather than in an attribution sense. And I can comment on that later, but I think one of the reasons that they're not often used is that they ask much harder questions of the impacts models in terms of their accuracy, and because we can actually validate them. We should be making it easier for impact models to access the climate model attribution simulations, so that we don't each go and have to download our own data and extract it and process it each time we want to do an impact attribution. We could be automatically bias correcting climate model attribution data onto commonly used observational data sets. And then I think I've got one more, I'm not sure, can't remember. Yeah, and I think would be quite useful is to provide basic climate model performance metrics to inform the choice of climate data by climate impacts modelers. We shouldn't have to go out and do our own climate model evaluation to see which versions and which experiments are fit for purpose for a particular impact attribution piece of work that we're wanting to do. I think that's it, and I'll stop. Oh, well, we leave that last one. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mark, for the presentation. I think we will still have a Q&A session after this, which we can go deeper into some of the issues that the speakers were not able to finish on time. So just now I want to hand over to our last speaker for this panel, that is Frances Davenport.
Microphone work? Yes, okay. It feels weird to give a presentation sitting down, so I'm going to stand up here. Okay, so I'm going to talk about some topics that have already been covered, so I'll echo some things that have been said by our previous speakers, but I'm going to focus on the work that I've done related specifically to extreme precipitation and floods and linking physical changes to impacts. So when I first became interested in this work, part of what motivated me was the fact that damages from extreme events, including floods, have been increasing globally as well as in the US. And a lot of this can be explained by increases in exposure. So the fact that there's just more stuff in the way all over the place. But we were also curious whether some of this increasing trend is also a result of changes in climate. And so I think one thing to caveat here is that for this particular work, we were looking at sort of these long-term attribution of these longer-term impacts rather than single event attribution. And so some of the methods might differ between those approaches. So in this case, the approach that we took, this was work that I did in collaboration with Marshall, is really similar to the causal inference methods that Marshall talked about. So I'm not going to go into too much detail, but essentially we use historical data on repeated flood events at the monthly state level in the US. We combine the reports on damage from those events with the local precipitation. So essentially we have a statistical regression model that links the local precipitation amount to the expected damages for a particular event. And then we use these statistical controls to account for all of the other things like exposure and vulnerability that are going on and changing over time that we want to be able to isolate from the effects of climate. So this gives us, as Marshall showed many examples of, a damage function where on the x-axis we have the local precipitation in that particular month and location, and then on the y-axis we have the expected flood damages. And we can do different flexible regression models here to figure out what the shape of this curve looks like. It turns out that across these thousands of events in the US, this is a relatively linear slope when we have the log of damages on the x-axis. So we get exponential increases in expected flood damage when precipitation increases. So to look at the impacts of climate change, we can combine this model with the counterfactual. This is somewhat complicated, I think, because as I mentioned, we're looking at 30 years of flood events across the US. So we don't have specific attribution studies for all of these events. So instead, the colors on this map did not show up at all. But what we do is we look at the historical trend in precipitation. So this is a little bit different than what we might do for a formal climate change detection and attribution study for a particular event. So our counterfactual in this case is really what would the flood damages have been without the long-term changes in precipitation that have occurred? And we use a 90-year time period to look at these trends from 1928 to 2017. So the idea is that at least over this very long time period, we're capturing long-term changes, mostly independent of natural variability, but this isn't a pure climate change attribution. When we detrend, or when we remove these trends, we do account for the fact that the distribution itself could be changing. So we look at changes across different parts of the distribution. This map was going to show the 95th percentile of monthly precipitation. It's mostly green, so it's mostly been increasing, but not everywhere. And this is, again, consistent with the types of results that we get from GCMs, but this isn't a GCM-informed attribution. And the other thing I wanted to point out in this case is that our counterfactual is only looking at changes in precipitation amount. It's not taking into account changes in things like precipitation phase, so a shift from snow to rain, or changes in antecedent conditions. But what this allows us to do is calculate a counterfactual flood damage scenario if these increases over time had not occurred. So we get a figure that looks like this. This is taken from an update I did for the 5th National Climate Assessment. But essentially, in the data set of flood damages that we use, there are about 230 billion damages over this 30-year period in the US. And we find, based on this the difference between our counterfactual and what actually happened, that about a third of those are due to the increases in precipitation that occurred over this time period. And we have some uncertainty bounds on that account for both the uncertainty in the precipitation trend calculations, as well as uncertainty in our original damage function. So I want to highlight a couple of the benefits of this type of approach and opportunities, as well as some of the challenges that we're trying to address in our current research. So one of the advantages of this approach, I think, is that we need very minimal data or assumptions about exposure and vulnerability, or about the damage function. So the main data that went into this was just the historical precipitation and the reports on damage, which is great because it's very, very hard to quantify exposure and vulnerability to floods on a national scale, for example. And actually what we can use this to do, so in developing the damage function, or sort of learning the damage function from the data, we're in a way measuring the amount of vulnerability or exposure. And we can look, for example, of how that changes over time. So this just shows sort of the slope of that log linear line for different decades. So we can see, is the damage function changing? The other thing is that this is very computationally efficient. These statistical models are pretty quick, so we can apply it across large regions and to many, many different events, this 30-year time series of events across the US. And we can also test lots of model sensitivity or uncertainty. So we can look at, well, what if we started our counterfactual in different years for our precipitation trends, or what if we try to incorporate more complexity into our model? And so we can do lots of sort of robustness or sensitivity tests. One limitation, which has come up with previous speakers, is that we do have limited data on historical disasters. Part of why the analysis I showed you already was focused on the US was because we have relatively high quality data in the US at a relatively small spatial scale. This is a figure from MDAT, which is a global disaster database, showing the percent of known flood events where we know an event occurred, but we don't have any record of the damage. And in some countries, particularly in parts of Africa, for example, we're missing the direct damage reports for most of the events. So that makes it hard to extend this type of analysis to other regions. Also, the data that is available typically has high uncertainty and tends to be an underestimate of the direct damages, and of course doesn't start to account for indirect losses. Given that, though, I don't think that data limitation is the primary obstacle. I think there's still a lot more that we can learn from the data that is available. So just to finish, I wanted to mention a couple other things that I think about or that we're working on in terms of attributing flood impacts. So in the case of floods, I think that attribution of the physical event itself is still quite challenging. So I talked about changes or impacts due to changes in precipitation amount, and that's also a common focus for other flood event attribution studies, is looking at the amount of precipitation. And while that is a primary driver, there are many other factors that can determine whether or not a flood occurs or how big a flood is. And those are things, again, like the rain-snow fraction, the amount of snow melt, soil moisture, and climate change is likely affecting all of those things. And it turns out that those changes can sometimes compensate for changes in increasing precipitation. So here's a figure here from a modeling study that shows projections of both precipitation and flood risk for some catchments in Europe. And what you see, or the key point to take away from this, is that even in places where precipitation is increasing, sort of across all event magnitudes, flood risk does not necessarily increase. The largest floods tend to increase, but there's some moderate events which are more frequent and still have impacts where the magnitude decreases. And so our best knowledge is that climate change is not making all floods worse everywhere, but we have sort of a poor characterization of those differences across events and across regions. And I think that complicates the attribution of impacts quite a lot. The second thing, which has already been mentioned, is that impacts can occur from conditions that don't meet traditional meteorological definitions of extremes. So in the case of flooding, this can happen with sort of moderate high precipitation over an area with very high vulnerability, or two moderate precipitation events back to back, for example. So again, I think having the impacts then inform the types of events that we study from the physical perspective is really important and something we still need to be working on. And then the last thing I wanted to highlight is that, again, the approach I showed was really focused on sort of this larger aggregate scale where we can learn the damage function by pooling information across looking at events across large spatial areas. But the damage functions get very, very complicated on local scales, especially when you start to account for things like local infrastructure. If you have levee failure or dam failure, all these different processes that could create very nonlinear threshold behaviors and impacts, and sort of how to disentangle that, I think, becomes very complicated. Maybe to summarize this, I think there's still a lot of work to go between the impact and physical attribution communities when it comes to flooding. Thank you.
Thank you. Really, thank you so much to our speakers this morning. And now we want to open up to discussion with all our speakers. I think we have close to 28 minutes of questions and discussions. The committee has prepared a few questions, but committee members can still raise your hands in Zoom if you'd like to ask a question. And for the members of public, please, you can submit your questions on Slido. So there's a link on the chat to access Slido where you can post your questions. So just to start us off is that we've really had a very interesting discussion. So before I can start by asking questions that the committee has prepared and opening up for questions in the room and also on Zoom, is that it's been a really interesting discussion listening to the four presenters this morning on importance of observations, developing counterfactuals when you want to understand, trying to do impact attribution, importance of data access. Dai spoke about the need or sort of the complementarity of indigenous knowledge with science that is really important. And very interesting talks from Marshall and Frances on damage functions and how these are require, and really highlighting how just extremes is not from like sort of the from assets that we define meteorologically as extreme, but it could come from any type of hazards actually, depending on the different vulnerability and exposure elements that exist in the regions in which these hazards occur. And Christy, very interesting in talking about the need to have the impact community right at the start, like to understand the event, working with the sectors, the different sectors from the beginning, and also incorporating information, this detection attribution of impact information in scenario narratives for adaptation. And I think Mark touched on that as well, on really assessing effectiveness of different adaptation options in doing this kind of work. So, so just to open up this morning is the first question that the committee had prepared is that, and this could go to any of our panel members, but I could ask a quick round of response to this question, because our panelists have looked at a range of impacts using different methods. So the first question is, what are the largest challenges and limitations in the current approaches for impact attribution? For example, to what extent is data availability a limitation? What are the challenges of integrating data across assets and exposure and vulnerability, or like policy data sets? And then to what extent is the current models and tools fit for purpose? It's a very loaded question, but I think we can quickly have a round of responses from our panelists. And I think I'll just go with the order in which the presentations were made this morning. I will pick on Marshall to,
Great.
to start us off on this.
Thanks, Joyce. On the impact side, I think a key constraint, and Frances highlighted this in one of our final slides, is really on the measurement of key outcomes that we care about in locations that we care about. So we think of low-income countries as being particularly vulnerable. That is also where our data on outcomes is often poorest, and where we are least equipped to say something confidently about the magnitude of moderate events or extreme events, or take the event that you want, we're least equipped to say something, I think, quantitative and reliable on the impact of a given climate exposure. So that's a key constraint. I think there are novel approaches to try to fill some of those gaps, using satellites to measure economic activity, using sort of non-traditional data to try to make inroads on that. The defunding of the demographic and health surveys with the collapse of USAID is a huge blow in this regard. That is a key data source for understanding economic and health outcomes. Whether those will be supported by some other funder remains to be seen, but basically our data gaps are right now headed very much in the wrong direction to do this work better in many parts of the world.
Thank you. Please.
Thanks, Marshall, and I'll take a step back, which is the partnerships. I will not bore you with how many climatologists have emailed me wanting health data. You're never going to get it, ever. And just give that up, because there are data protection rules in all countries. And you have to partner, but we don't have many partnerships in this community, because it's the health people that can help you figure out access to data, but they're the ones who have to access the data. They're the ones who have to run the models. And that then goes even further back to the funders. And the funders have not really been doing that multidisciplinary funding that's critically important to establish the partnerships, so that when you update this report in however many years from now, there'll be lots of people who are working together on how to do detection and attribution. Besides the data, of course, is the issue everybody raised of developing the counterfactuals when you look at impacts. And again, that comes from the partnership and deciding how to define an event. In terms of, are the models fit for purpose? They're getting better. There's been lots of advances just over the last couple of years in developing models, and I would expect that will continue over the next several years.
Thank you. Mark?
Yeah, maybe the fit for purpose story, which I think gets a little bit back to what Dahi was talking about in his presentation. For what purpose, right? So if we're trying to just raise awareness and sort of in a non-critical manner, get some numbers on what the attributable impacts are, then some models are probably good enough to start to give you useful information. If you're going into the litigation space, then there's a much higher bar added to the evidence that you're looking at. And, you know, so if you're in a kind of a civil litigation space, maybe it's the balance of probabilities, but if you're in a criminal litigation space, it's beyond reasonable doubt. And I think everybody would agree that there are very few models out there and impact attribution studies that take us into that beyond reasonable doubt space. I'm not 100% sure, but it becomes much, much harder. So I think to go back to what I said, I think we're getting a lot of useful information out of the models that we have, but we need to be very careful about not over-interpreting them and over-analyzing them and making inferences that are not sort of substantiated by the quality of the modeling that's being done.
Thank you so much. Francis, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I agree with everything that's been said. And what I was going to add, which I think maybe builds on what Mark was saying, is sort of thinking about how the current data limitations influence the conclusion. So if our damage estimates are an underestimate of the true impact because we're missing data, what is the implication of that? And is that okay for some applications and not for others? Or if damages in certain countries like the US are better represented than other places, like if you start to make comparisons, like what conclusions do you draw because of the unequal data availability, or what are the implications of the data limitations?
Christy, do you want to come in quickly?
Nobody's raised there's an enormous opportunity to use expert judgment. And there's an enormous amount of knowledge and understanding. And I'll speak for health. I've never worked with any Ministry of Health, any Department of Health that doesn't hold amazing understanding and finding ways to bring in these qualitative methods. Dahe did talk about indigenous and local knowledge, but that also extends to sectors. I've worked with agricultural extension agents in rural parts of Africa. I would take what they think over some of the data that are available, and finding ways, again, for these partnerships to be able to reach into these places and then incorporating explicitly into the modeling this deep understanding that we're not tapping.
Thank you, Christy. That's a very important point you make. Dai, do you want to comment on this as well? Yeah.
Support everything that everyone said. As usual, I agree absolutely with everything that Chris has said. I think it's spot on there. This issue of it comes back to what Chris was saying about it. Everything needs to be a collaboration from the start. And this particularly becomes a point when you're talking about indigenous data as well. That really does need to be a partnership that's developed over years, because that's something personal.
Thank you, Dai. Thank you. I'm looking at committee members. Please, if you have any questions, I think there's one question from Tanisha on the slider. You want to ask it on the floor, Tanisha, though?
Sure, thanks, our chair. We heard earlier about damage functions. I think, Marshall, you spoke to it, and that there were some, I think you hinted at some data perhaps that maybe we could target as low-hanging fruits. Wondered if you could comment on that. So you spoke to, we have damage functions for some variables. Can you speak to what maybe some low-hanging fruits, some opportunities that we could make use of to get some more damage functions that could help us with impacts attribution? Could I just ask a couple more same time, please? I think Mark, you spoke to many potential impact models that could help us with impact attribution, and that you could say a little more on that. What if we could give you the floor to do that? And as we talk about the deficits in global damage data, I hear we're talking about partnerships and making use of expert knowledge. Wonder if there were any other recommendations for us as we try to fill that gap.
So we have a question for Marshall, and then Mark, and then I think Christy can comment on this as well. Yeah, Marshall?
Great, thanks. Yeah, the question was on what are the sort of low-hanging fruit opportunities here. I guess I'll go back to something Chris said. I think a lot of, or a corollary of what you said, a lot of the low-hanging fruit, I think, has been picked in some sense. I think a lot of the remaining work is the difficult work of partnership and working with health ministries on the health side, working with existing administrative data that, again, climate scientists, folks like myself, typically don't have direct access to, but we can partner with governments around the world to gain access to. These data are collected, they're not public, but they could be used for this purpose. Most of those, again, are not low-hanging fruit, right? They're going to require long-term investments and partnerships of the type that Chris talked about. So if I had implied that there were a lot of easy things left to do, maybe that was incorrect. I think some of the results that Francis showed on the flood damages, to me, that's an area where I think we could learn a lot more, and we could learn a lot more using existing administrative data. I think particularly there, we need to understand, often these damage estimates are the sort of short-term damages. What are the value of the houses that are destroyed? What we have seen is that these storms also have very long tails in terms of damages, decades of reduced economic productivity. And I think that is one place where we have the data to try to understand some of these impacts, and we could make reasonably rapid progress in understanding the so-called indirect costs of these storms.
Moknir?
Yeah, thanks. So I think the point I was trying to make is that both probably in operational activities, so if I think of like operational water resources management, those people use models day to day, week to week, year to year in planning their water resource systems on kind of operational through to strategic timescales. Likewise with many other fields. And then also in the climate projection space, there are many impacts models that are used in climate projections that could potentially be relatively easily applied in an attribution sense. And those models, and I think the key thing here is that these models have all been essentially calibrated and set up and validated for the specific study site where the work has happened, whether it's in an operational sense or in a projection sense. But I don't think the attribution community has connected into these other modeling communities in the same way that the climate projection community has. So I think there's a disconnect there. And so I think, to give you an example, we are trying to get to the stage where we can do maybe near real-time hydrological attribution studies in Africa. And the one route we're going is to say, well, we know that the SWOT hydrological model has been actually set up and calibrated in many African river basins. So we don't need to reinvent the wheel here. We can essentially reach out to the people who've done that and actually ask them for their model setups and calibrated models, and then work from there onwards in thinking how we use them in an attributions sort of mode, if you like. So that's the kind of point I was making, that we should try and leverage off a lot of this model development that doesn't seem to be as well connected to the attribution community as it does to other types of communities, whether it's seasonal forecasting or famine early warning or projections. Yeah.
Thank you. Christy?
We're all making implicit assumptions about what decision makers need and how that information should be presented to them. And almost all of us work with decision makers at various scales. There's not been any kind of process to go out and talk with decision makers to say what, in fact, you do need and how do you need it? What would help move policy? Of course, there's policies at every scale in every country, so that's a huge request. But thinking about setting up a process to better understand really what it is the decision makers would like to have. One thing I also think would be really important is with the growing number of detection attribution studies of finding ways to have broader scale collaborations to see, for example, with heat-related mortality, look at the detection attribution studies. I think we can get to a place where we can start evaluating the effectiveness of certain adaptation options. And that's pretty much missing in the adaptation space. People evaluate their individual options that they've promoted at a particular scale, but then does that really translate other places? And so finding ways to use the methods, again, reaching across the communities that are working on these questions to explicitly evaluate adaptation effectiveness over the last couple of decades. And then, of course, what does that imply for effectiveness going forward, where the climate's going to be completely different, and to help decision makers understand what could be said today, but really whatever we're doing today is going to be insufficient to the task.
Yeah, thanks, Christy. And I think the point that you make about evaluating adaptation effectiveness, I think the most important thing as well to consider when doing that, going in the future, is also like trends of vulnerability and exposure, like how are things going to change in the future. So it's it becomes very important when you having like different scenarios or narratives to see how the future is going to look like. And I think, just as Mark said, is that I think we haven't tapped much with like working with like the wider community on understanding what's going to happen in the future and understand what pathways are feasible and what we can do going forward. Yeah. So
just on that, there are the SSPs. Those are global scale. There's lots of efforts to downscale these, but there is an initiative that could be built on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you. James, I think you.
Yeah, thanks everyone. I was just wondering about how broadly applicable methods are across cases, because we had lots of different cases, different hazards, different regions. And then Dahi outlined the nice framework where we start with the purpose, define the event, collect observations, define a damage function. And in each of those steps, there's multiple different methods for doing so. You could empirical modeling, dynamical modeling, theoretical modeling. I just wondered, there's a finite resource of people working on this. I wondered where we could make advances that were broadly applicable, or is it true that it should be case specific?
Very good question. Who's gonna, Christy, you wanna start with this?
I'm not a climatologist, so it's easy for me to opine on this. Certainly on the side of the climatology, it looks pretty reasonable to be able to do an assessment across methods and to think about ways to bin different kinds of methods and look at the broad similarity within those bins. The impact side, of course, then is going to depend to a large extent on the sector, but not completely on the sector. That field of research is fairly limited. And so from the perspective of the committee, it may be possible to look at that and just look at the range of methods. And again, think of ways of binning those into ways that are relatively similar.
Thank you. Marshall, do you have a comment on this?
Yeah, I can add on the impact side. I think to Chris's point, it's sector specific. So in ag, there's been sort of two parallel efforts. One is on the process-based models, right? So models of actual crops and how they grow, and using those to understand, okay, you perturb inputs, what do you get on outputs? And then the statistical approaches, right? And there's been actually a ton of effort between those two communities to make these models sort of speak to each other and replicate the same set of facts on the ground. And that's been great. I think in the health sector, we don't have process-based models of the human body that we use to do these sorts of studies, right? We just don't have good models. And so we use statistics. So in that sense, I think there's pretty well-honed methodologies. And we don't, in my view, we don't need to do cross-model sort of comparisons. We sort of know what you're supposed to do if you have the right data. I think often we won't have the right data. And so there then is the role for expert judgment and other types of input that we're going to need. So to echo Chris's point, it's sector specific, but in a lot of sectors, I think we have a pretty good sense of what to do.
Yeah. Francis, some thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think, so for example, thinking about like impacts from floods. There's also been a lot of work in a process-based physical modeling standpoint to model individual events. Those models are usually not at all transferable. Like every model is calibrated to a location and they're very difficult to develop. And then there's not as much work on the sort of like causal inference statistical flood impact side. So there hasn't been, like Marshall alluded to with agriculture, there hasn't been as much like cross method validation, but I think that would be a very important and useful thing to do.
Yeah, so Francis, I think just before you put your mic down, there's one question for you, which is I think sort of relates to the answer that you just gave. And I'm going to read this. It's coming from Christina, asking, can you speak to the applicability and use of damage models determined over long time period, such as your flood damage model, to specific extreme precipitation events? And then she's also asking, are there limitations to this approach that you could describe? Yeah.
Yeah, so I think sort of there's a challenge with applying that method to look at individual events. So, I mean, I think it's still an interesting and useful exercise that we could gain some insight from, but all of the factors that affect an individual event are not captured in that damage function, for example, and the location where that event happens is going to have a slightly different damage function than what we calculate from the US as a whole, for example, or even when we can calculate those at the state level, but even within states, there's lots of heterogeneity. And so I think there's a bit of a scale limitation to that approach, at least so far.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think there's one question that I think would be important, since we're talking about methods and data and tools. I would like panelists to speak about the potential of using AI or machine learning to fill some of the data gaps that exist. Christy, you're smiling to this. Can we hear?
With everything else, it depends. And I will speak just for health. There's a huge interest because there are so many health data to using AI, but people are doing it without any understanding of the etiology. They're just letting programs run and come up with results that are absolutely jaw-dropping because they're not informed about what we understand. I will follow on directly from what Joyce said, and Joyce and Francis said, is that we think about process models differently in health. So when you say a process model, understand how the different sectors mean a process model. And for example, with vector-borne diseases, we understand the processes by which mosquitoes, ticks, sandflies change their geographic range. We have lots of data to help support those kinds of process models. They're critically important for some areas in health because the statistical models are not useful in some parts of health, particularly vector-borne diseases, because you have no evidence of absence. And that creates real challenges when you're trying to do modeling. So it's just an example that with AI, you've got to know what you're doing before you set out and start running through a series of analyses. And just doing it free form, I think, is as challenging as doing it free form for all the stuff we read about. Finding ways then to put constraints on it is going to be critically important. And like everything else, it's going to require the partnerships.
Good point. I think I would like to hear Mark's thoughts on this, working in Africa and this, considering the considerable data limitations like access and availability. Mark, what do you think about the potential of machine learning and AI in filling some of the gaps, especially in the African continent?
Thanks. I'd like to just start with a comment going back to the, I guess what I would call the empirical statistical models, the kind of things that Marshall was talking about. And I wanted to sort of pose a question that I've been thinking about, which is, if you have a model like the one Marshall mentioned that Tamer Carlton produced, where you have I think it's a mortality model, but you have kind of co-predictors, right, of, I think it's GDP or something like that. Can you then use a model like that to at least get a first order estimate in areas where you don't have data, right? So if we think of Africa, I think there were 2 countries that she had data for Africa in. But if you kind of then think about, well, what's our best estimate of mortality to observed heat events or whatever in the absence of the data, does that fit into impacts attribution? Just a question, because I think then one can start to make some interesting inferences there, and maybe that's something you guys want to discuss. On the AI side, or machine learning side, I mean, the one example I'd give in Africa is Google's flood prediction modeling, right? So they've got actually a pretty damn good flood prediction model, as I understand it, that's been, using alternative approaches, including remote sensing, and seem to be doing a better job of predicting flood inundation in Ethiopia, I think is the example they gave. So I think in Africa, maybe if you can couple it with kind of Earth observation data for particular applications, you may be able to get further than you could with traditional process-based models, for instance, especially because, we have this problem of just calibration and validation. So that's one example. And then the second part of it, I think, is around exposure. So, we have, Earth observation that can now map to, to centimeters, right? So if you could access some of those kind of things, you could actually start to measure damage before and after events in terms of infrastructure damage or households destroyed or fields that look different, cropping fields that look different before and after an event. So I think one could actually be using machine learning and particularly Earth observation to get independent or, to try and fill some of those gaps that, in some of these damage estimations. So yes and no. And then my final point is, I think, we're getting into the field where we're getting much more explainable AI or machine learning models and processes being developed. So a little bit like, the panel type data that Marshall talks about. If you can start to have AI models that do provide causal inference sort of pathways and explain why they're coming up with certain predictions, then that would probably give us more confidence in the use of such machine learning approaches. So yeah, I think there's potential, and I'm not an expert, but this is from what I see in reading some of the literature at the moment.
Thank you so much. So I think our time is up. The committee would really, really like to thank the speakers today for these very helpful presentations and discussions. So now we're going to take a lunch break, and we will reconvene here at 1 p.m. Thank you so much.
All right, welcome back, colleagues online, colleagues in the room. Thank you so much for rejoining us. So we're picking up our discussion on methods, tools, and data for attributing impacts of extreme events to climate change. In this session, we're going to have 4 additional speakers to discuss their methods and tools for extreme event impact attribution. After all 4 presentations, we're going to open up the floor to questions and discussions. Allow me to introduce the speakers we have this afternoon. We have Illinois, who is chair in Economics of Disasters and Climate Change at Victoria University of Wellington in New Zealand. Good to see you, Sir Noy. We have Park Williams, who is an associate professor in the Department of Geography at UCLA. We're expecting Saul Shang, who is a professor of global environmental policy at Dorr School of Sustainability at Stanford University, and who is also the co-director of the Climate Impact Lab. And we're also expecting Sarah Perkins Kirkpatrick, who is Professor of Climate Science in the Fenner School of Environment and Society at Australian National University. Now, each of our speakers have around 10 minutes. For those who are online joining us, we thank you for joining. Just a gentle reminder that as you listen to these presentations, you can use Slido to pose your questions, and some of these we'll be able to post to our speakers in the ensuing discussions. We're going to start with Iland Noy. So now you have the floor. Thank you so much for joining us.
Am I sharing the slides? Sorry, I don't. Yeah. I can see this. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much for having me. And I apologize, I'm sick with the flu. So I'm hoping I will be coherent enough. And I apologize for that. Can you flip the slide? Thank you. So you're probably all familiar with a version of this diagram. The argument, of course, is that extreme events, the disaster impacts of extreme events is a function of hazard, vulnerability, and exposure. And the hazard is the space where anthropogenic climate change is most influential. And that is the focus of a lot of the, that is the focus of the extreme event attribution literature. Can you flip? But if we look at the disaster itself, we know that hazard, exposure, and vulnerability lead to these damages. These damages are typically measured as mortality, morbidity, displacement, and asset damages. But these then lead to indirect losses. So declines in economic activity, potentially long-term declines in health, long-term declines in individual productivity, and so forth. And potentially these lead to very much longer-term losses in well-being, including potentially very long-term. So we have some evidence to suggest that there is potentially a loss that is associated with extreme events that it maybe last for decades, potentially even to next generations through epigenetic channels or through other channels. So potentially that we're talking about a very long stream of impacts that continue for quite a while. Next slide. But we are almost in the extreme event impact attribution literature. We are almost exclusively focused on the damages, on the immediate damages, because this is what we have good measures for. Now, what's missing here? First of all, a lot is missing already here. We have different types of morbidity. We have mental health issues that are not very well examined, but potentially are very significant because they are much more longer lasting from extreme events. Displacement is a very wide bucket to include a lot of things, from full destruction of housing that potentially means that people cannot return to their house ever, or just temporary displacement where you need to evacuate for a few days and you come back. And these numbers are almost always aggregated together as if they mean the same thing. But of course, if we are talking about well-being, and obviously what we ultimately want to measure is the impact on well-being, there's going to be significant differences. Asset damages are typically lumped together at some dollar value of the damages, but they include very different things. They could include loss to residential homes that is insured or is not insured. It could include impact on crucial infrastructure, lifeline infrastructure like electricity and water, which is obviously much more important than some other types of asset damages, right? So if it is commercial assets that don't employ a lot of people, then potentially they're a lot less important from a macroeconomic perspective. So there's a lot of things that are missing, even in the immediate damage bucket, but we have no consistent measures of indirect losses, and definitely have no inconsistent measures of loss to well-being in the longer term. So we are not measuring any of these things when we are doing these impact attribution work. Next slide, please. The other question is the data accuracy question. Having worked with climate scientists, my feeling now is that there's a lot more uncertainty in terms of the impact data than there is in the climate attribution work. There is a order of magnitude a bigger uncertainty in terms of the asset damages, for example. I don't know if you know that, but the global database for MDAT, which is the global database for disaster losses, MDAT, is basically a single woman working on a desktop computer with Google that is constantly searching for information about disaster losses. Her name is Regina, if you're interested. And this is not good enough. It's not even good enough, but even that way is under threat now because MDAT is funded by USAID. And again, I don't know if you know, but it was pulled offline for a week after USAID shut down. Eventually, they managed to sort of cobble funds together to go back online, but there is no significant guarantee that even this very basic database will continue to be available in the long term. There is another attempt to collect a more detailed database, and that's from the UNDRR office, the Desinventar database. But that is subject to governments reporting to them. And a lot of governments, including a lot of governments in very wealthy countries, don't report because they don't care that much about the UN. Including my own government, New Zealand doesn't report almost anything to the UNDRR database. So that database potentially has a lot more detail, but it's only reported for some countries and in detail, especially Latin American countries. So there is a limit to how much we know because we don't have a reliable global database, even for the direct impacts. Next slide, please. Okay, so if I do a very simple diagram, and I know it's way simpler than typically climate scientists like, we have anthropogenic climate change, which leads anthropogenic forcings, which lead to climate change and then leads to hazards. So that link A and C is basically the extreme event attribution work that actually Dahi has been doing since his paper in 2004, and a lot of other people have done. So there's more than 300 papers now that have done that kind of AC link. The impact attribution, the extreme event impact attribution, adds this E-link at the end. But I would argue that adding this E-link is a substantial there's a substantial difference when we add the E-link because now we need to think more carefully about these B, D, and F connections. So how does both anthropogenic forcing directly and D affect exposure and vulnerability? And then how does exposure and vulnerability affect the link between hazards and disaster impacts, what we typically call the damage function? Okay. Next. So what can we say about damage functions? First of all, I want to, in the extreme event attribution literature, so in the climate science attribution literature, there is basically two approaches. One measures the frequency of how the frequency of events changes, and one measures how the intensity of events changes. Now, if we look at the frequency of events, then as long as we make some assumptions about the distribution of damages across different events, and as long as we have a big enough pool of events to look at, then we don't need the damage function. We can just look at the changing frequency and assume that, say, if the fraction of attributable risk is, say, 0.2, and we have 100 events, then we can assume that 20 events are because of climate change, and therefore we can just look at the overall damages, experienced damages from these events. So that overcomes the difficulty in damage functions, in coming up with good, reliable damage functions, but it assumes a different set of assumptions. First, we can only do that for a large set of events, and B, we need to assume something about the distribution of the damages from these events. Now, the intensity measure of extreme event attribution then requires us to do damage functions. And I think when we're doing damage functions, a lot of times we tend to look for the keys where the light is rather than where the actual damage is. you know, a classic example is cyclone damages, where most of the damages from cyclones is from rainfall, not from wind, but almost always the damage function that people use for cyclones is based on wind, because we have much better measures of wind than we do of rainfall associated with cyclones. But if you look at most cyclones, this is not universally true, but for most cyclones, definitely in the US, for example, the damage is coming from the rain. It's not coming from the wind. So if we have a damage function that relies on wind speed, then it's not a reliable damage function. For flood damages, we typically rely on flood depth as a measure of damages, but we equally need to think about the speed in which the water is moving, because that determines a lot of the damages. How much debris in the water is very important as well. The more debris there is in the water, the more damage there will be. And these things are very, very difficult to model. So we end up with very difficult to produce damage functions. The other thing I would note is that it seems to me that coming up with universal damage functions is incredibly challenging, and I'm not sure that we are in any way close to coming up with universal damage functions, because I think the degree of exposure and vulnerability is so different across different jurisdictions that it would be very difficult to come up with universal damage functions. So if we are going that route, I wouldn't necessarily think that the right way to go about it is doing global models.
Well, I'm sorry, this is Jim, the timekeeper, another minute or so. You have about 3 slides, I think.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Next. Yeah, so the next thing I want to just talk about is what is the right counterfactual here. Can you flip to the next slide? So because I argue that extreme event impact attribution is fundamentally different from extreme event attribution, I think we need to think about extreme event impact attribution as a thought experiment. It's not a model of the real world, because ultimately we need to somehow deal with the fact that exposure and vulnerability are impacted by both anthropogenic forcing and by climate change. And we can't really quantify that, because our world exists because we have emitted greenhouse gases over the past 150 years. It's impossible to think about our world without those emissions. So I don't think this is something we can model, and therefore I think we need to think about extreme event impact attribution as a thought experiment, where we are holding exposure and vulnerability as constant, as ceteris paribus assumptions, and then we can just assume that we have the exposure and vulnerability that we have today, and then look at what would the world look like had we not emitted the same amount of greenhouse gases, but only in the sense that we are only tracing that ACE link, and we are completely ignoring that BDF link, but we are explicitly ignoring that, because we need to make that explicit, otherwise it's not a valid exercise. So I think that this is incredibly important, and I think a lot of the impact attribution literature is now going towards trying to model also those BDF links, and I don't think this is something that is resolvable, and therefore I think I'm afraid that the impact attribution literature is going down a wrong path. Next, please. Okay, the last thing I want to say is that we also need to think about the climate counterfactuals. What exactly is the climate counterfactual? So typically what we do in in the extreme event attribution is look at pre-industrial, say 280 parts per million of carbon dioxide. But is that really the climate counterfactual? The right counterfactual? That depends on what we want this to be. And Dahi, I know, already mentioned that we need to start with the purpose of our attribution work, and is this does that counterfactual fit the purpose that we are interested in? If we're thinking about liability, for example, and Mark mentioned that in the previous in the previous panel, then maybe potentially a different counterfactual is the right one to think about. And I'm going to end there. Thank you.
We appreciate those thoughts, Elon. Thank you so much. We will invite you back to speak again as we open up the floor for discussions. We're going to turn our attention to Park Williams. Sir Park, we're going to give you the floor and we welcome your slides and your thoughts.
Okay, thanks very much for the invitation to participate in this. It's a very interesting day. Could you go to the next slide, please? So my task is to talk about wildfire and the extreme event and impact attributions related to fire. And this is, in my mind, an interesting but complicated task because fire itself is an extreme event that is also an impact. An extreme fire is generally the impact of an extreme climate event, or more likely a number of extreme climate events. And then from the fire are spawned a number of downstream impacts. And these are just a few examples here. And fire itself is very difficult to model accurately, and then the ability to accurately model the downstream impacts from fire is, of course, another kind of another job entirely in terms of complexity and difficulty. But in thinking about fire, I think it's helpful to think about fire as the really result of 4 switches being on at the same time. And if one of these switches is not on, then that will very likely cause the ability of the other switches being on to be nullified. And so the first thing you need for fire is an abundance of fuel. You need that fuel to be not only abundant, but connected across space in order to drive or allow for large fires. That fuel needs to be dry enough to burn, so we call that aridity. You need a spark, of course, and then generally you need some fire weather as well. We can think of that as some strong winds or strong dry winds. And so in here, I'm trying to illustrate the complexity in the job of simulating fire. And if we want to understand how a changing climate is affecting fire, I think it's really important to be thinking about all of these switches and not just one of them. But I think it is okay. Slide change, please. I think that there's a very strong case to be made that climate and climate trends and climate change are affecting fire. This is just an example from the Western United States. We've seen this huge increase in the annual area burned, and on the left, I'm showing a scatter plot of the logarithm of annual forest area burned in the Western US from 1984 through present against the spring through early fall vapor pressure deficit, which is driven by temperature and lack of humidity. And you can see this very strong relationship. And the log scale y-axis implies this is a strongly nonlinear relationship. And basically anything related to fire brings nonlinearities. Anything that promotes fire generally will have a nonlinear impact on fire as that thing scales up. And the reason I show this is to impress upon you the extremely high level of uncertainty and growing level of uncertainty in what is going to happen in any given year as climate becomes more conducive to large fires. And the case I'm going to make here is that I think that we're very, very, very far away from having models that can actually simulate all the dynamics of fire that we really want to be able to simulate in order to have any kind of high certainty about fire. And therefore, we're going to be working in a high uncertainty space where we have to treat fire as, to some degree, stochastic. And this has big implications for the way that we do attributions. Next slide. So we do have fantastic, very high resolution, high complexity, mechanistic fire models at our disposal. The WRF fire model, the WRF fire model, for example, and this related model, the Kaufi model. I don't know how that's pronounced. These are very impressive high-tech models that can simulate many of the actual dynamics that go into simulating fire, but nonetheless, they don't simulate everything. There's parameterization and in a climate change attribution type exercise where we want to know what would a fire have looked like under a different climate, I think what ends up being essential is the ability to run many simulations, a large ensemble of simulations that account for the high degree of internal variability that a fire is going to have and create for itself. And then it's only through the comparison of large ensembles of the possibilities under the current climate versus a counterfactual climate that we can make determinations about the effect of human-caused climate change on a given fire event. And these models, while they are great, they're just too computationally expensive in my experience to think that we can run large ensembles of simulations. Next slide. And so instead, what we end up seeing in the field of fire attribution work is really just climate change attribution type work, where we will look at the climate conditions that appeared to be particularly conducive to a given event, and then look to see how those types of climate conditions were impacted by human-caused climate change. And we just have this big caveat that there were other things that also were critical to the fire event that may have not been related to human-caused climate change. And so there are destined to be many caveats when it comes to climate change attribution studies as they relate to fire. And even in one source of these caveats is that even something like fuel moisture is inherently not a climate variable, but instead a variable that has filtered a climate process through vegetation, through an ecosystem. And therefore, even a climate change attribution study that focuses on fuel moisture is inherently going to have a lot of caveats because of the need to consider fuel moisture. And that's very complicated, as I'll just get into in a second. Next slide. So here I'm just going to list or go through a few of the big caveats or limitations to, as I see them, for what is currently kind of the mainstream climate change attribution type of exercise as it relates to fire. Thinking about the recent Los Angeles fires, I have been a member of a couple of teams that have tried to look at how the climate extremes or human-caused climate change affected the extremely warm and dry conditions that caused fuels to be very dry. But it's also important to keep in mind or to recognize that fuels were abnormally abundant in going into these fires on the heels of 2 very wet years. And so a proper climate change attribution of the Los Angeles fires would consider not just the dryness of the fuels caused by warm and dry atmospheric extremes, but also the high abundance of fuels caused by antecedent wet conditions. And those antecedent wet conditions were then filtered through ecosystem processes to determine how much of what type of fuel was available. Even the simulation of fuel moisture has a lot of caveats. There are, of course, different types of vegetation. Some vegetation is live, some types of vegetation is dead. Some types of vegetation have shallow roots, other vegetation types have deep roots. And so taking climate data and turning that into an estimate of fuel moisture is very complicated business and should be part of a proper climate change attribution exercise. But that type of approach will inherently have very wide range of caveats. And then the fourth switch for extreme fire activity is oftentimes extreme wind events, and extreme wind events are very heterogeneous in space. And so if we want to understand how climate change promoted an extreme wind event, this is obviously full of caveats, as we probably wouldn't expect a climate model with 1 degree spatial resolution to accurately simulate the way that Santa Ana winds are funneled through the mountain passes in the area behind Los Angeles. Next slide. And then ignitions are highly uncertain. Many fires are caused by lightning, which is a climate process. The big fires in 2020 in California, most of them were lightning caused. what is the effect of human-caused climate change on ignitions, I think, is very highly uncertain and maybe a long ways off from having confidence in that. And then humans cause fires by lighting them. They also attempt to suppress essentially all fires. And so ultimately, the way that extreme fire event played out or even was caused is strongly related to humans. And so how do we factor that into a climate change attribution exercise? There's not an easy, straightforward answer. Next slide.
Mark, another minute or two.
Okay, great. I think I'll just wrap up here then. So what do we need to move forward? I think that so many of us are working on fire modeling. I talked about some modeling earlier where highly complex mechanistic fire models are great at simulating individual fires, but we need to be able to simulate individual fires in large ensembles where we account for the inherently stochastic or uncertain nature about how fire responds to all the number of things of interacting variables that are affecting it. And so we need fire models that have the right blend of mechanism and parameterization in order to allow for large ensembles. What is the right blend? I think that 10 of us will come up with 10 different answers. And so we need 10 different models or 100 different models so that we can run large ensembles and have ensembles of large ensembles themselves. We need to continue to collect high quality fire data and high quality wind data to parameterize the models. We need high quality climate data overall, but wind data is especially problematic, I would say. Related to something that was talked about in the last talk, we need high quality, high resolution, counterfactual climate data. Fires are caused in part by extreme climate events. And so what would an extreme climate event have looked like without human-caused climate change? I don't think the answer to that is as simple as just mining the CMIP6 pre-industrial simulations for what climate would be like in a pre-industrial climate, because many models are probably not simulating the extreme events in a way that we would find all that accurate. We need to be able to simulate vegetation and fuel dynamics, and that requires actually having good wall-to-wall observational data sets on vegetation, specifically vegetation variables that are relevant to fire, such as above-ground biomass and ladder fuels. This is something that's becoming increasingly available now, but it's been a huge limitation up to this point and is still. And I have a couple more things there, but for time's sake, I'm just going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Park. We appreciate those thoughts. And again, you're echoing some of the issues coming up in the discussions, the need for those large simulations, the importance of understanding processes, looking at the counterfactuals that we're working with. We appreciate those thoughts, and we'll come back again in those discussions. We have Saul Shang online. Saul, you have the floor.
Great, thanks for having me. So this is, I'll speak about this from a perspective of the sort of statistical work that I've done with several colleagues and sort of how we think about extreme event impact attribution. So in not thinking so much about just like attributing the extreme events, but how do we think about attributing the impact of those events on society or the economy. So next slide. And this isn't like a particularly new problem. I think that for many folks who are like in this domain, like how you do this is viewed as sort of largely solved. It's just a matter of doing it more often. So this is a picture just sort of showing both sort of like the forward and the reverse version of this question that I think folks in the room are interested in. In panel A, what you have is you sort of have some climate variable. It's got some probability distribution. And in panel B, you have time going downward, actually, but a sequence of events where different realizations are being drawn from that probability distribution in panel A. And then usually we think of something in panel C, we call like a dose response function that describes a mapping from that weather variable to some sort of social outcome, which is on the y-axis. And if you have that function, and if you know what that function is, then you can do a mapping of any type of an event into panel D, which is like generating a time series of some sort of social or economic outcome, which then can be aggregated into a distribution in panel E. So, in most of my work, what we're doing is we're observing sort of the time series in panel D and in panel B and trying to use statistics to pull out the mathematical object that's in panel C. So that's what is sort of the hard part in a lot of contexts. But once you have that object, it's relatively straightforward to sort of run the process forward to generate different types of simulations. And so you can see, like, if you took the pink climate 2, and you ran it through the model, you get a different outcome. Now, one aspect of this that has been the focus of a lot of research over the last decade is in panel C, you see that there's sort of two functions, two dose response functions. One is pink, one is blue. And that's reflecting the idea that societies respond to information about the climate that they face. And so they might like adapt or change their behavior in some way that would alter how the environment maps onto their particular outcomes. And so it's kind of incumbent on the researcher to think about modeling that, understanding those dynamics. And so when the climate shifts, you want to account both for the distribution of the physical environment that changes in panel A, as well as the societal response that's captured in panel C to get those distributions in panel E. When you get those distributions in panel E, like that's basically the attribution study, right? You can look at how the distribution of outcomes changed in one world versus another. And that's a very flexible model. You can do that for sort of the historical climate. You can do it for the current climate in different locations, or you can do it in, two versions of the climate going forward into the future. So if you change the slide to the next slide, please. You can, so, sorry, I'm just getting some feedback. This is a picture just demonstrating how the dynamics of what you see in the data can generate very different distributions in terms of thinking about what those two counterfactuals are. So if you look down sort of the middle column, sort of starting at E at the top, you can think of there being like a weather impulse. So say it's like a hurricane that hits in panel E at some moment in time. There's different ways that society could respond. So F, G, and H going down vertically are showing different sort of characteristic dose response, impulse response functions. So that's like a signal processing way of thinking about how does society respond. Those have different features. They have different shapes in terms of whether or not they return to sort of the baseline or whether they rebound above the baseline or they permanently shift. And the reason that matters from an empirical standpoint is because when you simulate like a climate, like in panel I or J, now thinking about pink and blue climates again, you get very different types of outcomes, looking now in K, L, and M, depending on the nature of what that impulse response looks like. And so in panel K, you see two distributions that are, on the very, very far to the right, that are largely centered but slightly shifted in the same location, whereas the distribution 2 is wider. In the middle one, you just see widening and there's no shifting occurring. And in the very bottom in panel M, you see like two very well separated distributions that are not overlapping at all. And so this is sort of why the sort of statistical study of what's going on in the characteristic response in the middle column really matters in terms of how you sort of forward simulate and do an attribution of what the n-line distributions would look like. Next panel. So this is just sort of showing you one example, a very recent paper of ours that came out looking at all-cause mortality within the United States in response to tropical cyclones and hurricanes that strike the United States. And so this is looking at a very long time series of data, a lot of observations. We won't get into too many of the details of how this is executed, but basically what this is showing is that time 0 is when a tropical cyclone hits a state in the United States. And then what you see is an increase in sort of cumulative all-cause mortality over the next like 10 years or so, 10 to 15 years, after which it sort of like tops out at 172 months. And so what this is exactly one of those impulse response functions. You see it sort of shift outward, and then there's not really a quick rebound, although in theory, we sort of think it probably must drop below 0 if we were able to sort of continue the time series all the way to the right. What you can do is you take this object, and then if you click the next one, the first exercise you can do before you think about climate change at all, can you change the slide, please? Is to just ask the question, what is the current climate doing to us today, right? So we actually live in a climate where society is embedded in this climate, and it's actually sometimes hard just to think about what the burden of that climate is. So if you take that sort of response that I was just showing you, the impulse response function, modify it a bunch to account for age and income and adaptation and things. And then you look at the history of hurricanes that have struck the United States. So that's in panel A, measured using the metric that we're using to quantify these things. And then you simulate all of the responses to each one of those storms and add them on top of one another. You get panel B. So panel B is really kind of the flow of additional mortality that has been experienced over time as the United States is sort of trying to respond to all these hurricanes that are constantly hitting it. So like think of it like a bell that's ringing, right? It's getting hit in panel A over and over, and B is sort of the profile of all of the sound that's coming off that bell, sort of overlapping and overlaid. And the upper envelope of it, the black line at the top, is kind of like the total volume at any moment. Like the height of that line is how many people are dying in every single month as a result of all historical hurricanes that have occurred in the current climate regime. Okay, and so this is just a way to quantify what the climate in panel A is doing to society in panel B. In the next slide, please. This is a slightly different problem. Instead of thinking about the historical climate alone, you can think what happens from climate change. And so there's a famous paper by Kelly et al. In PNAS 10 years ago that was saying, well, look, there was a drought in Syria just before the outbreak of the civil war, and they were doing an attribution study of that particular drought. And so what this is a figure from their paper in panel A, sort of looking at rainfall across an ensemble. And I'm sure we would have lots of comments on how they did it back then. But what they were doing, and I think people have thought through very carefully, is sort of the effect of anthropogenic climate change on making that particular drought of that intensity so much more likely. Okay. Now, my sort of gentle critique of that paper is that then that led to the conclusion that because anthropogenic climate change made that drought much more likely, it was being assigned as having a large role in triggering the Syrian civil war. So if you click the next slide, we've actually sort of revisited that question and asked whether we would come to the same conclusion, sort of how we work with these statistical models. And I think the answer is like aligned, but a little bit more nuanced. And so I think what's really important in these cases is when you look at particular events, like a specific event like a war, we're always talking in probabilities. And so what the panel on the left, panel A, is showing is a red line that comes from the literature. It comes from a meta-analysis of lots of conflicts. So there's been lots of critiques about it, but it's a number, it's a slope that describes how standardized effects, changes in rainfall, seem to map onto large-scale intergroup conflict. And then on sort of as you move to the right, what we're mapping out for you is that the total drought was more than 2 standard deviations out from the historical record, okay? And so if you were to take that full mapping all the way out to the right and then go up the red line, what you would see is that at the total drought level, sort of the excess risk of conflict that you would have expected looking at that drought was like 8.5% above baseline. But importantly, not all of that drought was caused by anthropogenic climate change. So only like 1 standard deviation coming out of the Kelly et al. Study suggests 1 standard deviation can be attributed to anthropogenic forcing. So what you would want to do is if you were to ask how much did human-caused climate change contribute to the drought, you would go to that blue dashed line and you'd look at where it intersects the red sloped line, and that's roughly like a 4% increase in risk. And so what that's saying is if I was standing in 2009 placing a bet on whether or not Syria was going to have a civil war the next year, I would want, and had this information about this drought, I would increase my assessment of that probability by 4% based on sort of existing research, okay? Now, so we're able to do those types of calculations. We just don't always do them a lot, or we don't necessarily do them as carefully as like I would like us to. And important, that number itself is not even like just 4%, it's a whole distribution. So panel B is sort of saying these are the distributions of risk given the uncertainty in all of the numbers that went into calculating this. So it ranges from like 1 to 10%. Say. Okay, last slide. So the point I want to end with is just to say, like, you know, our existing statistical models, we sort of, I think we know what we're doing in a lot of contexts. We can attribute the change in the probability of a distribution of social outcomes to a climate. So that's like what I showed you with the hurricanes. We can also attribute a change in the probability of a specific outcome. So like the Syrian conflict, we can say this was some percent more likely or some shift in the distribution. The thing we do have to be very careful about, which I see happen in the popular press and in scientific publications quite a bit still, is we cannot say something about a specific outcome being changed with any level of certainty. So for example, we should not be saying things like climate change made the US poorer by X dollars. Like we don't know that. We aren't really able to infer that with any existing machinery. Similarly, like a storm might come through and it causes damage. We are unable to say that climate change made the damages greater by 10%. There's always going to be some statistical element to that. And I think to emphasize, I think what happens is we get very, very careful about the attribution on the physical climate side. But then once we have these dose response functions, we tend to just like map those impacts through them very fast and then just report the outcomes immediately. And I think that that can lead to overconfidence in our statements to the point that I think people would be pretty upset if it was in a different context. So here's the example that's not written on a slide, but I think helps bring it home. Imagine that someone does a study and they do a regression and they find that male doctors, I don't know if this is true, I just made it up, but male doctors are more likely to have malpractice, like make a mistake during a surgery, okay, than female doctors, okay? So that's a statistical relationship. Someone ran a regression, they published that paper, that's taken as fact. Okay. Now you have an injury, you go to the hospital, and you are assigned a male doctor. Okay. Has that male doctor like had malpractice on you in your specific outcome? No, they have not, right? But what we often do is if like you get the treatment, you get a hurricane, we map it through these response functions, we assume that the subsequent regression can be immediately applied with certainty. But if we were to do that in our real lives, I think we would all be very upset. And so what happens is if you get assigned a male doctor, yes, your risk maybe, if you were to, again, like gamble on the outcome, would be that you might have a higher likelihood of malpractice based on that prior study. But it would be wrong to just like multiply the results of that previous study and suddenly say, oh, before even like surgery happened, like I'm about to, receive some amount of malpractice from this doctor. Like we wouldn't be okay with that. So I think it's important to just realize that there are symmetries and sort of this is different than climate attribution. It's climate attribution plus another step where we need some probabilities. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Saul. We appreciate your thoughts. We're going to move to Sarah Perkins Kirkpatrick. We're going to share your slide, Sarah, and over to you.
Great. Thank you very much for having me today. Sorry, it's a very early morning here in Australia and my kids are just getting ready for school, hence the company. Next slide, please. Okay, so I just wanted to give a brief overview about who I am and what I do, as I don't really know most people on this panel. I'm a climate scientist. I have a lot of experience working in extreme heat events, and I have some experience looking at the detection attribution of heat waves over Australia. And I've actually now started looking at the health impacts of heat waves. So not just from an attribution standpoint, but in terms of their livability and survivability over different parts of the world. I have had some experience doing attribution of the health impacts of heat extremes, which I'll get to later on in this talk. Next slide, please. Okay, so firstly, I just wanted to start off by saying, and I think this is quite clear from the speakers who have already presented today, that impact attribution is at its core an interdisciplinary field. From the way I've approached it is as a climate scientist, so using climate model data, using climate observations, and then combining them with what we know about how humans may be affected by extreme heat, for example, and how we can estimate damage functions or transfer functions from those understandings. There's been a few other studies that have used similar methods, and there have been studies that have tried to incorporate both human health data and climate model and physical climate data to understand future changes of extreme heat events as well. Some of these studies have been really groundbreaking, but at times there is information that is lost or data that is perhaps not used correctly. So we need to make sure that we work closely. It's not just the impacts people's role, it's not just the climate scientist's role. We need to work very closely together in order to do any sort of impact attribution properly. Next slide, please. Okay, so a couple of years ago, I wrote a paper with a few colleagues, some of which have been presenting during this panel and panel prior, looking at how we can better attribute the impacts of a specific extreme event to climate change. And there has been in recent past a lot of popularity around the fraction of attributable risk method, which you've heard about today. Now, this particular method has been very useful, but it's important to remember that it's appropriate for looking at a class of events. So this is basically looking at anything above the dotted line in this figure. In this particular figure, this came from a study about a decade ago that was looking at the change in mortality rates based on an epidemiological model over the city of Paris. And the red line is those death rates in a world with climate change, so climate models that had climate change incorporated. And the blue line, those deaths when in climate model simulations where basically climate change didn't exist. And you can see there's been an increase in the frequency of certain mortality events. But when we use the fraction of attributable risk method, it's basically just focusing on everything in that light orange square there. It's not for a specific event, so not a specific death rate, such as 34 deaths per 100,000, but anything above that particular threshold. Next slide, please. So instead of kind of focusing on fraction of attributable risk, we came up with a different approach. It's not actually all that different in the sense that it's underpinned by exactly the same data, but more about looking at how we can shift our understanding of what happens for the return period and also the magnitude of the event itself. So looking at this figure again, it's the same figure, but basically showing that how the return period of a death rate of 34 deaths per 100,000 changes between the two lots of climate model simulations, and also the amount of deaths that are associated with the return period in the factual world. So basically in the counterfactual world, the death rate is with the same return period is 34 deaths. So we can see that is 30 deaths. So we can see that there's an increase of 4 deaths per 100,000 with that same return period because of human influence on the climate system. However, the waiting time of that particular mortality rate has reduced by 130 years because of anthropogenic influence of the climate. So in some ways, this comes down to framing, but also how we interrogate the data itself. And in this case, I would argue that FAR is not appropriate when actually looking at a specific mortality event. Next slide, please. So in this particular study, I won't take you through everything in this figure, that's not the point. But in this particular study, we demonstrated this with 2 different case studies. One was on New Zealand rainfall and financial damage associated with the cyclone. And the next was mortality over London, which I'll get to in a moment. What I want you to get out of the next 2 slides is simply the different processes and the data that we looked at. So you can see there's 3 columns. There's processing the climate model data, estimating the impact, and the attribution of the event and the class of events. Okay, they all have similar steps, this study and the next example, in terms of the factual and counterfactual model simulations, how we estimated the impact, and this comes down to a transfer function or a damage function. In this case, it was already predefined in the literature, and then how we attribute both the event itself and the impact to climate change. So I just wanted to state, I'd actually make this clear beforehand, that we need to attribute the event itself, the causal weather event, separately to that of the impact itself. It's not, even with something like temperature extremes and mortality impacts, it's not a 1-for-1 relationship. They do need to be separated out. We can't just fit the anthropogenic signal of the weather event to that of the impact. Next slide, please. So once again, this is just reiterating that the steps and the types of data that we looked at. Again, we use climate model data to estimate the factual and counterfactual simulations. To this, we fitted the transfer function, which again was for London heat and mortality was an epidemiological model. Where necessary, the climate model data was bias corrected and interpolated and was also evaluated. So we knew that the data was fit for purpose. And we then, bootstrapped our samples to get a measure of the uncertainty around the attribution signals, and then performed our analysis separately for both the causal event and the impact itself. Next slide, please. So lastly, we fitted this to an actual event that occurred over Australia about 15 years ago. This to date is our worst heat wave on record and killed the most people that we know of. And once again, you can see those steps are the same. And I wanted to really highlight that this is an interdisciplinary process. So we got modeling, we got the heat and mortality data. This is something that we did specifically for this study. It hadn't been done before. We processed the climate data and fitted built an epidemiological model and fitted it to the observations. Once again, used climate model simulations that were factual and counterfactual, so with and without climate change. Calculated the return periods and the change in the magnitude of this particular mortality event, and then performed the event attribution separately to that of the causal event. Something that I really wanted to point out here that came clear in this study was how sensitive these sorts of attribution studies could potentially be to how we actually estimate the impact. So it was reported when this event occurred that 374 Australians died in 1 week alone because of the heat. But once we fitted the epidemiological model, we got a number that was a fraction of that. It was something like 31. Now, there are reasons for this. This is because we only looked at extreme heat mortality. So basically the mortality associated with the top 5% of days only during the heat wave, which ended up only being a couple of days. And also it wasn't all-cause mortality. It was, the epidemiological model pulls out deaths that are apparently associated with the temperature alone. But there are many different ways to look at mortality and even morbidity impacts. We can also look at physiological limits and physiological effects, look at different subgroups dependent on different underlying health issues. It could be done a number of ways. As a climate scientist, we know that there's uncertainty in the methods that we use with the model data. In this particular study, we tried to account for that by using multiple different climate models, which seems to be a standard practice now in climate attribution, but it's not really something we had the resources to do in terms of the impact itself. But it certainly was an eye-opener to me, coming from a climate scientist point of view, that just how sensitive the methods can be when looking at the impact itself. Next slide, please. Okay, so as I've just kind of described here already, the attributable mortality figure in the event that we attributed was a lot lower than the deaths that were reported. And this is something we spent a long time on trying to understand. But in saying this, we need an impact function or a transfer function, damage function, whatever you want to call it, to model the expected deaths or the impacts from the climate model simulations, the heat waves in those climate model simulations. So we need that statistical relationship between the temperature and the expected deaths. And this is not something that you can necessarily do easily with something like all-cause mortality. So this is where we rely, at least currently, on those epidemiological methods. And that they've been calculated correctly and fit for purpose for the studies that we're looking at. This is not an easy task. I need to make this extremely clear. This study in particular took years to kind of pull together just because of its interdisciplinary nature and making sure we at least understood each other's methods enough to understand things like uncertainty and different influences on the results that we actually got. So this is something that I find impact attribution incredibly interesting. As Ilan said, it's also a bit of a thought experiment. I do agree with that view as well. I don't think we're really at a stage where we can do this operationally or even with a lot of confidence for certain types of extreme events and their impacts, but it is definitely worth pursuing so long as we can fund and foster those deep interdisciplinary collaborations that we need to do this properly. Next slide, please. So something that I think this is my last slide. I will finish on this. What we do need to do to make sure that we can do impact attribution appropriately is use multiple approaches. So I said my last study looked at multiple climate models. This study would have been strengthened further if we looked at multiple ways of estimating the impact. Also multiple tools. Climate models, probably just not one way we can do this. There's other ways we can do it too. So we need to make sure we include this further. Something that I've been advocating for recently, not just in impact attribution, but in climate attribution on extreme events, is steering away from quantitative data and hard numbers. I know the media loves this, but it's something that we need to be wary of. Rather, I really think we should be pouring resources into the multiple methods, multiple approaches, and multiple tools, so we can then come up with a qualitative statement that is based on sound, robust, and comprehensive data. which could be used or incorporated into something like the dial or some sort of clear statements like the IPCC statements that we see here on the right. Next slide, please. Oh, and then, sorry, I've got 4 more points. So these are just, I guess, the golden rules of attribution that I've kind of thought of while I've been conducting these sorts of studies. So firstly, the attribution of the causal weather event and the impact should always be separated. We can't just fit that of the event to the impact. It doesn't work like that, even for something that seems linear, like mortality associated with temperature. The fraction of attributable risk is for a class of events. Even in the terms of impact setting, it's never for a specific event. There may be reasons why you want to use the FAR approach to look at a class of impacts. That's a different story. Obviously, it's fine there. But looking at a specific event, like the mortality of a heat wave over Australia, for example, it's not appropriate for that specific event. We need to have an appropriate damage function. That's very crucial. We need to make sure that's fine, and we need to, investigate the uncertainties around this as well. And just like when we do attribution in climate science, it's all about the framing of the event and how we defined it. We need to also be very clear, just as clear, maybe even more as clear as when we're talking about the impact and how we define that impact and measure it too. It can all be incredibly nuanced. And with that, I'll leave my presentation there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah, and we appreciate the sacrifice to join us.
That's all right.
All right.
I do apologize for all the noise.
Oh man, we appreciate it. Welcome. All right, colleagues, we're going to open up the floor. Those online, remember, we invite you to use Slido to pose your questions, and we'll take some of those questions. We want to start off. We noticed that all colleagues, and we thank you so much, spoke to some of the limitations in the approaches that you're using. We wondered if you wanted to give some more thoughts, share some more thoughts with the committee on the constraints that these limitations place on the use of the information by stakeholders. So as you consider the limitations that you have already articulated, what might be some of the constraints then on the use of the information by stakeholders? Forgive me, there's a part B to this. What kinds of investment do you think would be needed to overcome these challenges? It could be investments, it could be interventions that you think are important to overcome the constraints on the use of the information by stakeholders. And would you identify any priority for us to move the discipline forward? It's a mouthful. You can tackle it at any angle you want to. So let's open up the floor. Elon, while I give my colleagues some time to think, let me start with you. Any thoughts on those perspectives?
Yeah, and this is related to Sarah's point about being a bit reluctant to use quantitative conclusions from these impact attribution events. I respectfully disagree a bit with Sarah about this. I think the world is awash with false data, and we just need to present the best data that we can, acknowledge that it's imperfect, and put it out there, because imperfect data is better than false data. And I think, and as Sarah said, the media is only going to report you if you are going to put some numbers. If you do these diagrams with, ambers or whatever, then they're not going to do it. And if ultimately what we want to do is have an impact in the world, I think we need to play that game. Now, we need to be responsible and only present data that we're comfortable with, that this is the best data that we can produce. But data is any conclusions we get will always have caveats, will always be imperfect. So I think we shouldn't be reluctant to wade into the public discourse about these issues, just because our data is imperfect. And yeah, that's my point.
Appreciate, Elon. Opening up to other colleagues. Park, I don't know if you want to go ahead on any of those questions. We're thinking about users engaging with the information, considering the limitations that you know exist in the methodology. What kind of investments or interventions do you think could overcome some of these challenges? and what might be opportunities for us to move forward. All right.
Yeah, fire presents, I think, some really unique and interesting challenges in this regard, where I think at this point with climate change attribution work as it relates to fire, we're forced to the big caveat that we need to be upfront about is that we essentially need to assume that the world would have been the same in all other ways except for the climate change. And with fire, and I think that's probably not specific to fire, but with fire, it's really important because one thing that, or two things that have been changing alongside climate are fuels and population, and the way that we interact with fires as igniters of fires and fighters of fires. And because fire models have to be parameterized so heavily based on observations, it makes it very difficult to have any confidence at all simulating fire under a full counterfactual. Where vegetation is what it would have been in a pre-industrial climate, which we don't have direct observations of, or where humans wouldn't have been fighting fires as they were during the entire period of observations that we use to calibrate our model. And so some of these are kind of helpless. We're not going to suddenly get an observational record of fire in a pre-industrial world, although paleo data can help. But as I was saying, the biggest low-hanging fruit, I think, is publicly available wall-to-wall maps of the vegetation variables that we care most about for fire modeling. This is something that has not existed up to this point. It's becoming available very soon for the Western US, but overall, the data exists on the planet. They just haven't been pulled together. And the products haven't been created to make globally useful maps of fuels, of kind of nuanced fuels variables. I'll leave it at that.
Maybe if I can just piggyback on that point, I think well, I think this is just a clarification. I think Park would probably agree with what I'm about to say, even though it wasn't his main message. But I want to clarify because I think there can be a sense in which this task is made to seem more difficult than it is. Park just made this point about everything else being identical in this counterfactual simulation. And I think that's actually a stronger statement than what is necessary. It would work if we did that. But what we actually need is we just need everything to be sort of statistically independent of what we're trying to look at. So there could be lots of things that change about the world that are unrelated to fires, and that's okay, as long as it's not correlated with the fire events that we're trying to study. So I think in a lot of cases, we can do attribution that is significantly stronger than the statements that some people might be comfortable making. And so I think there's a lot to be learned here from the sort of the causal inference literature that has studied these things. So for example, there's many if you think about smoking and lawsuits that were brought based on liability for smoking or asbestos, those were all statistical studies. You can't ever prove that someone died from smoking, as a specific person, as an individual, but you can talk about how much the risk was elevated and with confidence how many people in a large sample died from smoking. And that can be used to set liability or respond in a legal context. And so I think in many contexts, in many sectors, we are essentially there with a lot of climate change problems, not in all of them, but in many. And so I actually think a very important way to engage with users of this information would be some training for judges and lawyers in terms of what the state of the art actually is in the research, what can be said, what can't be said, and how confident we are in various things. Because I think there is a pretty large disconnect there. And I think we had someone from the Sabine Center this morning who was speaking. I was teaching, so I missed it. But I think that would be a good investment to sort of get everyone up to speed, because I don't think these are the tools or approaches to thinking about problems that are traditionally taught in law schools.
Thanks for those thoughts, Saul. Sarah, anything you want to weigh in on here?
Yeah, look, I think I kind of made my points somewhat clear in my talk about this. Something in Australia that we're really lacking in, and I guess this is, very centric to where I am, is the funding to do this sort of research. I attended well, actually, I don't think this is just for Australia, but I attended a workshop at Wellcome in England in September last year. And I was actually surprised to learn about how few studies have been done on attribution and health outcomes, given how topical it is. This is obviously growing, but yeah, it's no easy feat. And I can definitely speak for Australia when saying interdisciplinary funding is exceedingly hard to get, no matter how good the scientists or the projects are. I'm not sure if it's the same elsewhere in the world, but I do think there needs to be some sort of push or funding to help us better understand these methods and uncertainties around them. I agree with what Solomon said about statistical analysis and probabilities with the health impacts of smoking. And we can certainly say things that, health impacts of extreme heat have changed and increased because of climate change. I'm very comfortable with that statement. But I would like to see more research about how the uncertainty is affected by both types of methods. I don't think we have a full grasp of that, at least not yet.
Okay, thanks for that, Sarah. Just looking around the room, should there any questions be in the room? And as our colleagues consider, we have one in Slido. It's for Park. Do you think machine learning or AI can help with overcome the caveats of climate impact attribution for wildfires? For example, to model ignitions or to fill gaps of fuel availability, or downscale fire weather variables, opportunities for AI and machine learning? Thanks for that, Daniel.
Yeah, I think that there are a bunch of places in fire research where machine learning and AI are would be useful and have been useful. So fire is the result of a bunch of interacting things. When I do my own modeling, which is intentionally simple, so that we can understand the outcomes. The caveat is that the shapes of the relationships that I'm generally approximating to be the real relationships are pretty inflexible. The machine learning has the ability to identify more complex relationships than I'm capable of doing using my own mind, and so that's great. The creation of new fuels maps, I think there are big advances that are occurring now, enabled specifically because of machine learning, where we can take forest survey data, which is our probably highest quality data, but just at individual places, and then use drones to scale up the forest survey observations to large areas, and then use the Landsat satellite to scale up what we're learning from the drones to the scale of continents. There are many opportunities for machine learning and AI, and at the same time, I think it's important to be cautious about the unique importance or increasingly unique value of models that that a regular person can understand. And so, like, I'm working on a fire model right now and decided to not use machine learning specifically because I see simplicity as a increasingly valuable thing that at least some of us should continue to prioritize.
Thanks for that, Sir Park. All right, colleagues, we're going to turn our attention to quantifying uncertainties, and you've started speaking to this already. We wondered if you had any thoughts around capturing cascading uncertainties as you consider how your methods are quantifying uncertainty. How are you treating with capturing cascading uncertainties as you link events with impacts? I'm just going to leave that open for anyone who is brave enough to take a stab at that one.
I might just say, like, it's something that we're well aware of. I'm trying to think. It's not something that I've addressed or even attempted to address in previous work, but there's PhD student here in Australia at UNSW in Sydney, trying to do this for certain heat waves and the cascading impacts of supply chains in food. And all I can say is it's no easy feat, and there's a lot of assumptions that need to be made down the way, or different methods that we need to be used, because each step ultimately has different ways of estimating what happened at that particular step. So, that's not to say we shouldn't do it. It's, these studies need to be done to begin with to establish thought and stimulate thought around these sorts of topics. But how to do it and how to do it to, capture that cascading impact and uncertainty appropriately, I would argue that we don't know for sure how to do that yet.
Okay, thanks for that. I appreciate that, Sarah. Sol, no thoughts?
If I may, I just want to emphasize again that I think there is a lot more uncertainty, because a lot more uncertainty in the impact space than in the weather attribution space. And I think because most of the impact attribution is done by climate scientists, they focus on the uncertainty on the climate science space, but there's a order of magnitude bigger uncertainty on the impact space. We don't really have a good way of quantifying that uncertainty. So even when you use existing database of actually measured impacts, they are very flimsy. And we don't really know how to, understand what is the real impact that those events created. So I don't have an easy solution. I just want to sort of re-emphasize the point that should be our focus. And first of all, we need to fund MDOT better. We need to do national databases of disaster losses that are much better, more accurate at a smaller spatial scale. A lot of that data exists, but it's not publicly available, or it's not available for researchers. So insurance companies have a lot of data, but they are never, ever sharing that data. And, I've been arguing with the government here in New Zealand to force the insurance companies to share that data for research purposes, because it's within the public interest. That has gone nowhere. So I think there is a lot of potential data that we could use, but we don't have access to. In the earlier panel, there was discussion of health data and how difficult that data is to exist for appropriate reasons around privacy. But with the appropriate privacy procedures, I think that data should be much more accessible, so that we could use much more detailed health records. Maybe not in the US context, where the health data is so fragmented, but in a lot of other countries, there's a public, the health is public. And so there is one unitary unit that holds all this data, but is unwilling to share it. And if we could get access to that data, then we could do a lot more in terms of health impacts, for example.
Thanks for those thoughts, Elon. All right, Sol, I'm going to be giving you the floor shortly, so you can pick up your thoughts there as well. Because, Sol, we have a question for you. You can handle both at the same time. As a science communicator, the question comes in. As a science communicator, I'm struggling with your conclusion that you should not say a specific outcome changed with certainty, but rather we should be framing around probabilities and likelihoods. This seems quite limiting. Can you say more about how and when we could move beyond this? And if Christina wants to say.
Yeah, so that's a good question. I'm glad it came up again. And just to sort of address the last comments, and I think that's the purpose of the panel discussion, is that we can debate things. So I'll respectfully push back a little bit on some of the statements that I think other folks made. When we think about cascading uncertainty, I guess that can be interpreted two different ways, but you can think about sort of the sources of uncertainty in any kind of impact calculation. And that might result from, for example, uncertainty about the relationship between the environment and the outcome, or uncertainty in the effect of humans on the climate itself. And there have actually been a lot of calculations and decompositions of this, and there is no generalizable conclusion from that. I think in certain sectors, the signal to noise ratio is very high when it comes to looking at impacts. And so the actual uncertainty that comes from the statistical analysis on impacts is actually very small. And most of the uncertainty then comes from climate uncertainty. In other contexts, the reverse is true. So for example, when you look at the relationship between temperature and crime, for example, that is a very tight relationship. There's very little uncertainty there. And so in those types of calculations, most of the uncertainty comes from the climate calculation, not from the sort of econometric analysis. However, overall, when you think about things going forward into the future, it is always or nearly always the case that the majority of uncertainty comes from policy uncertainty. So regardless of the science or the sort of econometrics, the fact that we are unable to constrain what future emissions will look like drives more uncertainty than all the uncertainty in all the climate models. And I think that is underemphasized, that basically the policy process that we currently have is generating and injecting most of the uncertainty in our future. So I think that's like really important to emphasize. The other thing, just still on that point, is if you think about cascading uncertainty through like the social system. So for example, like A causes B causes C, you can try to estimate all of those pieces sequentially and then propagate that uncertainty through a model. As Sarah was pointing out, that is very, very hard to do because each one of those elements has a lot of uncertainty. So in some of the analyses, like what I showed with hurricanes and mortality, what you do instead is you just measure the outcome and you just measure the impulse, and you do not try to propagate or model everything in between. And so that's called a reduced form approach. And the benefit there is that there can be covariances in there that cancel out, and you can actually constrain the uncertainty on that relationship probably much better than you can if you try to sort of mechanically model every step in between. So sorry, those were, I think, two important points. In terms of the probabilities of individual events going forward, I think it helps to just think about events in your normal life. So for example, like you drive a car in a rainstorm and you get in a car crash. Like maybe you would have gotten in a car crash because you were on your cell phone anyway, and it had nothing to do with the rainstorm. Or maybe being on your cell phone in a rainstorm was just harder than being on your cell phone normally, right? But it's usually very hard to specify exactly what would have happened in that particular environment in the absence of the rainstorm. And so that's why we frame all of those particular events in terms of thinking about probabilities. It's much more likely that you have a car crash in a rainstorm, given all the things you do in your car, but it's very hard to pin down, with certainty. There are, of course, cases where like some particular event just like physically couldn't have happened in some counterfactual world, and so it sort of depends a little bit on how you frame it. So if the event is like, I drowned in floodwaters and there were only floodwaters in one state of the world, then of course that couldn't have happened in the counterfactual. So I think maybe in those cases you could pin it down exactly, but in most contexts, what we're seeing is a lot of the impacts go far beyond things that can be tied to sort of those like exact physical circumstance.
All right. All right. With that, then, colleagues, we're going to widen our panel discussion. Thank you so much for the thoughts you have shared so far. And we're going to invite colleagues who are here this morning. I'm going to invite Joyce to come in as we do some reflections on some of the priorities for impact attribution. You want to come in here?
I'm going to interject, and I hope if this causes anyone a problem, please let me know. But we are going to invite Joyce back up and the first panel for an overarching discussion. I'm just wondering if everyone would appreciate about a 9-minute break, and we start 9 or 10-minute break, and we start back up in 10 minutes, just to give everyone a chance to stretch, grab a cup of coffee, whatever anyone needs to do, either virtually or here. Is that okay with everybody?
Sure.
Yeah, I see a lot of thumbs up. So, okay, we'll be back in exactly 10 minutes at 1:30. So thank you all so much.
Yes. So It's been exciting 2 sessions, and we now want to welcome back all the speakers from the 2 sessions, including Dai from the first session, for a continued discussion. So we want to reflect on 12 general reflections and general discussions from all the presentations that we've had this morning. And I quickly wanted to start us off by one of the points that have been made, I think, by almost all panelists today, and it's on disciplinary integration, like sort of multidisciplinarity, transdisciplinarity, interdisciplinarity, how it's very important for impact attribution. And one first question is, how has this been for your work? I have, for example, been working with climate lawyers, and it's been very challenging for me to sort of, it's feel like there's an echo. Yeah, it's been it's taken time to sort of try to understand each other, to say like what information the lawyers require, for example, in court in terms of the evidence, like understanding sort of the evidence that comes from science, the information that comes from attribution science, to say, for example, how can I use this? How can I present this before the judges who themselves don't have the climate science understanding to sort of make sense of that evidence, to preside or to make judgment on cases. So that is just one example. But I wanted to ask you, what are some of the main challenges for disciplinary integration that enables impact attribution? Is the challenge in social, is it behavioral, is it cultural integration? Is it just the fact that we're coming from different disciplines, different training? Or is it issues of technical or data integration? Or is it just even like just institutional integration? So yeah, and I'm going to pick on Dai to start us off with this.
Okay. Yeah, this touches on, what Jim asked me as well about how to go about doing it. It's hard, definitely. I think one of the biggest challenges is that, I mean, you need to develop a relationship over time, right? And so this gets to be a bit of a catch if, for instance, that relationship breaks down because of retirement or something like that. It also puts you perhaps in a bit of a narrow, a certain view of what that field of research does. But nevertheless, you need that sort of gateway. You need that area where you can actually sit down and talk to someone and they understand what you're saying. And they can talk to you and you understand what they're saying because you both understand how to talk to each other. The communication is a two-way process, and you need to be able to express things in a way that the other person will understand and know how to do that. I think one of the biggest challenges, though, that we haven't really talked about here too much is motivation on parts of others as well. Like, there are other things in the world other than climate change, and there are various reasons that people might be doing things. And I think a lot of times there will be I think probably a misguided view that with people in other disciplines that I'll talk to, that, oh, the climate change problem, like, climate change is about the future. Why don't we care about now? Not really thinking about it that way. But others will be, I don't know, I'm Park will speak more to this, but the idea that, if you're talking about wildfire in California, they want to get the forecast, right? That's their priority. you know, maybe climate change is an interesting side thing, but they don't really have time for that. You know, the people who might be relevant, I'm hypothesizing there. And so for that particular case, but actually, you know, it needs to be a priority across everyone in the collaboration. That's it.
Yeah, thank you. Chris?
Thanks. I really appreciate your comments, Dahe. And I'll say the same thing somewhat differently. It takes certain kinds of people that all of us are very curious, and the people involved in these multidisciplinary efforts are curious, and they want to understand other sectors and are willing to put in that time to develop a shared language. And that does really take time to develop the trust, to know that each one of us can only go so far into another field. Another way of saying that is we all know people in our respective fields who have enough hubris that they don't think they need to work with somebody in another sector. We can all name names later, but we don't have to do that now. And so just finding the people who are willing to go outside their own discipline and to make an investment that may not have much short-term return. And then, of course, it depends on the funders who are willing to also go out and make the investment, knowing that this is not going to be a rapid detection and attribution study. This is an investment. But in the end, the results are much more robust, and then in the end, much more useful for a range of stakeholders. Thanks.
Yeah, I really relate to that comment, Christian. Yeah, Sarah, you wanna chime in?
Yeah, Lucky, I was just nodding very vigorously to what Chris was saying there. Language is really important. I remember when we first started talking about impact attribution years ago, I believe Dahi was even in this workshop in Australia and speaking to epidemiologists, and we didn't even, the word model meant something completely different, and we just assumed that we knew what each other was talking about. That was a real eye-opener, just, you know, how deep the language barrier can be without either side really knowing. And while it was good to see these communities come together, they, you know, they had both had interest in this. Making sure that interest is sustained and why is very challenging indeed. And I guess this is why I always come back. We just need more support and funding, or not just, but that's, I always come back to that. We need to have some sort of coordinated activity to keep that interest alive and keep that communication going. Similarly, I also had an epidemiologist try to explain that you can just estimate uncertainty from climate models with confidence intervals, which any climate scientist would know that's not exactly how we do it. There's lots of different uncertainties. So again, these language barriers are deep, they're rife, it's no one's fault, but they're there and we need to address them and we need to overcome them to make these studies be done as effectively and as robustly as we possibly can.
Yeah, thanks. Ilan?
I just want to express a frustration with my own profession, my own discipline. I'm an economist. I'm the only economist in this room. I assume even in the audience of how many ever there are, I'm probably the only economist. Economists don't seem to engage in this for various reasons, even though economics is central to this idea of impact attribution, because a lot of the impacts we talk about are economic impacts. Now, because economists are not involved in this conversation for various reasons, for example, because the kind of impact attribution studies that can be produced are not publishable in economics journals. And the only thing economists care about is publications in economic journals. For them, a publication in Science or Nature is almost immaterial for academic prestige, promotion, and so forth. So economists are not engaged in this conversation, generally speaking. Now that creates then climate scientists understandably then step into the economic field and then make very simple mistakes. So, I've seen publications, for example, they don't do inflation adjustment to the data. And if they do inflation adjustment, they don't know if they should do it with CPI or PPI. I'm sure most of you don't even know what the difference is between a CPI and a PPI. So these kind of basic things that we teach our students in sort of first year economics are not, of course, the climate scientists don't know anything about. So it's really challenging from my perspective as an economist, because my profession is largely disengaged from this discussion. And then I sort of need to, work harder in some sense with the climate scientists to make sure that my concerns as an economist are sort of being addressed. For example, inflation adjustment, appropriate inflation adjustment. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that honesty. That's what we want to hear. So, Francis, and so you and I think Marshall left, but when you're developing these damage functions, what is some of the, can you comment in the?
Or Saul, did you want to comment on any of that? I think I would agree, I guess, in terms of collaboration, mostly with what other folks have said in terms of it taking time to develop the partnerships, which I think is sometimes like an institutional thing. If it's easy to interact with other disciplines just based on how departments or whatever are structured, sometimes it's really easy if someone's down the hall, and sometimes it's hard if they're across campus or in another place. So for example, like in my case, Marshall was in the same department where I was doing my PhD, so it was very easy to work with Marshall. So I think that's one way to get collaboration across different backgrounds.
Solomon, do you want to comment on this before we can go to the next?
I agree with what everyone said. I would just say that I think, in this response, partially to what Elon was pointing out, like I think there's a couple difficulties with the field of economics, and that the culture in economics is idiosyncratic. But I would encourage people to reach out. Like, there's been a lot of change in the field over the last 5 years or so. There's an explosion of research in this domain. We just released the Handbook of the Economics of Climate Change for the first time. So there was a lot of enthusiasm to engage with the National Climate Assessment. So there's sort of this explosion of enthusiasm in economics now. And I think actually what's happening is there's a lot of people in economics that don't know what to grab onto or who to connect with, because they're like, oh, this is such an interesting problem. So I would actually encourage people to reach out to your sort of local economics department. I get a lot of weird emails from economists who are like, what climate data set should I use? Like, just really basic questions, sort of the same flavor of the CPI. So I think it's actually a good moment to connect there if people are interested in that. That said, there is also folks in the old guard who are sort of actively fighting that integration. So I was recently informed by that an entire class of graduate students at Berkeley were told, like, do not publish in science journals, like in a weird way that was like very surprisingly active in sort of pushing back against this evolution. So
yeah. I think the other question that closely ties to this, and I think most of you have sort of commented on it in your presentation, is the issue of data, the infrastructure, and sort of the methodological advances. And it's really to do with what are the research and the development priorities that are, and sort of opportunities for impact attribution in terms of data and infrastructure. And I think, Ilan, you made it very clear that MDAT, which is one woman show, is now literally struggling with funding and stuff like that. And it's not just that. I mean, if I want to do stuff in Africa and I go to MDAT, we find that they hardly report heat waves in the region at all. It's just because it's of the constraints. It's not just the constraints, but I also think it's because there's not been much effort in towards this. So we don't have like comprehensive databases that have that we can go to get impact data. This inventor, of course, the UNDRR is trying to have this, but Leland, you put it very clearly that it's really dependent on governments reporting this information. And so just want to get your thoughts on this, on what is the sort of the research and development priorities or opportunities at this particular point in time to really support the impact attribution or the field of impact attribution. Can I start with you, Ilan?
Well, I think it's kind of, you have already said it. We need to start with the data, with the impact data. To me, that's the biggest hole we have and the biggest hole we need to plug. The impact data we have is imperfect and incomplete. And it's, as you said, it's dramatically incomplete in sub-Saharan Africa. But not only. South Asia, for example, heat waves, pretty much according to MDAT, no one dies from heat waves in South Asia, which is clearly untrue. So, but that, you know, Regina doesn't have, you know, the resources to do this. She's only there with her desktop and that's it, right? So it's not MDAT's fault that they don't have this. It's a more global failure. And now, to be quite honest, we are now living in a situation where, you know, the National Academies of Sciences just came out with a letter saying the funding in the US is being cut dramatically for science in general. The same is true for international aid, which supports a lot of this science in other countries. So we are living in an environment where funding is becoming more restricted rather than less restricted. So I'm not hopeful in the immediate future. So maybe the lowest hanging fruit is the data that does exist need to be more, we need to work on getting it more publicly available or at least available to researchers under privacy considerations and so forth. Because in a lot of places there is data that's available, and that's probably the lowest hanging fruit we can push for.
Yeah, and I think, as I think, Christy, you want to comment on this? I think what you say, Ilan, is that there are data that exist in national databases, for example, or local databases. But I think it's the argument to share these data or is what is lacking. And I think it'd be nice to get thoughts on this. How can we make this happen? Insurers have, the insurance company might have some of this data, but I think the sharing is the problem. And we see that across many regions where these data sharing policies that are very prohibitive in the sense that so these data exist, but some of this data exist in different databases, but it's just the sharing that is difficult. Christy?
I think it's important to change the narrative. So an observation from someone who's not a climatologist is climatologists always start with what you don't know. They don't start with what we do know. And there's an opportunity to create more demand for this product. And by talking more with stakeholders and showing that if we can show you X and find out, as I said before, what is it that they need? How do they need it presented? And knowing that there'll be uptake of it, then creates the demand for the work that needs to be done. We don't need to start with, we've got problems with data, we've got problems with models. That can be solved when there's the interest. And as part of, we get an opportunity, part of your proposal is I've got some methods development that I'll talk about down here on page 6, because we know you're not going to get that far. But let me talk about what I can do for you and how that can make a difference. And we're coming up to the AR7. There's going to be a huge demand on detection and attribution. I have two corollaries with that. One is we talked a little bit about the qualitative approaches. There is very little consensus about how to use qualitative methods. I think that's a real opportunity right now to think about those qualitative methods and how to take this formal process and think about pulling that in. because in Africa, there's just immense opportunities to be able to do that. And then, of course, thinking about how then we all work together on helping develop the methods and do better sharing of, we share through publications. The publications get to us, but they don't get to the decision makers. How else should we be sharing these kinds of results? And again, demonstrating the value for taking tough decisions. And then finally, a couple of times, Dahe and I both mentioned burning embers. That is a detection attribution method. And when there's a 2-page, if you haven't looked in Working Group 2, there's a 2-page spread of burning embers in the summary for policymakers. And the hours we spent getting those figures through approval, I would say at least 2/3 of the questions were, how come they're not burning embers for my region, for my area of interest? Tons of questions on why are they not burning embers for the small island developing states, right? There's lots of questions about why there's not more of these. And the more that this community understands the process of developing the burning embers, the more they're produced, that's going to be taken straight up into the summary for policymakers. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. Really appreciate the thoughts. Anyone else? Di, do you have a comment? And that's on priorities, and you're muted, Di.
Sorry, yes, let's go to Sarah first.
Just as I was taking a sip of coffee. Yeah, so I just wanted to like agree with what Chris was saying, but also something that I found incredibly useful was that workshop at Welcome last year that actively brought these communities together. Yes, we came up, you know, the idea of what we were doing there was the best practice guide, but sitting in the same room, I think made it so much more progress than reading each other's publications in isolation, because we could debate methods. It's, you know, these conversations are far easier to hold in person. Assumptions can be made when reading papers that you don't even realize you're making yourself. Yep. I know that's hard. People don't like to travel these days, money, etc. But, you know, coming together as a unified community, there's so much, it's invaluable, I think, to develop these sorts of methods further.
Thank you, Sarah.
Wondered if anybody wants to speak to anybody who is missing from the conversation that you think we ought to be including as we think about these interdisciplinary approaches. Anyone missing?
I think Di wanted to come first before that. Do you want to come?
Sure. Yeah, I was just thinking, I mean, one of the situations we face, I know I work at an organization that's fully owned by the government, but is actually private. So we have to make a profit on everything we do. And so there's a big kind of tension between the fact that this is public data that really we should be making public, and the fact that we're actually mandated to make profit out of that data. And this is becoming more acute with machine learning, where basically data is gold. It's the new gold, the new oil, right? And so what that actually means for data availability, there's a bit of a concern that we might be going into heading this age we've been in, where data is becoming more publicly available, even the climate sciences, might actually start kind of going the other way. And I think we need to be thinking about that a little bit.
Thank you. Chris?
One of the next steps for this community is bringing in people who work specifically on vulnerabilities. There's been a lot of progress made on the health side in terms of the health impacts and looking at the detection attribution in partnership with climatologists, but we haven't brought in people who can speak about the effectiveness of different heat wave early warning systems, who can bring in aging populations and how do you take aging populations into account, particularly for heat, because they're at much higher risk. And so having more collaboration with people who work on the vulnerability, the adaptation side, then can increase the specificity of the conclusions.
And I think just to add to that, Christy, I think it sort of supports the comment that Elon and Sarah made about building counterfactuals. And this is really just allow me to ask this quickly before we can. I think we still have some time, but the questions that Tanisha would like to ask. But I just wanted to quickly ask the panelists about building counterfactuals. I think Sarah and Elon say that this is a thought process, and I think it's really just asking about how have you approached this in the sort of studies that you've done, papers you've done. I know, Sarah, you've been using epidemiological models to sort of feed in the counterfactuals and factual simulations for models, and sort of try to understand that sort of the additional sort of do that impact attribution. But what was the idea there with like trying to understand what would be a counterfactual in an impact world, and Elon as well. So just I think I just want to understand, like, how have you been trying to build these counterfactuals, and how can we improve on this? Yeah.
Yes, so look, how we did it, I don't think there's a right way to do this, but again, coming from the climate background, we used counterfactual physical climate model simulations. So these are basically climate model simulations where we just don't put climate change in them. They're just what the world would have been like without human emissions. But when we were looking at extreme heat events, we used the thresholds that we used in the factual world, so the world with climate change. And this way, yes, there were obviously less heat waves because it was a cooler world, so therefore those thresholds were exceeded less often and to less intensity in some cases. But the big assumption there was the epidemiological response, which can only be estimated from the factual world, from actual observations, not from the climate model simulations, would also hold up in the counterfactual world. We don't know that, and we have no real way of testing that. So that is an assumption there. What we wanted to do was have just, a huge sample of heat waves and estimated mortality. We wanted to have, I don't know, confidence, robustness. I don't even really know how to word it properly, but we wanted to have a huge sample that way. And that was the way we thought we could do it. Again, it's probably very flawed, and there's likely other ways to do it too. But yeah, estimating counterfactuals in any sort of attribution, there's assumptions made, there's issues. We've known about it in extreme event attribution for some time, but I guess we just do the best we can.
Yeah.
If I may.
Yeah.
So in the counterfactuals, I want to distinguish between the counterfactuals on exposure and vulnerability and the counterfactuals on the climate. So on the climate, we need to decide whether the appropriate benchmark is the pre-industrial climate, or, for example, for reliability reasons, it might be a different one. For the exposure and vulnerability, I would argue, because I conceived this as a thought experiment, I think the counterfactual is the actual world we live in today. So the counterfactual and the factual are the same in terms of exposure and vulnerability, with one caveat. If we want to do, as Christy suggested, we want to look at adaptation measures and the potential impact of adaptation measures in lessening the impact of climate change through these extreme weather events. So we can think of hypothetical counterfactual exposures and vulnerabilities that come out of adaptation measures. So, can we, I don't know, for heat waves, can we create shelters for the elderly where they have access to better cooling during heat waves, and therefore reduce the vulnerability of the elderly to heat waves and so forth. And then we can play around with different counterfactuals on vulnerability and exposure. And that creates that leads us in from this extreme event impact attribution to sort of the feasibility of adaptation to deal with these extreme event impact attributable impacts. And I think that's where that community hasn't gone yet much, but I think that's possibly the next stage of the evolution here, to try and start to play around with exposure and vulnerability as a proxy for adaptation.
Yeah, thank you. I think I struggle a little bit to understand that, and I get your point, Ilan. It sounds like it's more of like looking at the future. So it's no longer the present, the way like Dai was talking about, like attribution is like sort of the present. So because if you're building that counterfactual and you're looking at adaptation interventions or strategies and saying, if you have this intervention, so you're building different counterfactuals based on different adaptation interventions, sort of means it's something that we're going to try and look at. It's more of the future narrative other than what has happened in the past. Because with climate simulations, you're sort of understanding without climate change, this was the world that we would consider as counterfactual. And with the current warming, this is the world that is factual. So it's like more of different way of looking at it. Yeah, Christy, comment on that?
Just if I can comment on that.
Yeah, can
that,
you?
Yeah. So I'm not thinking about the future. I'm thinking about, because I view this as a thought experiment. So this is an imagined present. The imagined present is, what would the impact of this event be today had we done some kind of adaptation?
Oh, I see.
Right?
Yeah.
So, had we implemented what, say, France did after the 2003 event, have they implemented that already in 2003, what would have been the impact of that event? That's maybe a project for Dahi to do, given his involvement in the 2003 event. But that's the way I'm thinking about it, not yet about the future, although we can also adapt this to do some kind of future simulations.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification. Yeah.
I was just going to give an example that's specific to what you just said, Ilan. There is quite a good understanding that planting trees reduces temperatures in neighborhoods. And a paper was published from IS Global looking around Europe. Europe is aiming for 30% tree coverage in all communities. And so there's an analysis that says, in fact, if that had been achieved, then mortality would have been this much lower. And so that goes directly to what you're saying, Ilan. And I think there's literature out there, but it's not coming into the detection and attribution literature, but thinking about how to pose those questions and then going out and see what kind of analyses are relevant.
Yeah, so I'd like to open up to committee members. Any questions in the room, please? Yes, James.
Yeah, thanks everyone. I've just been thinking about scale. So it struck me, like in Park's talk about wildfire, there's so many different spatial and temporal scales through which climate change can impact an individual fire event. And then Ilan was talking about the scale of impact from direct impacts, indirect, and long-term impacts. So what is the goal of impact attribution here? Is it, what's the boundary on it? Because we could attribute everything leading up to the event and then all the impacts leading after the event. Where do we stop and what's the ultimate goal here? I guess it depends on the purpose, but I just wanted to throw it out there.
I could address that from the fire perspective.
Yep.
With fire, I think that you've just really nailed what I see as the biggest difficulty. We were just talking about counterfactuals as a thought experiment, where basically you're assuming that you're comparing us now to our ghost selves in a world where that climate change hadn't occurred. And so you can think of everything else as being the same except for the climate. But when it comes to fire, everything wouldn't be the same, because the forests that we see today, or the vegetation ecosystems that we see today, are the product of integrations of climate events that have played out over, like, on timescales of millennia to centuries to years. And so if we had not warmed since 1850, we would, even if our behavior and population growth and everything else has been the same, then we would probably see some places or many places where the vegetation ecosystems are quite different. And so we have climate setting up the vegetation ecosystems that are then the setting of the fire on the time scale of, say, let's say decades, centuries, and then you have climate dictating the moisture content of those fuels, and that's playing out on time scales of hours to months, depending on the type of fuel that we're talking about. And so at the end of the day, if we want to do climate attribution of fire events, it requires some complex modeling if we want to do it thoroughly. And so where do we set the bounds? Most commonly, it seems that we just accept the vegetation ecosystems for being what they are today, and rather than because otherwise we need to have confidence in our ability to simulate what they would be like in the counterfactual world. And we can try, but the uncertainties blow up.
Yeah, so I don't know if this entirely answers your question, but it's something I've been thinking about in terms of like the event scale versus longer time scales and how we attribute those. And so in the context of flooding, for example, the most expensive inland floods in the US are usually in the Midwest region, and they're usually not like individual extreme precipitation events. It's like a really wet season. And then the climate dynamics that lead to that are very complicated. There's a huge amount of internal variability. We don't entirely know if our climate models are capturing the response of those climate dynamics to forcing. And so some of the events that have big impacts, I think, like I still have very broad questions about how is climate change shifting those in what seem like maybe nuanced ways, but could have big effects on impacts. Or if you think about like atmospheric rivers, if we think of a single atmospheric river, maybe climate change is increasing the amount of precipitation in that particular event, but our shifts in the dynamics making it happen in a slightly different place where it could have much bigger, much smaller impacts, like these kind of subtle changes that I don't think are well characterized from the physical event perspective could be really important for the impacts. And so I think from the physical attribution, what we're most confident in terms of like extreme precipitation and flood events is taking a particular event and saying, given that this event was going to happen, how much more rainfall was there because of climate change? And we have pretty good high resolution modeling tools that allow us to answer that like very event specific question. But then on the impact side, I think it's the opposite. So some of the tools that we have are like, if all of these, like we can make these more general, not event specific statements, like more intense or wetter tropical cyclones are going to result in this much sort of general impact or an increased probability of this impact. But making the impact attribution statements on the event scale is incredibly difficult. And so I think at least the event versus overall scale is where I often struggle with, like, there's a lot of uncertainty on one side for the overall picture and a lot of uncertainty on the other side for the event scale.
That's a good question. Please.
Yeah, just as a follow-up. So what if it was possible to do from the climate side the season? And because of flooding, what you're concerned about is how much precipitation there was. And so look not just at one event, but a series of events within a period of time, because on the impact side, that would be a lot easier if it was possible to do that.
So we can look at the seasonal events, and that's something that we're working on. I think the attribution becomes more difficult for this seasonal, the extreme season, as opposed to like an extreme, like what was the probability of this happening over a 100-year period versus given that this event happened, how much bigger was it? It's just like,
I was just thinking, I live in the Pacific Northwest. We can just go with atmospheric rivers. What's the probability of the last 40 atmospheric rivers in 1 year? I'm making up the number, but it's probably close to true. And then just thinking of if it's possible to get more into the seasonal, then starting looking at the impact side, you don't have the challenges, but on your side, there would be quite significant challenges.
yeah, I think that like when GCMs become the tool that we need to do the attribution because we need like large ensembles and long time scales, I think our uncertainty in the attribution goes up a lot.
Dahe is going to answer this.
Yeah, we see ends up. Dai, you want to go fast? You're muted, Dai.
All right, I did that again. It's more to do with Park's point that you get it in hydrology as well. You know, the rivers of New Zealand, the flooding tends to occur on the coastal plains, which is also where the people live. And flood events change the rivers. They change the course of the rivers, and they change the shape of the rivers. So, you know, the baseline from which further floodings occurs. And our current, you know, the current adaptation measures for flooding in New Zealand are a litany of cases of what flooded already. So that's a historical case. So you know, we're doing a study right now looking at a particular flood, an event attribution, just looking at in isolation. But is that actually the counterfactual, or do we have to actually consider the climate aspect of the counter in through time, what led us to this point as well? I think that was very similar to what Park was saying. I was just pointing out you get it in other places as well. Something as simple, direct as hydrology.
Yeah, thank you, Dai. Solomon?
I guess I just would, I get that. I keep trying to understand why my perception of the difficulty of some of these problems is different than I think what I feel like other people are expressing. And I think that in many cases, when we're interested in attribution of impacts on society, we have statistics that translate the environment into some sort of social impact, like something that matters like temperature. And those are driven by complex phenomena that we often spend a lot of effort trying to describe and model in the physical sciences, like a heat wave, or like, so there might be a high pressure system in a particular place and we want to model that particular event. But actually from the perspective of the social system, often that's like a lot of details that are unnecessary. So a lot of times, like, we just care about the temperature. Most people look out the window and they care if it's raining or if it's hot. They don't actually care about like the underlying dynamics or the peculiarities of a particular system that's impacting their lives. And so I guess I think that once you start like looking at like a couple weeks of data or a couple months of data, you can actually start to average out a lot of the sort of nuance and detail that people are very interested in modeling in the scientific community. So I guess there's a part of me that is wondering if we're trying to model a lot of intermediate variables and processes at a granularity and resolution that is very hard, when in practice, it's not always necessary. I'll just let other people respond.
Thanks. Yeah. Yeah, those are good thoughts. And I'm sure the climate scientists in this room have, yeah, it's food for thought.
And just quickly give Hillary the floor, though we're coming to a close, colleagues.
Yeah. Well, I was just going to follow up with that. I think getting like what I was trying to say, I think is that getting the local precipitation can be very difficult. So that it might be easy to go from the precipitation to the impact, but I would say like for over long time periods where we want large ensembles, getting accurate but specific, but like high resolution local climate is difficult.
I think it can, yeah, well, I think it can be maybe rapid answers from folks, but I was kind of, in terms of thinking about recommendations going forward for research, I was, there are clear types of events and sectoral outcomes that are represented in your expertise. And we talked about disciplines that may be missing from the conversation, but I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about types of events or outcomes that you think are kind of missing right now from the conversation about impact attribution.
Are you posing a question or
Yeah. Are there particular types of events or types of impacts that are kind of missing right now?
Elon, you're nodding. Sounds like you may want to take that.
Yeah, first, just a brief response to Sol. You made a good argument why maybe a reduced form approach might be sufficient. But then we also need to explain why we observe that, right? So you had an example of hurricanes where hurricanes in the US lead to mortality 15 years after the event. We don't really understand why there would be 15 years after the event, still excessive mortality. So without a more modeling of this, the chain, the causal chain, we can't explain the reduced form. And we need to be able to explain that in order for that result, I think, to be convincing, especially to policymakers. So I think that would be an argument why we need the reduced form approach to identify the patterns, but then we need more detailed modeling of the chain of causality so that we can explain why we observe that. In terms of what's missing, I think from an economic perspective, the indirect losses are what's missing. Those indirect losses are potentially much bigger in some cases than the direct damages, but we're almost exclusively modeling the direct damages. In the extreme event impact attribution literature. In Sol's approach of reduced form, we have some more modeling of the indirect losses, but not so much in the extreme event attribution work. My claim in the extreme event attribution work is that at least the integrated assessment models, which is a different approach to Sol's, massively underestimate the impact of extreme events, the attributable impact of extreme events. And I'm not sure from Sol's argument that in his approach, we're not losing some of the impact of those extreme events, whether the averaging doesn't actually lead us to more benign results than actually we should be observing. So that basically my responses.
And with that, colleagues, we're going to wrap the session. I see the chair ready to fire us. So we want to put our hands together and thank you for that interaction. That's exactly what we needed to have happen today. And we appreciate your thoughts. Each of our committee members, each of our panelists, thank you so much for your thoughts. Let me hand to the chair before he kicks us off.
Very well said. I'd really like to thank all the speakers. As we digest this rich amount of information that we've received all day from you, I hope it's okay if the committee has additional questions or follow-up questions. We can connect with you probably via email and follow up. So thank you all very much. Also, I gave everyone a free 10 minutes earlier, so I'm going to take 6 minutes away from this break, and we'll reconvene at 30 minutes past the hour in 9 minutes. So thank you all very much, and see you for the next session very soon.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, well, welcome back, everyone. Yeah, I'm James Down from the NSF National Centre for Atmospheric Research, and I'll be moderating this final panel today. We've had a great discussion already on impact attribution, the challenges of doing the work to create impact attribution, and perhaps the greatest challenge is using it. So that's what the focus is on for this panel. And we have a great lineup of panelists representing very diverse user environments. So we'll be exploring uses, potential uses, and I'm particularly interested in frustrations with existing scientific capabilities and how impact attribution could be made more usable and used. So yeah, let's get started. So I'll go ahead and introduce our panelists, and then we'll hear 5 to 8 minute comments from each panelist, and then we'll open it up into Q&A. So first up, we're pleased to welcome Darren Bonfontaine from the California Department of Water Resources. He's the lead climate resilience engineer in hydrology and flood operations. So welcome, Darren. And then we'll hear from Michaela Krishnan from McKinsey Global Institute. So Michaela works in McKinsey's Business and Economics Research Arm, where she focuses on climate risk and transition risk, the transition to a clean energy economy. And then we'll hear from Roop Singh, who is a climate risk advisor at the Red Cross Red Crescent Climate Center, where she focuses on the integration of climate risk information and decision making. And then we're pleased to welcome Andrea Stade here from EPRI, the Electric Power Research Institute. So she's the principal technical leader in the Energy Systems and Climate Analysis Group. So welcome, Andrea. Then we'll hear from Jessica Wentz, who's a senior fellow with the Sabin Center for Climate Change Law. So she works to integrate climate science with law. And then last but not least, we have Dr. Scott St. George. So Scott is a climate and earth scientist with expertise in water security, climate change, and natural hazards. So he works as head of weather and climate research at WTW. So WTW is a global insurance broking, risk management, and advisory firm. So as you can see, a huge diversity of cases. So I'm going to be interested to see if there's any common analysis and uses or potential uses across these diverse worlds represented today. So yeah, as a reminder, please use the Slido to write your questions, and committee members online and in the room can raise their physical hands or Zoom hands, and we'll take your questions. So, okay, Darren, I'll turn it over to you for some initial thoughts. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Darren Bonfontaine with the Department of Water Resources of the state of California. I'm here presenting the work of the department and that of my colleagues, Mike Anderson, the state climatologist, and Roman Mainley, the climate action coordinator. You know, a lot of what we do in hydrology and flood operations consists of forecasting, operations, infrastructure planning, and emergency response. And so a firm understanding in the current conditions as well as future conditions is imperative to what we communicate and design. So kind of stepping through, oh, thank you. So stepping through sort of the background on this understanding, really this just illustrates what's been discussed over and over now as counterfactual scenarios, which is a new term for me, which is great to be here and learn this. Normally I would call this baseline conditions. And so I think it is, it took me a few presentations to catch on, but I'm caught up. But the issue here is our infrastructure is designed and our operations are managed for historical experience and historical operations and observed conditions. And so looking at, in this case, a statewide average of minimum temperature, you can see a rare condition in 1932 becomes, you know, anomalous in the 80s, pretty frequent in the 90s, and then common in the current era. And so understanding this condition is important for what we do in operations as well as planning. So how we look at that is important, and looking at a, you know a 30-year normal or average condition can really help describe especially what's going on with our temperature. So the yellow, or I'm sorry, the blue triangle representing the 30-year average of cluster of blue dots. Oh,
I'm in two worlds at the same time. Yeah. So very helpful. Appreciate the the assist. Or I could just do this. So looking at the early 1900s, the 30-year period, having a much lower temperature than the current conditions for 30 years, starting in 1991 up to 2020. And you'll notice here also plotting precipitation averages for those years on the y-axis. The scatter of results for observed precipitation is not showing as clear a trend, describing a lot of the issues that have already been discussed from Francis as well. So that normal is important for how we look at it, how we look at our current conditions. Obviously, if you move that 30-year average to the current climate, those anomalies stand out differently. And this is important for tools within the forecasting world that what comes to mind is the ENSO, sea surface temperature anomaly tools. You need to know what your baseline is for how you're interpreting the current conditions. So one of the products we have is, from the Office of State Climatologists, is really mapping each water year. So a lot of this is easier to do for temperature and drought. It's a little more measurable. In this example, looking at this decade from 2022 back to 2013, we're looking at ways to visualize how the water years differ and evolve over time, and really building the climatology that we need and providing the data and vocabulary around this and to offer to our research partners and to be able to spur innovation with the use of this data. And so one of these is really looking at how these trends from normal with the various parameters that do impact our water supply and how we manage flood. So the temperature in orange, precipitation in blue, and snowpack in gray. You could have dry years on the right-hand side and cold and wet on the left-hand side. And you can see the overall description of these of each individual water year, and I think I'll move on in the interest of time. But being able to visualize what this means as far as expected outcomes in the last 10 years, not a lot hitting in the normal range for any one of these factors. We're in the anomalous or even extreme conditions. And this is 2022, 2023 would add to that, especially extreme snowpack. Now, most of our innovations lie in the planning of our infrastructure and what's been done using CMIP models, GCM models, as well as the downscaled LOCA 2. And in California, we have a wide natural variability in the record, which makes it very hard to pull out the climate signal that we need to identify in order to amplify our flood conditions in design standpoint or in a planning standpoint. And so this study from Lerner really did a good job of identifying that variability by doing averaging of the various LOCA models and their outcomes of like family of the same family of models. And so that was key in us being able to isolate the internal variability from the future climate models and tighten the range of outcomes that we're expecting. One of the other tools that we want to share with you all and get more eyes on and get more people using. And in the state of California, we've worked with the partners at Cornell University to develop a weather regime stochastic weather generator. And this has two purposes. We can scale up 100 years of gridded climate data in order to develop a lookup table, essentially, of outcomes at increased increments of temperature and increases in precipitation. And so this is helping us identify the exceedance of or the likelihood of the model outcomes from the general circulation models in order to be able to give us a better feel for how rare are these future climate predictions. The other piece of this is indexing of weather regimes. And so building in this case, we've created a 1,000-year time series of recreated, almost paleo precipitation based on likely subsequent weather regime patterns. And so anyway, it's a tool that can be used, and we hope folks are interested in this, that it gets out there and gets some more uses.
Excuse me, could maybe just another minute or so?
Great.
Sorry.
Perfect. So just to our partners that we work with in the research community, this work coming out of CW3E, the Center of Western Weather and Water Extremes, they had done some indexing on the 2017 storm events using methods similar to those described here of a baseline condition using the precipitation for using a baseline and determining the change in precipitation that was used. I apologize, the time limit got my attention. Apologies. But I'll just rush through it here. So the work that they did using typical methods that were described here for determining the increases in precipitation due to climate change in 2017. Also, an expansion of this analysis that was done using AI has just been released. This is a 2025 paper by our partners at CW3E. And then a couple other pieces here. They've developed an atmospheric river landfall catalog. We want this to get a lot of use also within the scientific community, kind of describing the questions that were asked earlier in the last panel about, how many more landfall and frequency of landfall. California Climate Tracker, another one out of the Desert Research Institute. This is looking at climatologies, something similar to like the Google Earth Engine climatology work. So anyway, sorry for the stumble there, but I appreciate it.
Oh, wonderful, yeah. Thank you, Darren. Yeah, you certainly live in a challenging state climatological wise. You've got high volatility, and it makes me think if we're talking about attribution, we should also be looking at attributing force changes in variability, given that variability is so critical. Good stuff, thank you. So we'll move on now, and pleased to welcome Michaela Krishnan. Over to you. Thank you.
Hey, everybody. Wonderful to be here with all of you. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. All right. Terrific. So I don't have a presentation, but was hoping to just give some oral remarks. As James had mentioned at the start, I'm with the McKinsey Global Institute, which is the business and economics research arm of McKinsey and Company, the consulting firm. And so we do a lot of work with private sector companies that are working with climate data to ask questions related to their business. And so what I wanted to do today, I'm not by any means an impact attribution expert, but really frame up some of the needs that we are hearing from our private sector clients that we work with, and think about the role that impact attribution could help play in meeting some of the needs and the questions that we're hearing from private sector companies. And I would think about some of these remarks largely as suggestions for the types of questions that I think the field might answer in a way that's very, hopefully will be useful for that audience. And I say private sector, it's really any decision maker that's looking to use climate data to make decisions about their business, their operations, so it could equally extend to policymakers and the public sector. So if I think about why the private sector cares about the impacts of climate change, I mean, of course, there's the imperative to think about decarbonization and economic opportunity, and maybe there's a role that impact attribution can play to make the case, continue to make the case that we're seeing these events today. They're becoming increasingly more frequent, more intense, and so there's the imperative to decarbonize. I'm not really going to talk about that in my remarks. But I think the second reason why the private sector would care about the impacts of climate change is, of course, thinking about managing the risks associated with climate change, the impacts that they experience, and then think about a suitable adaptation response. So I would say, therefore, if you think about impact attribution in the context of the private sector, it's not directly the first question on their mind. It's a somewhat derivative question, but it touches on the primary thing they care about, which is how do they ensure business continuity? How do they ensure asset values continue to stay high for their facilities? How do they ensure workers don't suffer? Those are the primary questions, and impact attribution is in service of answering and helping them manage those questions and concerns. So then if you think about, companies approaching this issue and thinking about managing risks and the decision-making around adaptation, there's a pretty, at some level, fairly straightforward approach of decision-making that they follow, and I think versions of that have probably been discussed today. Analysis of this kind usually for them starts with looking at climate model data. There's, as you likely know, certainly, of course, a whole range of publicly available climate modeling data, downscale data, also an increasing host of private sector providers in the climate modeling space. But it usually starts with some understanding of climate today and climate in the future under different scenarios. Companies are, by the way, at least Fortune 500 companies are becoming fairly sophisticated in their understanding of different RCPs and emission scenarios, about thinking about temperatures and associating a whole range of hazards associated with that. That's kind of step one. Step two that they then engage with is typically laying that climate data with their footprint, so understanding assets, facilities, et cetera, and their exposure. Then using a set of damage functions to understand impacts, and those are both impacts at the direct level and the indirect level, and then thinking about a whole host of solutions and how you think about, therefore, managing those impacts. It's a pretty straightforward chain of logic. Interestingly, what we find is that most large private sector companies often have their direct first-order impacts pretty well managed, and their risks tend to be in their supply chains, their downstream customers, versus their facilities and operations. So in some ways, this all sounds quite straightforward. But there's many issues along the way, and I think this is where impact attribution can play a role. The first is when it comes to the hazard side of things, and when companies start to work with climate data, they are naturally looking for, give me the answer on the forecast on climate projections, right? And that's the first issue you encounter, which is there's massive amounts of uncertainty, some of which, we can manage, but some of which is by the very nature of the climate system. There then start to be very real questions about granularity of data. All of this, I think the part that I have continuously stuck on is there's actually very limited understanding, I believe, on what events even actually matter in the context of business decisions that need to be made. Should I care about a 1 in 100-year flood, a 1 in 200-year flood? Should I care about a drought that lasts for 2 months, a drought that lasts for 4 months? Should I care about 15 centimeters of flooding or a 1 in 100-year flood? What's the right way to ask that question? So just what constitutes an event itself, I think, there's deep uncertainty about. So if I think about the hazard space, to me, the role that impact attribution can start to play is, one, can it play a role in improving our understanding of the robustness of forward-looking climate projections? Two is, can we actually create a better understanding of where we're likely to see fundamental regime changes? And by this, I mean, anecdotally, private sector hears all the time, events are becoming more frequent and more severe. It's a very different issue for them if a 1 in 100-year event becomes a 1 in 50-year event versus a 1 in 100-year event becomes a 1 in 10-year event, a 1 in 20-year event. These lead to profoundly different adaptation responses. And so I think the role of impact attribution, not just in saying we have better projections, but actually we know we know with high certainty where there's likely to be these profound shifts in regime, I think would be really helpful because it leads again to a very different adaptation response. And then I go back to using impact attribution to actually define what constitutes an event when impacts material enough that they warrant an adaptation response. So that's on the hazard side, a few areas to think about the role of impact attribution. Then when it comes to the actual impact attribution, not hazard attribution, but impact attribution itself, I think the understanding of damage functions at a micro level is quite poor. I mean, there's a whole host of academic literature on this, but consistency, what events they're exploring, how much is subject to the space that they're, the specific location that they're looking at, how much includes adaptation, some amount of adaptation does not include adaptation. So I think really big gaps in understanding damage functions and understanding the role that adaptation can play in both modulating the damage function and frankly shifting the entire damage function curve. I don't think this is well understood at all for a whole host of hazards. And by the way, I don't think there's very, very limited understanding on what the state of adaptation at all is today. We've been doing some research on this topic, and for a limited number of hazards, largely flooding, we have a sense of this. But beyond that, I don't think how much these hazards are being modulated by some amount of adaptation that is implicit in the world, we don't understand that. So what's the role that impact attribution can play in unpacking the damage function question, the adaptation question? I think that's really, I think, very, very top of mind, and I think will only become more top of mind going forward. Maybe then the last reflection that I'll leave you all with, I talked about the hazard side, I talked about the adaptation and damage function side. I think just some broader reflections for this space is that, as somebody that's a non-climate scientist, but I have a PhD in fluid mechanics, I feel like I'm fairly proficient with these issues, but I'm engaging in these and trying to explain them to a business audience. Some of the things that we repeatedly encounter is that oftentimes climate modeling can come across as a deeply statistical exercise as opposed to a physics exercise. And the more that you can help, one could help bridge the gap to really understanding the physical understanding of the real world, because that's, I think, something that decision makers know and understand in a very intuitive sense, where statistics is hard. I think language and nomenclature around high confidence, low confidence, high likelihood, low likelihood, when we talk to a private sector audience, it just creates paralysis and uncertainty and doubt. And then finally, adaptation responses that companies make are not happening in isolation. They're happening in the context of a whole host of other issues that companies are dealing with. And so this idea that climate is often a risk multiplier, I think, is something that one talks about a lot. So I put all of these kind of general observations together, and the sense I get is that the more that we can create a better nomenclature and a language to understand what is a deeply uncertain but knowable space, if that, like, it's this simultaneous idea of uncertainty but knowledge. And I think the more we can create language and nomenclature that allows smart decision makers to engage with that and understand how to make decisions in light of that, would be enormously helpful. So I've raised more questions, I think, than provided answers, but hopefully that's helpful framing. I'll stop here.
That was wonderful. Yeah, thanks, Michaela. Lots of food for thought there. Particularly your point about flips or shifts in regimes. This morning we've been talking more about discrete events that just happen in a changing climate rather than like shifts, so like a flip from a dry to a wet regime, or even like climate tipping points, which we haven't touched upon yet. Good stuff. So I'm tracking use cases here. So we've heard from Darren, we had communication, design, spurring innovation. Michaela, you were talking about adaptation and how it could interact with the response curve, among lots of other points. So yeah, great stuff. Thank you again. So yeah, pleased to welcome Roop Singh now. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Roop Singh, and as was mentioned, I work with the Red Cross Red Crescent Climate Center, which is a climate reference center of the global humanitarian movement, the Red Cross and Red Crescent movement. And so I want to speak to a bit about the ways in which we've already been engaging with extreme event attribution and some of the potential use cases we think are maybe on the horizon. Let's see. So first, I think the place where extreme event attribution studies are probably the most used so far for us is for communication purposes. Most humanitarians recognize that the climate is changing because they're experiencing it in the extreme events that they're responding to on a daily and weekly basis. but they might only have a general sense of how it's changing. People often describe it as more extreme weather, just generally. But I think when you have particular extreme event attribution studies, it provides a more nuanced understanding of climate change. So really showing that not all extreme weather events are influenced by climate change in the same way, that the rate of change varies based on the event type and the region where it's happening. And that's really important because that's not obvious to people working in the humanitarian sector. But this information has the potential to help us prioritize where do we put our limited resources? How can we be more effective as we're starting to see more needs around the world? And obviously, it's not the only input to that decision making, but it is potentially an important input. So attribution studies make climate change tangible. When people can see a clear link between a specific event and climate change, it also reinforces that it's not just a future issue, but it's actually happening now. And even when an attribution study finds that there isn't a connection between climate change and a particular extreme weather event, it's also really important because it highlights the role of vulnerability and exposure in driving impacts. So it can be just as valuable because it points to areas where risk reduction efforts are necessary. The second area where I think extreme event attribution studies could potentially be used is in post-disaster recovery decisions. After an extreme weather event, there's this short but very critical period when there's public and political will to act. It tends to be when that will is the highest. And it creates this opportunity where we've all talked about building back better, but really incorporating climate risk into reconstruction. And you might say there's lots of other information that might be a good input to this. Long-term climate projections from the IPCC exist, but decision makers, we found, often suffer from recency bias. They're motivated to focus on events that they've experienced firsthand and that have happened in the recent past. So a prime example of this is Hurricane Sandy. There have been tons of studies that warned of storm surge risks to New York, but it wasn't until after the storm, when the storm surge was linked to climate change, that major policy shifts started to occur. Linking back to some of the things you were mentioning about impact attribution as well, one way that I think a study could be designed to inform decisions is creating, for example, a counterfactual. Let's take the example of Hurricane Katrina. We know that the levees failed in Katrina. Would we be able to create a counterfactual in which the levees were reinforced before Hurricane Katrina hit? And then could we answer questions like, would you still see the same extent of flooding? Would the same number of people be affected? And I understand that this type of modeling is still quite difficult and includes many assumptions, but for infrastructure, I think it has a lot of potential to inform decisions about what changes or what shifts could be made to reinforce infrastructure for the future climate and not just the past climate. Another key piece of information that I think can strengthen this post-disaster planning is just the change in return period. I think lots of studies already provide this. So how much is the return period change between today's climate and the past climate? Knowing that an event that used to be a 1 in 100 year event is now a 1 in 20 year event is really significant. What a lot of studies don't provide is also what is the return period in a potential future? So in a 2 degrees future, how will that return period further change? And I think that's a nice linkage that could be made that can help to sort of, link how the climate change has changed in the past to now and then going forward. That could be an important input into rebuilding efforts. And I guess the last point I'll make about this is that recovery starts essentially immediately after disaster. People want to rebuild their homes, schools, governments want to plan for infrastructure repairs. It's sort of a ticking clock. And so if we want rebuilding to be climate informed, we need to make sure that the information is available at the time scale of when decisions are made. And so there's lots of different timescales, right? So it's really making sure that if there's information available within a couple of months of that disaster happening, that's really helpful. Maybe it's not the full piece of information that we need, but it gets the ball rolling and a conversation started. And then there might be more specific analysis that needs to be done that can be added in at sort of longer term timescales. And then the last area I think is much more, it's not something that we've really explored much, it's just something that I've been thinking about. In the past decade, the humanitarian sector has increasingly relied on forecast-based action. So using weather forecasts to anticipate extreme weather events and take preventative measures. And so we've developed systems that depend on predefined thresholds, which trigger actions by humanitarian organizations when they're exceeded. But these thresholds are based on a historical climate, right? It's based on what has already happened. And so we don't necessarily think they're well tested for a future climate. And so there's a potential for them to become outdated and reduce the impacts of the early actions we want to take. So I wonder if this could be an area that could be explored as sort of stress testing some of these systems. I will leave it there, and I'm happy to take questions later on.
Yeah, great stuff. Thanks, Roop. Yeah, you've given us lots to think about there. I particularly like your example of Hurricane Katrina, where you could, change the levee height and use it as a tool to make the outcome usable in decisions. Because this morning we were talking about keeping exposure and vulnerability fixed and just allow the climate to change, but you're kind of flipping it around and making the tool more potentially usable, which is great. Good stuff. So next up, we're welcoming Andrea. Please share some thoughts.
Thank you. And yeah, I guess I've got the maybe lucky or unlucky position of coming after Michaela and Roop, who highlighted a lot of the same things that I'm going to talk about. So I will try to keep it a little bit focused on what those same ideas mean for the power system. So I know I was introduced earlier, but just as a reminder, I work for EPRI, which is a nonprofit research institute that supports the electric power industry broadly. And so we do work with utility companies. Most of our funding comes from utility companies, and we do non-biased research just to support the industry broadly. So I will also say that my work over the last several years has been more in the area of climate resilience. And so sort of, the elephant in the room is that the power system has caused climate change to quite a large degree. That is not my area of expertise. I will speak to it just a little bit, but most of where I spend my time thinking and working is in what to do about the fact that climate change is here and how to make sure that we plan our infrastructure to be able to handle climate change, maintain reliability, maintain resilience with that change that we know is here and coming. Okay, so coming into this, I spent some time thinking about how attribution even touches the electric power sector, right? Like, what are the different ways that it comes into play? What are the different ways that this information can be used? So motivation for action, context, because people are curious, justifying investments, justifying decisions. And then this accountability one is where, again, like, I'm not a lawyer. This is not my area of expertise. Really looking forward to what Jessica has to say coming up. But we'll speak to it just a little bit. So starting with sort of the motivation for action, maybe surprisingly, climate-informed planning is not yet standard practice across the industry. That is changing really quickly. But in some cases, it's changing in small ways, and that companies are forced to do a climate vulnerability assessment. Maybe forced is the wrong word. Mandated to do a climate vulnerability assessment. But that doesn't mean that they need to take climate data, forward-looking climate data, and use it in their resource planning models, their risk projections. We're doing a lot of work to change that. Companies are looking for the right information to do this. But I think attribution studies can play a large role in motivating more regulators to put these requirements in place and motivating regulators to put requirements for science-informed, best available data in power system modeling. as opposed to just, sort of, hey, tell us what your vulnerabilities are, but you don't need to act on those. And so I think that's sort of a big way, and we try to provide information around the motivation for this by doing a different type of counterfactual where climate change is here, climate change will continue to be here, but you plan with it or you plan without it. And you can look at the long-term impacts of a power system designed without thinking about forward-looking climate change versus a power system designed with forward-looking climate change. And we've heard a lot about adaptation, which is, I really appreciate. This is where I do a lot of my work. And you can see massive savings from proactive adaptation, massive savings from planning for climate change in the first place, rather than waiting to see what happens, waiting to see these events as they unfold, waiting to see the massive power outages that result from a system that was poorly planned. Okay, context and scoping. People are curious. Every time there's an extreme weather event that impacts the power system, we have utility companies coming to us just asking very simple questions of like, oh my gosh, like, was this that bad? How did this compare to, that winter 6 years ago? Like, why was the impact so much worse this time? Tell us what this means. So attribution can provide some really useful information about why it might have been different or why it might not have been different. And this also, sort of teases up the issue between event attribution and impact attribution. Impacts in the power system depend on factors well beyond the climate event themselves. They depend on the amount of demand at the time the event occurred, right? A heat wave like 100-degree temperatures at 5 a.m. is different from 100-degree temperatures at 5 p.m. It depends on the resources on your system. If you switch to having a lot of wind and solar, suddenly a low wind day means a lot more than if you didn't have a lot of wind on your system. So there's context and the assets that are in place. So anyways, yes, like I think it's important to understand the impacts, and they can be really complex to model from a power system perspective. There are also interdependencies with the power system and other infrastructure sectors. So things that may result in an impact to society could be second order from the power system if a water pump loses electricity and can't pump water, right? So there are impacts that certainly need to be captured there. So along with context scoping, right? So I think maybe Michaela or Roop mentioned that people generally want to be told what to use, right? So like people want often to plan for a worst case scenario, and there is no worst case scenario, right? I think that impact attribution can be really helpful in selecting a range of high stress events, like events that would cause stress on the power system, and they're not always the most obvious things because of some of the factors I just talked about, right? What the demand is, what the makeup of your system is. And so I think that attribution can help figure out, like, is this event our new normal? Is this something that we should be more purposefully planning for? I think there's a lot of tendency within the power system or the utility community to sort of write things off as acts of God and be like, oh my gosh, yeah, like we did terribly at managing that event, but it was an act of God. It won't happen again, so it's okay. I think that attribution is important for convincing folks that that is not a great approach. Okay, justifying investments. So, we all want to make the right decisions here, and similar to sort of what Roop was talking about needing the right information to act, everything comes down to costs and benefits, and we try to trade off costs and benefits in determining whether a really fantastic adaptation is warranted, right? Like if it's going to help you in that 1 in 1,000 year event, it's probably not worth the cost. If it's going to help you with a 1 in 50 year event, maybe we can justify making that investment. So any type of information that helps narrow down likelihoods of events is really impactful for the power system, both for this investment question, also for design standards, right? A lot of design standards are mandated and regulated based on, well, right now, based on historical climate conditions. But if we have forward-looking estimates of return periods of sort of, new normal conditions or forward-looking conditions, they can help inform new design standards for, wind loading, flood depths, temperatures, whatever else it might be. So that is, I think, a really important one that we're doing a lot of work for, and in many cases we promote this idea of probabilistic risk analysis, right? Like you should be making decisions based on your probabilistic risk analysis, and then everyone else is like, well, great, fantastic. What's the probability of that event? And that's where we sort of say, "Ooh, like ask the climate scientists, right? Like we can't give you a perfect answer." Accountability, again, this is, I think, huge for the utility industry because of historical emissions, well, I guess current emissions as well. But I think there's a real question about who's to blame for severe consequences. If we can attribute impacts properly, a lot of the blame comes down to the emitters. Again, this is not my area of expertise, but I think that this has a lot of implications for the power system. I guess sort of similar to accountability, there are also climate risk disclosure rules that are maybe coming and going. Maybe the SEC decided to bail on that this week. But notably, the SEC climate disclosure in its form that did exist last year did not mention attribution, really. It talked about extreme events, and you need to disclose whether you are exposed to extreme events, which everybody is. It did not specify that like you need to figure out whether those extreme events are going to be worsening because of climate change. So I think there is a lot of room for improvement in sort of the climate risk disclosure space as well. Okay, I have not been keeping track of my time, but I'm going to just walk through a couple of quick examples of how we try to communicate this to very much non-climate audiences, right? So these are like power system engineers often that are asking about events or the impacts of events. And we try to just put things in context quite a bit to motivate motivate the things I've just talked about. So for example, right, we can look at something like a localized heat event, and this was London in 2022, where we see like, oh, okay, we're breaking all-time records. This was above average based on our historical climatology. And you can clearly see that, right? Like we don't expect people to be climate scientists to sort of see this and understand that it was abnormal. We don't even have to say that like this was attributed to climate change, because that honestly doesn't matter very much, right? The event already happened. People need to understand what happened, understand why it was so bad for, the power system. I don't think these engineers need to know that, 40% of that was attributed to climate change. I think that comes into play in other areas. Another example of sort of providing seasonal context in a really widespread space is looking at the summer of 2023 and looking at which weather stations hit temperature records in that summer. And again, providing some context for like, nope, not everyone is seeing this terrible summer. Some folks are right around their average, but these utility companies that do see these record high temperatures, it can provide some context about what they're experiencing and what it means for that summer to, have stress to every single asset in their grid and potentially cause some issues. We can also do it for cold events, right? I think this is important for attribution as well. Some events are not going away because of a warming climate, and we still see and will likely continue to see extreme cold outbreaks in the US at least, which are extremely stressful for the power system in a lot of different ways. And again, we can sort of put this in context. This was January 2025, just a couple months ago, looking at the departure from average, showing, where it was quite a bit colder than the climatological average. And then the last one, because I am running low on time, this is looking at two different methods for calculating a 1 in 10 return level for a temperature event. Actually, I think for a location really close to here, somewhere in Orange County, and looking at sort of on the x-axis how much data you're using going back in time, showing that, yeah, if you try to calculate a 10-year event based on the last 10 or 20 years, those years have been really hot, right? Those years have been hot. You will get a different answer than if you use the entire, in this case, ERI5 climatology. Which answer is right? I don't know, right? Like perhaps you should adjust the historical data to be more in line with the current climate, but just a flag as we sort of communicate to utility companies that are trying to do the right thing, that are trying to use the best available climate data, that there are a lot of decisions you need to make about how that climate data is applied and what it means for, a design standard for a transformer of 106 degrees versus 110 degrees is quite different. I think that's my last slide, and hopefully I am on time here.
Great, thanks very much. Yeah, lots of interesting use cases there. I'm hearing a use of impact attribution is to create stories and for motivation to act, or to act on climate policy, or like you say, infrastructure design. And I think that's a running theme throughout the speakers so far, is these using it as stories and to add new ones. So tomorrow we'll be having a session on communications, so come along to that also. So Jessica, we welcome some of your thoughts now. Thank you.
All right. Should I screen share, or you guys have it uploaded there? Okay. I will just say next slide. Thank you. All right. So thank you for letting me join virtually. So I do a lot of work in collaboration with climate scientists, thinking about how scientific evidence can be used to help inform scientifically sound legal decision-making. And so for today, I'm going to focus on extreme event and impact attribution research specifically, and its role in legal decision-making. Next slide, please. All right, so there's a few different settings where attribution research can potentially inform legal decision-making very generally. First, legislative and regulatory and administrative responses to climate change are often predicated on scientific findings about climate impacts, which include extreme events. This is true when looking at things like greenhouse gas emission regulations and adaptation programs. The science serves as an important justification for government action. We also have a number of states that have enacted or are considering what are being called climate superfund bills that would impose liability on fossil fuel firms for contributions to climate change, and are seeking to recover money to cover adaptation costs at the state level. And so attribution questions are certainly sort of front and central in that context. And then in the climate litigation space, we have a lot of different claims that raise different types of attribution questions. There's lawsuits involving government obligations to regulate greenhouse gas emissions, or pursue adaptation programs, or conduct climate risk assessments. We have a growing number of lawsuits, particularly here in the US, involving claims of liability on the part of private sector firms for climate damages. And there's also some cases where governments are in a position where they're defending climate action against legal challenges, and they may rely on attribution research in much the same way they would use it in justifying a statute or a regulation related to climate change. And then, of course, there are also the loss and damage negotiations happening pursuant to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, where attribution research is also potentially relevant. Next slide, please. So there's a few ways that the research factors into legal decision-making. I think the primary role that we've seen it play in legal decisions to date is that it provides evidence of how climate change is already affecting people and communities and ecosystems. A decade or two ago, I think there were a lot of legal decision makers who had the impression that climate change was largely a future issue. Well, now we're understanding that it's something that's happening right now and affecting all of us right now. And in legal settings, sometimes the standard will be something like needing to establish that there is actual and imminent harm as opposed to speculative or hypothetical harm, and attribution research can really help with that. One thing to note about the way that extreme event attribution research factors into these decisions is typically the focus is going to be on changing trends in event classes over time, as opposed to individual discrete events. But there are some exceptions, in particular in corporate liability cases, that I'll share in a couple slides. Closely related to this first point is this point about liability and quantification of damages. So in some contexts, we have more targeted attribution questions, what I've called on this slide end-to-end attribution questions, where the question is specifically what damages can be attributed to a specific subset of emissions or emitters. And so that's a little bit different than asking what are the impacts and harms attributable to climate change in the aggregate. And then finally, people have been talking about climate impact and risk assessments and adaptation. There are a lot of lawsuits that involve predominantly government obligations related to climate impact assessment and adaptation. And in the past, the scientific evidence in this context was primarily just projections of future change in climate and impacts. But more and more, I think that attribution research is factoring into these types of analyses and providing insights on the foreseeable consequences of climate change that need to be assessed and disclosed in the context of different types of decisions. Next slide, please. So just to highlight some examples of how this plays out in courtrooms. So first, I wanted to flag this very important decision from the European Court of Human Rights last year. It's not a US case, but it's still like a really fundamentally important case from a climate litigation perspective. And in this case, the European Court of Human Rights held that governments had obligations to control greenhouse gas emissions to protect human rights. It found that the Swiss government was in breach of those obligations due to inaction on climate change. And one of the issues in the case was whether the applicants, it was an association of senior women from Switzerland, whether they could establish that they had been harmed or were at risk of harm due to climate change. And they specifically relied in their application on evidence of heat-related impacts and heat waves from climate change. And here on this slide, I've excerpted a portion of a brief that was submitted by the European Network of Human Rights Institutions that specifically went into detail about the attribution of extreme events to climate change. They discussed findings from IPCC AR6 to sort of establish like the high-level scientific findings. And then they drilled down into some more specific extreme event attribution studies dealing with heat waves. Next slide, please. They also go into detail in this brief about the attribution of heat-related health effects to climate change. And so I think that this brief is a great example of sort of how extreme event attribution research is specifically used to inform judicial analyses of harm. And this is also just a really important decision that the court did indeed find that the applicants had successfully established harm and issued this decision finding that the government had these obligations to control greenhouse gas emissions. Next slide, please. I also wanted to just share a couple examples from the corporate liability claims. Most of the corporate liability cases also focus more on like long-term events like sea level rise, but there are some cases that are very much focused on specific extreme events, however, not solely focused on any one event. So, for example, this case was filed by Multnomah County, which is located in Oregon. It's where Portland is. They experienced some of the worst damages from the 2021 Pacific Northwest heat dome. And in particular, the summer temperatures in that area are, I think, in the 70s typically. And this was a heat wave that peaked at 116 degrees Fahrenheit, which was totally unprecedented. There were 69 people who died of heat stroke, predominantly in their homes because people didn't have cooling systems. They weren't prepared for this. And so the county has filed a lawsuit against fossil fuel firms. They're alleging liability and they're seeking damages in part to cover the costs of this past event, but they're also seeking damages to cover future risks associated with climate change and specifically heat-related impacts. And they are supporting their claim with attribution research, including the two studies cited here, one which uses tree ring data to determine how anomalous this particular event was, and also included information about its attribution to climate change. And they also used a rapid attribution analysis, I think from the World Weather Attribution Project, finding that the probability of this heat wave occurring was 150 times higher in a world with climate change than it would have been without. Next slide, please. And then this is another case, municipalities of Puerto Rico versus ExxonMobil, where again, we have, in this case, a group of municipalities suing fossil fuel companies, seeking damages both for past extreme events, and in particular, the 2017 hurricane season caused extensive damages in Puerto Rico, but also they're seeking damages associated with future climate change impacts as well. And again, they have cited attribution research in their complaint to support their claims. One thing to note about these cases, these U.S. climate liability cases, none of them have yet made it to a trial. So there are sort of general scientific arguments in the complaints, but we don't yet know exactly how these scientific issues are going to play out in the courtroom. We do have a couple of cases, including a claim in Hawaii, that are sort of on the precipice of almost making it to trial. But for several years now, they've mostly been sort of caught up in pre-trial issues that are still being resolved. Next slide, please. All right, and then I just wanted to quickly give examples of these cases involving government obligations related to climate impact assessment and adaptation. A lot of the adaptation claims I've looked at focus more on long-term events like sea level rise, but there are some situations where extreme events are front and center. This has been the case in a recent string of lawsuits involving forest management decisions and the need to account for the best available science on climate change and increasing wildfire risk. And this is a very common type of litigation where plaintiffs will specifically sue federal or state agencies, arguing that they need to engage more closely with climate science, and in these cases, wildfire science specifically. And so this is one context where extreme event attribution research hasn't yet played a really big role in litigation, but certainly could do so going forward. Next slide, please. All right, I'll just wrap up with a few concluding thoughts. So as I mentioned, most decisions to date have focused on long-term trends and changes in event classes over time. This may be in part because there is typically a higher level of scientific confidence when you're sort of zooming out and looking at things at a broader temporal and geographic scale. But I think the primary reason for this is that in most cases, an individual event doesn't capture the full scope of harm because the effects of climate change are so pervasive and widespread. That being said, individual event studies, I think, are still useful and important. In some lawsuits, as we've seen, they can be a key focus. And I think they also help with sort of this narrative storytelling function by providing insights on how a particular event affected a particular place at a particular time. They sort of bring things away from the realm of the abstract and into the world of the concrete. And that's sort of one of the general points I've also made here on the slide about the general utility of extreme event attribution research, is that it shows how climate impacts are concrete and real and immediate and not hypothetical or speculative, and also can help with distinguishing true anomalies from trends caused by climate change. So as others were mentioning, it's important to know whether something's happening on like a 500-year return interval, or if it's actually going to be happening on a 50 or 10-year return interval going forward. One important point from the litigation and legal decision-making more generally is that it's often useful to have information about past and future impacts attributable to past emissions. And so for any emissions that have been released in the past, the future impacts may actually be the bulk of the damages. And a lot of cases do deal with past and future impacts. And so it's useful to have that information in attribution studies. And then finally, something I haven't been able to drill down into in this quick presentation is that I think both probabilistic and storyline approaches to extreme event and impact attribution are relevant to legal decision-making. I view these as complementary. They're not in competition because they provide insights on sort of different ways in which climate change is affecting extreme events and the effects of those extreme events. So yes, that's it for my presentation. And thank you so much for the opportunity to join all of you.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you, Jessica. And particularly appreciate all the many case studies you provided. Gives something tangible to think about. I'm also surprised that a couple of cases was seeking damages for future harm. I hadn't thought that was a possible use, so thanks for sharing. Okay, so yeah, our final perspective will be provided by Scott. So over to you, Scott.
Thank you, James, and thank you everybody for the invitation to talk briefly about the insurance industry and its interest in extreme events. So I don't have slides. I'm just going to talk through what I think is three aspects of insurance industry's interest in extreme events. So I'm going to start with number one, why the industry cares so much about extreme weather. And then number two, I'm going to discuss how the industry's approach to extreme weather has changed over the last 30 years. And then finally, I'm going to underline at least one area where we struggle to apply attribution research into our own decision making. So let me start by getting into the basic question: why does the insurance industry care about extreme weather and its causes? And I think the honest answer is extreme weather is very expensive for the industry. Insurers pay very close attention to extreme weather because of the harm it causes to policyholders, as well as the enormous financial impact it has on companies themselves. Last year, worldwide, insurers paid out something like $140 billion in claims related to natural catastrophes, and most of those catastrophes are focused on things related to weather or climate. Last year was also the fifth year in a row where losses were exceeding $100 billion. And so those kind of financial numbers focus the attention of insurers. It makes sure that extreme weather is at the top of their attention when they're trying to plan for the next year. Now, we also know that most of the major natural disasters that cause substantial insurance claims, except for earthquakes, most of those disasters that cause claims are expected to get worse with climate change or have already been amplified by climate change. And so insurers are trying to strike the right balance between the premiums they charge and the claims that they expect to incur from policy holders. And in order to do that, insurers need to understand how those perils have changed and why they've changed. Insurers don't want to be surprised by increases in risk that they didn't expect, but they also don't want to overreact and misinterpret a string of bad luck as an indication of permanent elevated risk from a specific peril or a particular place. So that's the first point. Second point is the way that insurers have approached this problem has just changed enormously over the past generation. Up until about 30 years ago, insurers tended to use past claims from a particular peril in a particular place to make an estimate of how much they should expect to pay out in claims. So they would look back in history and see how much damage that they would cover either to property or belongings from something like wildfire, and use that as a guide to set their premiums and estimate how much capital that they need to have on hand to get ready for a reasonable worst case scenario. But about 30 years ago, in 1992, Hurricane Andrew blew into South Florida and really upended the way that insurers thought about that problem. Hurricane Andrew caused a lot more damage than the industry expected. It led to claims being about 2 or 3 times what experts predicted. And so since then, the industry has really flipped its approach, and they don't rely, except in the places where they're not allowed to use these tools, they usually don't rely on past claims to anticipate their future risks. They are more likely to use these fairly sophisticated catastrophe models. These are private sector tools that combine the physics of particular hazards like tornadoes or hail or hurricanes and map that against details about building construction and information about insurance policies in order to estimate financial losses, either the probable losses, the losses that insurance companies expect to incur every year, or the possible maximum losses, what they might refer to as a bad year for the industry or for an individual company. And so where extreme event attribution comes in is the industry will use your science to inform the development of those catastrophe models, because they want to make sure that they reflect the risk as it is expressed for the coming year, but also to guide their interpretation when they have to make decisions about whether or not they can continue to use a particular data set or a particular model. They will draw on extreme weather attribution studies to make an informed decision about whether or not they need to update their model, their data, or their assumptions about how significant those losses can be. And again, insurers just don't want to be surprised by claims that are larger than expected, but they also don't want to hold on to more capital than they need to pay out that reasonable worst case scenario. And because natural catastrophes are so expensive, the number of catastrophes, their severity, and their location has a big influence on the way that insurers do their business and make plans for the future. Point number 3, and then I'll wrap things up and hand it back to you, James. I think one of the areas where insurers struggle to apply the results of extreme weather attribution is cases where the risk of a particular peril is changing rapidly, but our perspective on that risk is maybe a little bit out of date. And so I can't emphasize enough just how laser focused almost everyone in the insurance industry is on the risk of major perils for next year. People sometimes think insurers have a a longer term perspective on risk than they do. And it's true that they also make plans for the next 3 to 5 years and make plans for the capital that they need to hold. But most of the conversations we have are really focused on the risk for next year and getting ready for renewing policies or setting premiums. And so one of the tricky situations we run into when we bump into a attribution study that's focused on some aspect of extreme weather that we're interested in is possible gaps in time. If someone carries out an assessment study and it's focused on severe convective storms in the US, but maybe their data set ends in 2015, that leaves us with a 10-year gap that we have to infill with some other information or maybe our own assumptions about how that peril is changing. And so I know this is a difficult thing to ask for, since the pace of research and science often doesn't allow for assessments to be done immediately and up to the current date. But one of the things that does make it helpful for us is when we can narrow that gap between the window in time where the assessments apply to and the next year when we have to make decisions about how much risk we're exposed to. And so, James, I think I'll end it there and hand it back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. Yeah, that's an interesting point that the timescale of impact attribution and insurance are somewhat similar or matched, closer matched than forward-looking climate projections. So yeah, there's scope for interaction there. And also your point about maybe not using the results of impact attribution directly, but as an alternative view to your internal modeling to inform your internal modeling. Yeah, good perspective. Thank you. All right, well, that brings us to the end of the comments, and we're now going to open it up to Q&A. So I have some questions listed, and a reminder, please go ahead and use the Slido or raise your physical hand or Zoom hand. Just a quick reaction from me. I'm kind of shocked how much impact attribution is already used. I was expecting people to talk about potential uses, but there's lots of use cases there we're already using what I would call is brand new science. So thank you for that. Okay. So I'm going to kick things off. I'd like to get out of this discussion first an understanding of what makes impact attribution usable. What are the key factors that makes it? Well, I won't give it away. I have some thoughts, and then I'd like to understand what are the key frustrations. Why have you maybe looked to use it but then decided not to? So let's focus on the positive first. So I'll just open it up. What would be the key factors here to make it usable? Is it ease of use? Is it the correct scale of the information? Is it accessible? Is it trust? Is it relevancy? So I'll just open it up to anyone who would like to comment.
Happy to jump in first here. So for the power system, once an event has happened, it's too late, right? We will have dealt with it. And so I think it needs to inform our knowledge about future planning, right? It needs to tell us something about what we need to do differently, whether we need to include different types of events or different severities of events, different likelihoods of events in planning, because for infrastructure, it takes a very long time to change the system. It takes a very long time to build anything. And so it needs to inform the scenarios that we are using to plan for.
I can go. I think understanding the way we would use it and the way we do use it is understanding which pathway we're on, whatever infrastructure we've developed or advised on guidance on how to use climate data, understanding as we go which path we're on as far as the global warming levels and what that equates to extremes. We can experience extremes every year or in a year and have it not change the flow frequency or the precipitation frequency using our standard methods. And so understanding this other narrative or other data processing and helps us aim for how our adaptations are holding up over time.
I'll add, so in the legal context, I really feel like what makes the attribution research usable depends so much on the specific legal question. And we deal with a whole different, like you mentioned, like the scale, we deal with very different scales of injury depending on what setting you're in. In some cases, you might be looking at injuries aggregated across an entire country of people. Some cases, as we saw, deal with specific municipalities or even state level. And in some cases deal with individual injuries. And so I think that there are in the legal world, there are all sorts of different applications of attribution research at different scales. And it just really depends on what specific context you're talking about.
Maybe I can add that a lot of our work focuses on globally, we work a lot in Africa and Asia and the Latin America and Caribbean region, and therefore oftentimes, especially impact modeling relies on having a lot of data available, and that data just doesn't exist. There's a lot of data scarcity in many regions. And so developing methods that rely on a lot, ensuring that you have lots of data means that those methods are not going to be applicable in those places. And so that's something that we're always thinking about. Another thought is decisions will be made after disasters happen, right? And so we're also thinking about adaptation and how do we avoid maladaptation. And so the example that I gave earlier of like, what could be a potential adaptation, increasing the height of levees? Those types of questions are the types of questions that we think are really relevant to ensure that the right decisions are made. So, I mean, there's a whole set of questions that come based on what the particular hazard is. And so those are things that we're interested to explore more.
And I would just add two things. One, I mean, I agree with a lot of what's been said, but the two things I would add is a bit echoing this idea that eventually for a lot of decision makers, you're doing forward-looking adaptation response planning. So to the extent that that impact attribution can actually inform where there are big changes that are likely, and as I was saying earlier, what I refer to as regime changes, right? When are we in a profoundly different climate? Are we already in it today, and are we likely to be in it in the future? Because that doesn't just change design standards or the magnitude of an adaptation response could actually change the nature of an adaptation response profoundly on its own. You could choose to locate in a fundamentally different way. You could choose entirely different building materials. You could choose economic development in a certain part of the city versus other parts of the city. So I think this using impact attribution along with just climate modeling to understand where there are these big profound regime changes, I think is really important. The second thing I will say, though, is as I mentioned in my remarks, I do think that for the typical business audience, an impact attribution study that says a 1 in 100-year event has become a 1 in 50-year event, or a 1 in 100-year event has become a 1 in 20 event. On the one hand, it's very easy nomenclature. I think people are getting to have facility with that nomenclature. There is a little bit of skepticism of how much can we actually trust the results of that, and is it all just a statistical exercise as opposed to something that we can truly quote unquote believe. So this goes back to the the communication and the education around what these studies actually tell you and give you.
So a slightly follow-up question. Do you find it easy to find impact attribution studies? Do you know where to go? Do you have relationships with the researchers that produce it? Or are you even involved from the very beginning in impact attribution work? Or is it a case that you just happen to see something and think it useful? That's for anyone.
No, not involved.
Okay.
Not involved at all. I mean, I don't necessarily seek it out either, right? Because
Right.
again, like I think for an attribution study to make it to the realm of changing planning standards, it would go through more scientific rigor and be like, okay, what does this mean about our understanding? What does this mean for, the right emissions pathway to use, for example? And so, candidly, I'm an engineer. I would rely more on our climate scientists to filter that information down to like what it means for planning.
Mhm.
So yes, not a direct user.
I guess I might jump in to say that, you know, that in insurance, there are some insurance companies that maintain climate scientists on staff. But most insurance companies don't do that. Most insurance companies rely on maybe a broker or an outside consultant. And so I think when you're asking James, where do people in this community go looking for science related to extreme event attribution, you know, I think often they're starting in news articles or things that they see online, because most of the companies that operate in the industry don't necessarily have somebody dedicated to that subject working full time on that. Of course, there's some exceptions, and some people have some companies have very large research teams and a lot of resources behind them. But I think that's more the exception than the rule.
Okay.
Hey.
Yeah. Oh, Jessica, please.
Yeah, I'll add one thing, which is, so I do have the privilege of getting to work with a lot of climate scientists and then learning about their research. And at Columbia, we actually have a database that we started called climateattribution.org, where we are compiling extreme event and impact attribution studies. The goal was to inform policy and legal applications, but really it's a database that anybody could use, and it's searchable by different, you know, like events like wildfire, storms, et cetera. So.
Nice, yeah. The reason I asked the question was this morning we were reviewing the framework of how to do impact attribution, and the first step was to understand the purpose, and it seems to be that researchers cannot answer that question without the end user being involved. So, good stuff. Yeah, go ahead, and then I'll move on to another question.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, so we work as part of the World Weather Attribution Group, so very much closely in terms of helping to identify what events are quite impactful for the humanitarian, in terms of humanitarian impacts to study, but also bring in the vulnerability and exposure context into those studies. In addition, we also, so we are a climate center of this movement, right? So of course we are, within my group, we have climate scientists, we have climate policy experts, et cetera. And so we also work as part of a couple of European research projects on climate attribution, compound event attribution, and starting to get into impact attribution. But I still think of it as very much a very nascent field. So not something that we're using the results of yet, but trying to start to inform those questions like you're saying.
And I'll just add, maybe from a private sector, this may sound a little bit cynical, but from a private sector standpoint, there's two sources. To the extent that people know impact attribution, there's two things that are always cited. One is the World Weather Attribution website, and that's, I think, to the extent anybody knows the space, that's the source that they go to. The second is there's a body of studies, and I think this is interesting from an adaptation standpoint. There's a body of studies that, and Scott, I'm sure you're familiar with this because a lot of it comes out of the insurance world, that suggests that a lot of the insured losses, economic damages we're seeing to date are because of increases in exposure as opposed to increases in the climate signal, just looking at overall aggregate losses. And so I say that because I think that to the extent that a repository of knowledge exists, a collective repository of knowledge exists, it often is focused on the climate signal changing as opposed to what is driving the impact shifts. And there are just these handful of studies related to the impact shifts that continue to get cited and recycled in the private sector. So to the extent that there's repository creation activity happening, I think focusing it on the impact space as opposed to just the hazard or the climate space would be quite helpful.
Okay, thank you. So we've had a few questions come in from other committee members, so I'll open it up now. Joyce, did you have a question?
Yeah, I have a quick question I think this could go to Scott, and I think Andrea, you can respond to this as well. I think it touches mainly on the insurance industry and the sort of the humanitarian sector as well. I mean, also for the kind of work that you do as well, Andrea. And it's really about the low probability high impact events that you find that I think Scott was trying to explain that they try not to hold like excessive capital for like sort of anticipating for these events. So say like 1 in 100 year event. So I think my question would be like, how do sort of insurance companies balance the need to like remain financially efficient, sort of have enough capital to respond to these events when they happen, and because they could be extremely sort of costly if for them if they're under-resourced, for example. So if they're not prepared, it could mean that it will cost them so much when this event happens, because there will be many damages, a lot of claims, and they have to pay a lot of to help communities rebuild back to this. So that's the question I was asking. And I think it's the same case for humanitarian sector as well, where like sort of the system is not prepared for the kind of impacts that we like, sort of escalation of impacts that we start to see, and especially when we experience these low probability high impact events. So yeah, just a reaction to
Yeah, that's one of the, I think, the main reasons why insurance has started to hire people in climate and earth sciences and in other areas like that, because at least in some jurisdictions, insurance companies are required to maintain enough capital to satisfy a very rare event, for something like a 1 in 200 year event, not a specific event, but more like a 1 in 200 year scenario for their entire portfolio. And of course, estimating the odds of a very rare event is very difficult, because based on past history, you often maybe have one occurrence that's similar to that, or you're dealing with a scenario that's never happened before, and you're trying to put a probabilistic number on that. And so it is a imperfect estimate. And I think past history has shown that insurance companies sometimes get it wrong. You know, a lot of insurance companies, after Hurricane Andrew plowed through Florida in 1992, a lot of companies went bankrupt and never came back again. And so they are trying their best to estimate the odds of a rare but not impossible scenario, while at the same time, I think it's fair to say that there are some things that have happened before that are not impossible, but if they happen again, it would be enormously damaging to the insurance company, the insurance industry. If you get a repeat of the 1926 Miami hurricane, the damages associated with that would be it would be a very large number. And so the insurance industry is always doing this very delicate balance between trying to keep costs low and premiums low enough to stay in business and keep their stable of policyholders, while at the same time being prepared for something that could be outside of their experience. It's a really difficult thing to balance and know that you've gotten right.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll start by saying that electric utility companies have insurance, right? They have insurance to cover some of their losses. We also have heard from some utilities in California that, consumer rates are going up because of extreme weather events. There's a lot of press about clean energy driving rates up, but the biggest driver is damage from events, right? Like several really large wildfires cost the company a heck of a lot of money, and those costs generally get passed to customers eventually. We've also seen some, company like from wildfires, right? Like some companies in California in really dire financial straits because of those damages. And again, not a legal experts, but some really interesting attempts in California policy to limit liability and have like a financial cap on what electric utility companies will be responsible for following wildfires. So basically like a pool of funding to respond to events that don't allow them to, don't force them into bankruptcy when these events do happen. So again, I don't know that I can answer your question fully, but a lot is riding on sort of this idea of insurance to cover, cover our losses.
I mean, maybe I'll just add two quick things. One is that I think this is the promise of adaptation, which is to say that if you can prepare in advance of the event, losses are dramatically reduced. But I think, again, a space where, understanding benefit cost ratios of a whole range of solutions is not it's not incredibly well understood. Understanding how to do adaptation planning effectively, not very well understood. Understanding micro adaptations, meaning build a sea dike, as opposed to more macro adaptations, meaning drive development, and the balance between the two is not understood. But I think this is the promise of managing these post-disaster losses through preventative resilience, I think, is why, at least from a company standpoint, people are starting to have this, at least think about these issues. The second interesting kind of related area we've seen some interest in is actually solvency for individual households. Now, of course, this is probably more a high-income country luxury than it is for a lower middle income country, but credit card companies getting more interested in providing increased credit lines post-disaster to increase cash flows for households while they wait for their insurance to kick in. So there's also just that space where we're starting to see some more interest from financial providers to provide increased solvency in just that post-disaster period.
Just a quick follow-up, Michaela. So it sounds like you have a lot of a diverse client base. To what extent is your methodology similar across clients? Do you have like a framework of step one, step two? Is it very tailored depending on specific contexts of the client?
I think for the most part, there's quite a consistent methodology, which is sort of what I was describing, start with the hazard, and we usually use forward-looking climate models as opposed to impact attribution, but start with the climate hazard, overlay that with the footprint of a company, think about damage functions, then think about adaptation solutions and responses and what they do to manage the damage. And in doing that chain that I described, thinking not just about direct effects, but often when we talk to our clients, the risk actually is an indirect risk. So it's in their supply chains, in customers being able to access their stores, in asset values that might get deep. If we're talking about a real estate portfolio holder, asset values that might get prematurely devalued. So that's sort of the general methodology. Of course, then the specific types of hazards that are most relevant, to what extent the supply chain risks matter, that starts to vary by industry. And interestingly, what we do find is that a lot of the companies that we work with, now tend to work with large Fortune 500 companies, but the companies that we work with, their direct risks, they're actually quite well adapted to, just from their core business continuity standards. They have design standards that are 1 in 200-year design standards. They have worker protection protocols up to very high degrees of heat days, et cetera, but it's often in the indirect that's not a lens that they've necessarily taken.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So Slido has been busy, and we have a question from committee member Kevin Smiley. So let me paraphrase. Extreme event attribution is about a recent event, but many of you are planning for the future. And a few of you have talked about ways you could envision impact attribution helping to plan for the future. But the specific question is, are there framings, data points, outputs that you would envision as useful in this aspect of connecting the historical event to the future planning?
I could start. I don't think it's the whole answer, but I've noticed a similarity in all of our backgrounds, even though we're coming from different areas and different sectors. Everybody's using the terminology of 100-year flood or 1 in 100-year, 1 in 200-year, and these are civil engineering terms, that are baked into each of our sectors, it sounds like, and probably has much to do with FEMA regulation as well when it comes to flood analysis. So as far as framing, knowing that, how that changes over time, or how this ranks, this event ranks in that magnitude, is a useful tool in communicating to public agency and I think the insurance community as well. So I think that's one place to start.
Yeah, I can maybe jump in to come back to a theme that Darren, I think you highlighted in your presentation. We're interested in the future, although we have a stronger interest in near term than further down the road. I think what we're certainly interested in, let me say, we're not interested in benchmarking only the forced response. And so, of course, a lot of climate studies are evaluating whether or not a climate signal is present in different metrics. And that's interesting to us, but it's not really relevant because we know there's other kinds of behavior in the system that will be on top of that forced response. And so one of the things that we wrestle with is how do you look to the future and add those things together? How do you take the forced change and add in variability from other aspects of your system to create a realistic envelope of future behavior that we'll have to deal with? That's something that we struggle with and are trying to we have a few different ways to try and get around that problem, but it's something we know is a shortcoming of a lot of our risk tools, and we don't always have a clear idea about the best way to address that deficiency.
And then I can highlight maybe 3 or 4 ways that I think impact attribution can help this more forward-looking planning, some of which I mentioned, so apologies for repeating. But I think first is just using impact attribution to create more certainty around the forward-looking climate model. Some of that is communication, but to the extent that it allows us to validate climate projections and give comfort to the users of climate models that these data can be used to do forward-looking planning. I think especially when it starts to get to more and more granular data, and a lot of extreme events require granular data for effective planning. I think that is where impact attribution combined with forward-looking climate modeling could be interesting to explore. The second is, as I said, this idea of when we start to see regime changes and using impact attribution as a signal for those regime changes starting to occur, 1 in 100 becoming 1 in 20, 1 in 10. Are we actually starting to see that? And as I said, I think that leads to quite different planning responses. The third is using an understanding of impacts that we're experiencing today to actually help you understand what is an event that you should even plan for in the future. So I think in the flooding space, for example, we have a way of thinking about a 1 in 100-year event, a 1 in 20-year, or 1 in 200-year event, and a certain depth of flood. And you can think about building engineering and design standards associated with that in quite an easy way. I think for other forms of extreme events, that way of thinking about what is an event that actually constitutes the need for an adaptation response isn't always clear. What is a suitable FWI, fire weather index, number of days? I don't know if you think about fire weather as an extreme event or not, but what is a suitable number of FWI days that actually means you should be doing effective forest management? What is wind speeds that are enough that you would want to do? Maybe this is something that in the power industry is actually known, but if you want to think about roof standards for homes, right? So I think there's just a whole range of how do you think about defining both the measure of the event and the magnitude of that measure to link to an adaptation response, which I don't think is well defined, and looking at past impact attribution studies to say at this point of this event, it triggered this kind of damage may help then define those standards going forward. So that would be the third area that I would highlight. And then the fourth is just using impact attribution studies to get a better sense of what actually the magnitude of different damage functions are and what therefore you can anticipate as the damages associated with that event going forward to help you do this kind of ROI of forward-looking adaptation measures.
I
hope that was your question, but that would be my list. Sorry, Jessica, go ahead.
Oh, no. I had one additional thought, was just that, so if you look at like any given attribution study in isolation, it's not necessarily going to give you tremendous insights into the future. Being able to look at this information and sort of an aggregated, like looking at the cumulative results of attribution studies is useful. The IPCC does this to some extent in its reports, but these only come out, periodically. It might be useful to have data tools, maybe like data visualization tools that allow people to look at attribution research like across a geographic region and start to see how these studies stack up in their findings and how do they compare, for example, to model projections and whatnot. And so yeah, that might be useful to inform the forward-looking thinking on all of this.
Just a really quick addition on impact attribution. I think it can be really important for the power system to distinguish climate-induced or impacts attributed to climate from impacts attributed to many other factors, because the grid is changing rapidly with decarbonization and electrification. And we've seen some recent examples of that being a large driver of adverse impacts that are not climate driven. And I think it's a pointer for utilities to collect much better data and pull better data and more sources of data into their planning models separate from just the climate question. So being able to separate those is helpful.
And maybe to add to that, essentially, as you're saying, so if you were able to include different scenarios for changes in exposure going forward, along with the changes in climate, that confluence is really what I think a lot of decision makers are looking for.
Yeah, I think the event attribution versus impact attribution, because when it comes to impact, it's the exposure as well as the resilience of the system. And I don't think that has been parsed out sufficiently at all.
Okay, well, thanks everyone, and thanks, Kevin. Great question. Now I'm going to move on to the most upvoted question on Slido. It's been there for an hour, so Christina, would you like to ask the question while you're in the room? Okay. So I think, Michaela, you mentioned probabilistic information. So the question is, it's very interesting to hear that language around likelihood information can induce decision paralysis. Can you say more about what kind of data language would make it more usable?
I was afraid somebody was going to ask this question because I don't know if I have an answer. I think, if you have a likelihood statement that is a one in, like, it has actually a probabilistic element to it. I think that's something that people know how to use and think about in decision making. I think oftentimes with a lot of the IPCC academic literature or the IPCC synthesis, it tends to be terms like high likelihood, medium likelihood, high confidence, low confidence. And that's if you don't have parameters around that, that's very, very hard to make decisions around, because my high likelihood might be your low likelihood, right? And if you look at the definitions of this, it is very judgment based and expert opinion. Like if you look at how the IPCC defines these terms, they're very loosely defined, shall I say. It's also not always clear how much of the low confidence, I know this is independent of attribution studies necessarily, but how much of the low confidence is just we haven't done enough research versus there's disparity in the research results versus we actually don't think there's a climate signal. That's also not clear. So I think maybe more, if that's the terminology that is the agreed upon terminology, maybe more efforts to actually define what the terms mean and clarity of when the terms are being used to really indicate we don't know versus no versus yes, but some degree of probability associated with it. I think that would be helpful. So I'm not sure I have a silver bullet answer, but more explanation, I suppose, is what I'm asking for.
Just to chime in quickly, I think this is also a great place to call out sensitivity analysis and asking whether it matters, right? Whether it matters if that event is a 1% or 2% annual probability, would your adaptation decision change, right? Like, would you not build that seawall, or would you not change your design standard? And I think in many cases, it's not going to affect decisions today. It might affect decisions in 20 or 30 years when we see worsening of climate change and divergence of emission scenarios. But I think today we generally have directionally correct insights on where we need to go.
Okay, thanks everyone. I'm going to go to another question on Slido from one of our committee members who's here. Jennifer Marlin, would you like to read out your question?
Sure. Yeah. Just to paraphrase it here, I was curious about the preparedness level of companies. Michaela, you had suggested that you felt that most of your clients were pretty prepared for the direct impacts. And I wondered about whether that would also be true for small businesses, or is that in general, you feel pretty good about that? Yeah.
Yeah, I think I would say that is my remark on that is certainly skewed towards large Fortune 500, North America, European based companies. And as you mentioned as well, the direct impacts, I think where you start to get into medium and small sized businesses, and then certainly thinking about anything beyond their immediate facilities, that's not true. And I also think that to the extent that companies are operating in places where you are going to see profound regime changes, right? So they're used to a dry climate and it's going to be a wet climate, or they're not experiencing really any heat conditions today, and heat conditions are going to worsen because there's no baseline to their planning of today. That's another instance where I think companies are not prepared. So it would be really the preparedness is large companies, direct impacts where it's an intensification of an already existing signal.
Okay, that makes sense. So in the context of climate changes that might result in regime change or some kind of pass some threshold, it would be, yeah, even the direct impacts might be surprising then.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'll give you an example. We did, work for a company that was a large engineering company, and, all their engineering equipment, which was, operating in really brutal conditions, was designed at not even a 1 in 100, 1 in 200, but 1 in 1,000 events was what it was designed for, because they had so much safety and tolerance built into it. Their worker safety protocols similarly, right, were extreme heat conditions. But these were all events that were within the realm of normal planning for them in some sense. But if it exceeded that or varied profoundly from their experience in the past, I think that would be something that they weren't prepared for.
Can I ask just a little follow-up there? Because I think extreme heat is interesting. I've been surprised at learning how much extreme heat affects. But would you say that heat, like how would you compare heat versus some of the other hazards?
Yeah, no, that's an excellent question. Again, I was surprised with the companies that we've worked with. Their worker heat protocols are actually incredibly robust. But this is a skewed sample, and it's companies that are operating in, pretty intense conditions in the sense that people are doing heavy duty outdoor work already today. And so I think that's part of the reason why their worker protocols are that intense. But you get to small and medium-sized businesses, and certainly you start to get to heat in areas anywhere outside of North America and Europe, I think. I suspect that's going to be a very different story.
We're coming near the end of time now, but I just have a question. You all seem very sophisticated users of this kind of information. How accessible do you think impact attribution information is to people who perhaps don't have the level of expertise or don't have the time to spend to understand studies? And do you have any recommendations to make it more accessible and usable within finite resources of users? That's to anyone.
Well,
I mean, I think, oh, sorry.
Well, I was just going to say people have mentioned the World Weather Attribution Project, and I actually think the briefs that they prepare in conjunction with their studies are a great example of how attribution findings can be communicated in a really clear way to the public.
Nice.
Well, I was going to say that in insurance and maybe more broadly in a lot of climate risk work, it's not uncommon for people to skip attribution entirely and just look at observations. And so I know that there's a lot of arguments that start and end with there's a particular, people have pulled down a stack of hail data that covers the last 30 years, and you fit a straight line to it. And there are a lot of people that will describe whatever trend is present within that specific data set as climate change. And so I think one of the things that might be helpful is a more plain language description of what attribution means, what is involved or what's required to meet that standard, and maybe some cautionary tales about what kind of trouble you can get into when you assume that everything you see is part of a forced response.
Great.
I don't think this would meet your definition of an extreme event, but one area I see this all the time in is water stress. Where it's frequently described as a climate change issue in areas where really it's the demand signal that's driving forward-looking water stress. But I say that to echo, Scott, your point that really having much clearer language on what actually constitutes a climate change signal. That's easy to understand, and some education on how the attribution is actually done, because it can come across as statistical voodoo otherwise.
I was just going to make a quick plug for some, more commonplace terminology. I really appreciated, I think it was Sarah in the last session saying 4 deaths, right? Like 4 additional deaths was a climate contribution. And I think that's much more easy for like folks to conceptualize than saying, 6% more intense or 6% more likely or something like that. But for people is like a really concrete thing to think about.
Okay, well, we should wrap up in the next minute or so, but I just wanted to give every panelist an opportunity optional to comment on anything they've heard over the past hour and a half or any key point that we haven't mentioned yet. So I won't go around, but if just if anyone has anything.
I'll start. I really appreciate the inclusion of the health sector and kind of using the health model as a way of understanding why we would be doing this in the first place. And building off those lessons learned, I think, is very intuitive for all public sector work. So that's something that's been noteworthy for me.
Just maybe leave with a plug on the impact attribution side to, not forget about the impact of power outages and what it means for someone to be without power for a day or a week has really, really severe personal and societal implications.
Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. You've given us some great information for our report, and I think the audience for our report will be really interested to hear the extent to which impact attribution is being used and the promise for future development. So yeah, thank you very much, and thanks for your time. So I'll pass. Oh, yes, let's. Okay, well, I'll pass back to our chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you, James. And again, I'd like to thank all of the speakers and panelists in not only this session, but throughout the day for a really great day of discussion. Stephanie tells me dinner's not ready till 6, so I'm going to have about 40 minutes of closing comments. Is that okay with everybody? So, no. So in all seriousness, I'd really like to thank everyone for these great discussions today. I'd also like to thank the moderators, James and Joyce and Tanisha, for fielding the questions and keeping the discussion moving, as well as the committee members and the staff of the academies. As the speakers know, we had some planning meetings and met with all of you, and a lot of thought was put into the kind of questions and how we wanted to frame these discussions. And I'm sure didn't do a perfect job, but I think everyone did a really great job, and the discussion's been very informative for the committee. So thank you very much for all of that. So we are going to break. I'm not going to recap for the next 40 minutes, but dinner is not served until 6, I understand. So that means you have a little bit of free time to wander around outside or check email or I guess play croquet. Is that true? There's a croquet set or something on place. And then we will reconvene, as it says up there, we'll reconvene tomorrow morning at 8:30 in our next session, which is to discuss experiences and lessons learned from professional climate communicators, of which we have several here. So look forward to seeing everybody in the morning. Thank you all so much for a great day, and go relax for the next 40 minutes.
And at dinner.
And at dinner. Yeah. Thank you.